Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tame TV is back live. Niwekesa Eric and Okoth. Tonight we want to discuss Baba is back. Of course, he's on fire. We have one of the presidential candidates who was not admitted by IEBC, Ruben Kigame, has started up a debate on religious extremism. And then we have the Council of Governors. They are having a conference in Mombasa. And of course, they are going to come up with who shall be the chairman. The front runners are Waiguru and Ole Lenku. We will also weigh in on the issue to do with Gachagua. Does he want to tame the DCI? Or what is he up to? And then we will also just hear your response on fuel prices. There has been so many mess on social media that has to do with the fuel prices, and so we invite your input in that line. So you're welcome. I'm sharing a link at the comment section so that you can join and participate. The answer now, Okoth. How are you, Mr. Okoth?
So I'm good, Bana Wekesa.
Yes.
Long time.
Baba is back from Zimbabwe ama Zanzibar. Alikuwa anasema alienda to absorb shock na familia huko.
Sasa mimi sielewi story na baba kabisa, kwa sababu jana jioni niliona amepata kazi huko UN, and there were so many congratulatory messages kwa sababu baba alipata kazi kubwa. In fact, the last message I saw before sleeping was salary yenye atakuwa anapata huko inashinda yenye Ruto atakuwa anapata. So leo nimeshangaa sana kuona baba akisema kwamba alikuwa Zanzibar na familia yote, kwa sababu ile maji ya Zanzibar ilikuwa ina absorb shock. So Wekesa, nyinyi kama Wanazimio, alipata kazi, alikuwa Zanzibar ama alikuwa Kenya? Hapo pengine nyinyi wenye mnalala Capitol Hill mtatuelezea. So nikianzia story na baba, sijapendezwa sana na matamshi ya kiongozi wetu Raila, kwa sababu baba has been in this game, and all the things he said before taking the case to the Supreme Court are on record. Things he said during the hearing are on record. Things he said immediately after the hearing are also on record. Na hizi zenye anaendelea kusema sasa hivi pia on record. So baba must have a stand. And I'm one of the people who always believed kwamba kura za baba zinaibiwa. But here 2022, sioni kama ziliibiwa. Maybe zilikuwa tu chache kidogo, hazikuweza kutoshea lile kapu. Ama I think baba had everything. DCI, all those things on his back supporting his presidential bid. So I believe baba ali lose the election, but ali lose in a very painful way, in which overcoming the pain won't be easy. It will take time. And we are going to watch Baba's character. I'm made to understand that William will be in Kisumu on Sunday. I think that's also the reason as to why Baba may cut short your shock absorber yake pale Zanzibar. So we will see the movements of Baba when Ruto will be going to Kisumu. And thereafter, we will be able to know huyu mzee maybe anapanga hivi na hivi na hivi. But I also like to add on the same by saying, we have a new regime. And someone like Ruto used everything he had to get into power. Losing this power through easy shortcuts like maandamano, William Ruto won't agree. And even if it means going to an extra mile, William can do that. So to avoid all this noise, people losing lives, everything, baba atosheke na matokeo yenye iko sasa hivi, na tungoje 2027 iko karibu Ben, iko karibu nani Wekesa, kwa sababu William ashaanza hatamu yake, ndio hii tunamshutumu the second day in office, mara unga mara petroli. I think we need to give him time so that he can deliver on the promises. Ben, Wekesa, kuna mtu anaweza kuwa judged 2 days in office, mshaanza kulialia hapa unga nini. Let us give him time, amalize kupanga serikali yake, afanyifanye hizo vitu anafanya, then tuone kama nini ya maisha itaenda chini, gharama ya maisha itaenda chini. Then Wekesa, today I dreamt of something, that this regime won't finish the 5-year term. But I asked myself the reasons. But the reasons came, we argued, nikaona watamaliza. Only if they tell huyu jamaa anafanana na Moi. Anaitwa nani? Huyu deputy president. Kichwa kama Moi. Tabia kama za Moi.
Rick G. Siku hizi anaitwa Rick G.
Anaitwa nani?
Rick G.
Jamaa othi yenyewe ametuaibisha wenye tulikuwa Kasarani. Anamalizana tu na hiyo othi yenye ametuaibisha nayo, ashashikana na kina DCI. Wale ni polisi. Those are the government, the deep state that Ruto feared. Saizi unajifanya Rigathi mtu mmoja anaweza watoa. Those people kina huyu DCI wanaweza resign wote venye Rigathi anataka. Waende nyuma ya tent waanze kupanga venye serikali inatoka. Na watatoka. So William need to tame the guy. Hata kama alichukuliwa juu ya hizi tabia zake, Ruto amemtumia kuingia kwa power. The guy should be tamed. Because I'm also thinking of the statement that Rigathi is going to say in Kisumu on Sunday after receiving William. Apewe hivi mic address the crowd. Tutashtukia tu ameanza kumkemea baba in Kisumu. And they won't like it. So Rigathi should be tamed. Yes, Ruto ako na serikali. Anaweza toa wenye hawataki moja baada ya mwingine. Wengine watolewe 2024, wengine watolewe 2020. Lakini wiki ya kwanza kila mtu aende nyumbani. It won't be easy. And Rigathi may make William Ruto's presidency to be very short. I saw a picture of Rigathi Gachagua wakati Ruto alienda kuandika hiyo nini ya Queen. Hapei Ruto nafasi. He's the deputy president. No man, that guy, hata kama Mount Kenya watapiga kelele, he needs to be tamed. Because that's not a leader.
Nasikia ameanza kupangwa hiyo ofisi ya Harambee Annex inapewa Mudavadi. Apewe 2 floors hapo Sheria House, nani Harambee hiyo ya president, alafu ndiye akuwa anatemiwa hapo. Kila mtu anaingia.
Harambee Annex. Because ukiangalia vizuri matamshi ya Ruto before and after uchaguzi, Mudavadi ndiye anamata kwa hii nini, kwa hii formation. So kwa Ruto Mudavadi ni kila kitu. So I think with the time after the CSS are named, Ruto atamwekea tu makosa kidogo hivi kama ya kucomplain mbona Meru hujatupatia kitu, alafu Ruto aanze kumweka mbali kidogo ndio kina Mudavadi wakaribie. Because the akili yenye Gachagua ako nayo sasa hivi bana, ile si ya kujenga nchi. But he needs to be very keen on Sunday in Kisumu because their meeting might end prematurely. Nimesikia venye anaongea leo Mombasa. Sijui nimeambia DCI wakae Kiambu Road wapelekewe kesi, si eti wanakuja kwenu magavana. Sasa hizi powers ako nazo zote. Mbona Ruto hakuwa nazo? Alikuwa analialia kwa microphone juu ya DCI. We will see whether Rigathi is more powerful than independent institutions. Kigame, huyu Kigame sijaimpenda Wekesa. Kwanza leo hiyo statement yake sijafurahia. It is somebody is overdoing religion. Si nilikuwa nafikiria ni pastor, ama pastor ni yule wa Agano. Kigame ende polepole, hiyo chuki yako nayo apeleke kwa Chebukati, ndiye alimnyima chance ya kufika kwa debe. Ben, pain at the pump, sisi kama wanauda tuna blame the regime yenye imetoka tu sasa hivi. Sisi hatujafanya kazi yoyote. So mahaslas wakiumia pale petrol station, wasitulaumu, ndio tunajaribu kuwapangia venye watapata vitu vizuri vizuri. C.OG Waiguru versus Ole Lenku, I think hii serikali ni ya UDA. Juu wamechukua kila kitu hadi deputy speakers in both houses. Hata hii watachukua. So Ole Lenku ache kuwaste time. Ana fit hiyo nini, lakini UDA hawezi wakamwachia. So that one will be automatically Waiguru. Alafu to President William in one minute. To President William, I think Ruto angeacha tu kidogo story na judges. Hata ifanyike next week after consultations. Alafu story na port pia angeconsult. Ndio hizi vitu zisiwe na tashwishi, kwa sababu alienda sijui Naivasha akawaambia port itabaki. Akaenda kwa Sol Kura Coast, port itarudi. Saizi akimake inauguration speech alikuwa na hasira zake, eti port irudi. So saizi akianza kukutana na stakeholders, atasema tena port nimeacha Naivasha. So consultation to me will make this government go far. But I support the removal of subsidies, kwa sababu ukitaka kusikia utamu, lazima usikie uchungu ya kwanza, ndipo utamu ije baadaye. Hope unaelewa. Ama ukienda kwa ward ya wamama, utasikia wanapiga nduru, lakini ukiwa watchman, usimame kwa gate, ashazaa mtoto anatoka, wanasmile na huyo mtoto wake. So acha tuumie kwa miezi 6 ama mwaka moja, alafu vitu zirudi, alafu tuende sawa sawa. With the subsidies, I support William Ruto's declaration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your weighing in on different topics, but hii baba umetulemea sana. Najua baba is expanding democratic space na anafaa endelee. Umesikia amesema story ya SOC, inaitwa SOC ama nini, SCOC, Supreme Court, imekuwa so it's becoming another moribund organization. Unajua ametulemea tu kuanzia
let me help you there.
High Court, tukikuja kwa Court of Appeal na now the Supreme Court. Wote saizi wameagree, anything that looks like handshake angusha. Yani, you don't just angusha. Wait. Ngojea, hiyo literature ilikuwa kwa High Court wakati wa BBI, ikakuwa carried to Court of Appeal, it came to Supreme Court, now to the ruling. Hii yote hot air, wild goose chase, fool's errand. So who is a fool there?
Okay, sir, you can't be someone who fights for democracy. Na hii democracy ikikufavor ndio democracy. So you fight for democracy, ikufavor, but when it doesn't favor you, you now fight democracy. No. Baba should agree with the findings of the Supreme Court. Everybody watched the presentations, the arguments, and even a layman could tell where the judgment would go. So jamaa akubali, kama kuna nguvu tukutane kwa uwanja 2027 Wekesa. It's not far, but matching 1 million people to SCOC, amalizana SCOC aende IBC, amalizana IBC aende State House, that is a waste of time. 1 million people hata watakuwa wamepungua, wamebaki 800. So baba kama mtu wa peace ambaye amekuwa akifight for, let him move on and then we fight another day. We are his soldiers. Bado wadogo sana, tutazeeka, tutampigania miaka zijazo.
And then on issue ya nani, I don't agree with you. Rupen Kigame has done justice to this debate. Huh? You know, right now, mama wa taifa huyu anaitwa Rachel. She should be a mother of the nation. First lady, you are not just there to continue with your personal errands. So for her friends are church, and everything for her is church, church, church. We are not seeing her welcoming different people of the nation to the State House. Tumeona prophet from Zimbabwe, prophet from Ghana, prophets from where? Sasa wanataka kutuambia kazi ya first lady. Let us stand for a cause that is benefits the whole society, not only evangelicals. Even in Christianity, she's not addressing the whole question of Christianity. In Christianity are diverse. I'm sure the mainstream churches have not been in her league. So she must now see that she has come to a national scene and she needs to play that national role. So Rupen Kigame was saying, at this juncture when we are having challenges ya fuel, we need to have a reasoned conversation. We will not just say, let's pray about it. Okay,
Wekesa, you can't judge Rachel's 24-hour being a first lady na ushaanza kumwekea hizo makosa zote. Acha Rachel aombe bana. We were prayed into the presidency. Let us pray. Maprophets tutaleta, Uhuru hajakuja na ushaanza kulialia hapo.
Okay. So let's have Benson. How are you?
Thank you, Ekesa. Thanks, everyone. Let me weigh in on a few things, and I will start with the subsidy. I support removal of subsidy. Sometimes, as a new administration, and of course, management principle says, you can only change things your first 6 months of an administration. Even when you get a new management position, you change things the first 6 months. And that's a management principle across all the management models. So I agree with subsidy. Subsidy is like patching your clothes. You need to buy a new pants. You need to buy a new trouser. You cannot keep on patching. And I agree with Mudavadi, because I think he's the guy behind this whole thing. He is saying you cannot give a subsidy of 7 million, but you are charging fuel 23 billion. So you give people, it is a mixed up economy. The taxes adds up to 23 billion. The subsidy is 7 billion. So what you need to do is to go to the parliament, revise the Finance Act 2022-2023, remove some of the taxes so that you lower the prices. It doesn't make sense to give people 7 and you take 23. Number 2, when you give subsidy, you remove all the independent petroleum dealers out of the agreement. You remain with the big 5. We know the issue of big 5. We know the shareholding of the big 5. So there were a lot of complaints from the independent petrol dealers who were left behind. And I'm talking about that petrol station out there that is called KK, that is called Wekesa, that is called Okoth. Those are independent petrol dealers who have been left out of the economy, and they need to be brought on board. And on top of it, of course, we are dealing with some issues with the state capture. And the same thing with UNGA. Forget about subsidy. Deal with the real issues. It is fertilizer. It is opening import of maize from Mexico and Malawi, from Zambia. Then you allow you flood maize for like 2 years. While you are doing that, you're also supporting the farmers to produce more for the country. So within a year or two, within a two harvest cycle, you will have sorted out the issue of hunger. Number three is the issue of Kigame. Mama Lecho is consistent. The first time we saw Mama Lecho in National Limelight, she was praying. She is going to build a tabernacle at State House. She's going to host all the religious leaders in the house. Tutabomoa ile kiosk na ile counter ilikuwa imewekwa huko chini, tutaweka kanisa. So I can tell you, it is good for some people to be consistent. She's a prayer warrior. That is her business. I don't think she is ready to do any other job. She's not ready. And you know, every government comes with players. Ruse Kebake came with all the tantrums at State House. We saw her all over with na pajamas. Tukaona Margaret akakuja na marathon, alikuwa anakimbia 21 huko sijui ni that medical camps thing. But for
now, Benson, the argument of Kigame is that he's religious. Yes, even him is religious. But what he's saying is there is extremism in these people. Where even when you look at the protocol that was at the inauguration service in Kasarani, everything looked like it was an evangelical event.
Let me tell
you. It was not only national, it was actually a continental event. There were almost 17 heads of states. So you need to enrich your menu depending on the people you are dealing with. You don't go and micromanage people in your own the things that pleases you. Wait, I'm just expanding your debate. You will give the contribution. I have been in religion and I know what I'm saying. Even when you are asked to go to church and stand on the pulpit and lead prayers or lead praise and worship, you don't disappear into praise and worship alone. You have to ensure that the crowd is following with you. So you have to carry along the people that are your audience. But where you go and you are self-satisfying, you're doing things that pleases you and yourself alone, it doesn't make sense. Now she needs to be a mother of the nation. She needs to understand that she is leading Christians and non-Christians, evangelicals and non-evangelicals. So how do we carry the whole nation into knowing that God that Rachel worships?
Okay. Wekesa,
of the conversation.
We were all in Kasarani. We saw a Muslim. We saw the religious director from SUPKEM. We saw 2 or 3 Christian. We saw a Maasai praying. So I think in terms of covering the denomination, I think we are well covered. Number 2, let's go to the history. We had Kibaki, both Kenyatas being predominantly Catholics, and we saw the role the Catholic bishops played in the administration of Kibaki, and Uhuru Kenyatta with Mohati, with Bishop Muheria and all this. And that was their preference. There was a lot of dominance of Catholics during the Kenyattas and Kibakis. We saw Moi. We all remember those who were born during Moi. We remember AIC Milimani. It was predominantly for 24 years. It was a lot of AIC. I can assure you that this will be a slightly outside the big three, the big four. In terms of Christianity, there will be a lot of fame. This bishop, whoever, this lady from Karen Church, there will be a lot of the bishop from the one who prayed for Ruto. So basically, it is about where once people takes over, there is always an inclination of your religion. And I'm saying that being a staunch Catholic, I'm a product of an altar as an altar boy. So I know how these pushes go. Number three, it's on Baba. I think Baba have an opportunity to move to eminence. And when I say eminence is what Okoth was talking about, a bigger job in Africa, a peace ambassador across Africa and beyond. And I think that's where I see Baba should move, trying to go back to the things that we did in 90s and the things that we did in early 2000 during COD, NASA. I don't think Azimio should go that direction. They should organize more strategically at the parliament level so that they can become a better opposition. Every time we go to the streets, we forget our cardinal responsibility at parliament, and streets have never yielded better results in Africa. I think it is into the best interest of the country to have a better organized opposition inside parliament rather than in the streets. And I agree with Okoth. Baba have for 30 years have talked about strong judiciary, so and independent judiciary. So it pains some of us to see Baba attacking the very institution that he spent 30 years talking about. It pains a lot of us to see Baba talking about IBC, the very institution Baba told us in 1997, the IPPG. Those who can remember IPPG, what we are seeing today is a product of 1997 IPPG, 25 years down the line. So I still believe that there is a lot of work that need to be done in terms of judiciary, in terms of IBC, but let's not forget the gains. Let's improve the IBC. Let's not treat any individuals like Maljan. They were just doing their work.
Let me ask you in what you are saying, because you are also qualify what Baba is saying. If Baba fought for these institutions,
yeah.
Let me ask you, if you were assuming you delayed, let me not call it barren, you delayed in getting a child, and you pray to God for maybe 10 years to get a child.
Mm-hmm.
So when that child comes, does it mean you don't weep? Akikosa? Unampamba you because this is a child that came through a miracle, or you waited for that child. So akileta kiburi, akileta nyokonyoko, if she or he is indisciplined, you don't say anything.
Okay.
So what you are saying, what Baba is saying, he and he used this word: if judiciary becomes dictatorial, or it chooses a path, that this is what, and when you look at most of the rulings they have done, actually, mostly were to punish Uhuru. Let's be honest with that. Uhuru's revisiting on judiciary has had all these rulings kutoka High Court to Supreme Court. They agreed to punish him, and they wanted him to get out of the way.
For slightly 5 years ago, we all sang the level of independence of judiciary when Uhuru's election was nullified. we cannot negate the very things that we worked for many years. So democracy is about give and take. You lose sometimes, you win sometimes. You won 2017, you lost 2022. If there are issues of jurisprudence, if there are issues of management that you need to deal with, you deal with. We deal with, but you don't vilify individuals and an institution because you never won. Baba was very happy
Thank
2017.
you.
The same judges, the same. Let me say one thing.
Finish on UNGA and DCI briefly.
I've done with UNGA. I'm talking about DCI. DCI, the platform that Ruto and Uhuru and Ruto and Gachagua won this election was based on state capture. So I am very sure that, and you can see the structure, and maybe just to mention that Gachagua have been given 5 ministries, including the one for internal security. Musari have been given 5, Ruto 5, then the other guys have been given 1. That is in general public. So Gachagua is going to run the Harambee House with the internal security. The whole idea of state capture will be dealt with under Gachagua's armpit. So basically, you will see a lot of that internal security under Gachagua and a lot of back and forth trying to clean up what they were calling state capture. So as we continue with the other agendas, just know that there is another agenda called cleaning up the state capture thing. So there will be a 20% of sorting out. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but anyway, I will play that clip later. When you listen to what Gachagua said in Mombasa, you wonder what this cleanup means, because he categorically stated that DCI should not be pursuing governors even if they are corrupt. They should not be embarrassed before their juniors, which looks a pedestrian way of assessing things. But let me bring in Omolo. Okay, there was a question from Bernard. Briefly, can you ask so that we go to Omolo? Bernard. Now, what kindly, you are not allowed to be here on behind the curtains.
Yeah, I was taking something, and I didn't want to show it here. I don't know if you can hear me.
No, it's the rules here is kama tukuoni atukupati chance.
Oh, okay. So, but I think I've come now. So
You're still behind the curtains. Work a video.
You are calm.
Oh, yes. There you.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was asking Sambudia. Okay. Greetings to everybody. First of all, I'm still learning. I'm not a very deep politician, but of course, having joined you people, I'm learning a lot. So, with the thesis, with the kind of defense that my brother Benson Mbudi has been presenting here, he seems to suggest that the Azimio team at the Supreme Court did not have a lot of evidence, a watertight or a very substantial evidence that could help us to win the case. And just pointed to one case where this lady, I don't know if she's called Julio, the name, her name actually left my mind, but there was that evidence she presented, and it really it switched us on. It gave us a lot of hope, because she was saying that she was getting that evidence directly from the IBC portal. And it came out. It was shown on the screens in the court. So what would you say about that? Was that a lie? Was that something that was forged? What did that mean to you? Because being on the side of the UDA, you would actually believe when the other guys were saying that is not an original one, it was fake. But hiyo anasema imetoka kwa IBC portal. So that was the question I had for my brother Budia. Do you still believe that that presentation as evidence was faulty, was false, and therefore the other guys are the ones who had a bona fide, a true copy of the case or the evidence? I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
But I think that will be off topic, Mr. Moderator Wekesa. And I think that will be off topic in regard to our today's topic.
Yeah, I
Give
think
us direction.
yeah, the challenge was that however, I think it's Benson who went deep into issues of judiciary. We were just on the surface why Raila thinks he needs to go. So he delved in, and someone thought like you can't just dismiss the judiciary. Baba, that he was wrong. He was trying to prove that judiciary had a lot of misgivings on the ruling that they gave Baba. So maybe just that one was to be mentioned in passing, not as the main topic. Yeah.
Okay, I agree.
So in 30 seconds, Benson, then we go to Omol.
Yeah, for the country we want to be, a democratic country, we must respect let's not go to the details of forms and all that. My point is, we worked so hard to have an independent judiciary. Let's agree with what they said. In regards to what Bernard is asking, the judiciary told us that is hot air. So let's agree with what we were told.
Okay, thank you. Let's start Omolo.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this fruitful discussion. And Bwana Wekesa, thanks for the work that you are doing in moderating. And our today's discussion, I think it is good because now we are having wider debate, irrespective of our political point of view and affiliation. When I go, I think I will start with the subsidy, of which I don't agree that it was a wise decision to scrap the subsidy, because subsidy is like, what do we call, a first aid. What is killing our country, and especially African countries, is these bureaucracies. Now you are telling us that, okay, sababu we want to go and make, a magic law somewhere, hii subsidy wacha tuondoe, wacha kwanza wakufe na njaa, alafu ndio tutengeneze sheria ile ambayo itakuja kuwatengenezea mkule. That is wrong. Subsidy usually always come in a form of like a first aid, as they are looking for a long-term and permanent solutions. Whether you want to bring a subsidized fertilizer, whether you want to bring, whether you want to give free fertilizer, whether you want to give free seed, whether you want to call a rainmaker to make a quick rain so that, farmers can plant the food and have a quick, food on the stores. Whether subsidized maize or subsidized maize flour or subsidized fuel, that is a usually a first aid. So, and that is the first intervention that the government should do, because there must be an option. See whether we have a shortage of this one, and when the shortage, the price has to go high, And now the wananchi are crying. What do we do? Okay, government chip in, pay a certain amount of share, that is subsidized, so that at least mwananchi can get at an affordable price. When we come to the issue of watu wanaongea kuhusu baba, let me put it clear. Watu ambao wanasema oh, sijui baba is supposed to be eminent somewhere to go to AU, that is something that can never happen. You cannot say baba belong to Kenya. Whether he win, whether he lose, he is a politician of our country. And you cannot say because he lose, now he should be kicked to Africa Union or to wherever. No. Baba, even though most of us will not support him, but we still need him in the politics of our country. He is the author. When you are talking of Supreme Court judges, when Baba is criticizing, and all of you are agreeing that it is Baba that championed for the democracy and the independence of the judiciary. So is the author. Mtu ameandika leo kitabu yake, alafu kesha akikwambia kwamba kumbe kuna mali ya kuweka full stop, ama kuna mali ya kuweka comma, you come saying no, that book is perfect. When it is not true that you wrote the book, it is actually him that he wrote the book. So it doesn't mean because the judiciary, yes, they rule the way they ruled and many Kenyans were happy, but it doesn't mean that the way of majority is always right. Can be also wrong. So even us that we are jubilating that, a court rule, but we must look at it. Every case that Baba has taken to court, they always come with a solution. When he took the case in 2013, Maina Kiai, that is when IBC were given direction to be opening the servers, to be, tallying the results at the polling center and sending. That is when the IBC was streamlined. In 2017 again, when he went again to court, the court gave another direction. So if we could have just been ignoring, say that Baba ameshindwa, wacha aende afanye kazi kwa hiyo ama apewe kazi na UN, we could be not having any solution. And as we are speaking now, it doesn't mean that our institutions are perfect. So when Baba is criticizing and Baba is saying, people should be honest on their hearts. Tuache kwamba kila kitu lazima to criticize ama ati sababu huyu yako opposition, huyu yako. No, we should listen to each other. Baba has been steering the politics of this country. Instead of telling him to go and become, I don't know, a chair of AU or where, now we need him to guide us even more. When he tells us about judiciary, even the incoming government, they should be listening to him and even call the judges and know exactly. It is not only about this ruling, but there is a time also Matiang'i was complaining that government cannot do its work because anytime you want to execute an order, work, somebody will just walk in the court and bring a court order and serve you. Some even he say can have 4 quarters a day. So there is a problem somewhere, and this problem, it must be fixed. So I think Baba is right to pursue any course that he want to pursue. Only that we don't agree when he say that 1 million people should march to kick judiciary. That is not a proper way. Baba also should use any. But the constitution also, the sovereignty is based on the people, either through the elected representative or direct. They can exercise these powers, direct. So if Baba feels like the legal channel of which judiciary is not working.
Omolo, let me just give direction. Stanley Kokonya, you are trying to enter, but I think you entered immediately and clicked on the video and audio. When you join, you allowed StreamYard to control your mic and your video. That's why you are unable to join the studio. Kindly leave and then come back. It's showing your device is not connected. Thank you.
Yes. Then on the issue of what Rigathi, our able deputy president, is talking about, Rigathi is a deputy president. and is in the government and is in the executive wing. DCI and Kenya Police and all these other securities, they are part of the department that is under executive wing. So actually, regard they have some sense because also the police and the DCI, our leaders must be respected. There is no way kwamba 3 million people, some governors they win 1.5 million people will vote for a governor, alafu vijana wawili wanatoka kwa DCI wanaenda kushika governor huko chini wakimvuruta. That is very wrong. These are our leaders. They cannot escape anywhere, even when they feel like there is something that the governor need to answer. I think it is a, you know, in a respect to have a decorum, write him a letter, summon him, he will come to the office, take his statement, and if there is any case to pursue, you can use that channel. At least respect the people that elect those leaders, because mi nikiona gavana wangu leo akivurutwa hivi nitafeel vibaya. So I think Rigathi have a point. Let us respect the leaders. Tuliona wakati ingine hata akina Ndindi Nyoro walikuwa wamekuwa surrounded akiwa anaenda kutoa interview kwa TV station until he can, you know, the other day Malala wakati fulani pia and all. So I think there should be respect between DCI and elected leaders. DCI is, you know, huwezi kusema utafananisha hata na mbunge even na MCA. These are elected leaders. People have entrusted their sovereignty into these leaders. They have nominated their sovereignty to these leaders. So they can be called, they can be summoned in a proper way. Kwa hivyo I think Rigathi ako sawa, and somebody was criticizing kwamba Rigathi is a loose mouth, is a, you know, when somebody akiwa katika hiyo position, you have to stamp authority. They just come now and they have to stamp authority. And just like if I go back, hata Raila vile alikuwa anasema, Raila lazima aongee hata hiyo ya kusema 1 million people, because he must show his relevance. He must show his relevance. And we know Baba very well is not a violent man, even though sometimes people they accuse him of violence, but sometimes kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa amesema kwamba street, I think it was Mr. Bena, Mbuthia, ati kwamba street has never achieved anything. I wanted to correct him. Maybe amezaliwa miaka ya 2000, lakini kwa wale watu ambao walikuwa 80s wangejua kwamba section 2A ile ambayo ilikuwa inafanya Kenya kuwa one party state, it could not be achieved in parliament kama ingekuwa streetwise. Wakati moja maandamano ilizidi ya Ford, that is when he agreed to remove that section of a constitution. So sometimes the parliament, sometimes this legal channel failed to work. And when it fails to work, the only way to show is through what is called now people's power. That is what is called. Even in America, when they were fighting for white supremacy, do you think they could have you know, got the independence through parliament, when the people that they are in that parliament is the white supremacists that you are fighting, and you're expecting them that they will make a legal framework that will favor you? No way. So, you know, sometimes they have to use the people's power. Now, when I come to the issue of Kigame, I think Kigame have a point, and this point should be discussed. The other day I was reading in Rwanda, President of Rwanda amefunga 6,000 churches na about 100 mosque, because akasema kwamba this religion, Africans were becoming over religious, and some pastors they are coming and, you know, even you know, exploiting people. Our first lady ambao tunamheshimu Mama Rachel, tunamemjua kama ni first lady, she does not have any religious designate kwamba ataweza kuwa pale State House kwamba ana represent any religious wing. Kama pale State House tunahitaji maombi, we have a father of Catholic hapo ambao hapo cathedral anaweza kuitwa. Kuna kina Kiuna, kuna kina Makarioki huyu ambao alikuwa nini. Let everybody participate on his part. Mama wa taifa atutumike kama mama wa taifa. Religious leaders now wafanye kazi kama religious leaders. But what is this thing that everybody all of a sudden anataka huyu anataka kuwa pastor, huyu anataka kuwa nini, wakati wewe mwenyewe hauna. Kama Malidi alikuwa anataka first lady alikuwa anataka kupashu upande wa religious, angekuwa ameenda akakuwa non Catholic, na maybe sasa tungekuwa tumempatia mali fulani afanye, lakini yeye si tunamjua kama first lady. Even our president tunajua kwamba ameingia katika platform ya religion. We are all religious. Sisi tuko hai sababu kwamba tunaomba Mungu, lakini Mungu pia kila kitu inataka moderation. Tusitumie jina Mungu excessively na hypocrisy, because you know, Mungu alitupatia akili zaidi ya wanyama, kwamba we can make decision, we know what we can make as human being and what we can go for God as intervention. Unaona, si kila kitu. Like now I give you example. Kwa nini rais wa Rwanda alifunga hizo makanisa? When you go to China, you find one church or even maybe none, but you find 100,000 companies. When you come to Africa, and especially Kenya, you find 10,000 churches and you find there is no company. Now people are building churches and calling people to be prayed for to get employment. Why can't you build company, give employment, and then now make church now for people to go and give thanksgiving? You see, so in fact, even this thing that Kagame is talking is not only about
Omolo, just
the president.
on your point,
Yes.
Before you finish, I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
because I know Kenyans are very religious and they don't question things.
Yes.
So why is it that when we pray to God to give us president, tunasema ametupatia, but when we pray for economy to boom, it doesn't? Because we need to ask ourselves hard questions. Why is it that we are giving testimonies? Ni Mungu ndiye ametupatia our leader.
You know,
but is the
I can say
same
because
God. The same God
the devil is a liar. The devil is a liar.
Wait first. Hatusaidii kulower down the cost of living. The same leaders Mungu ametupatia, they are unable to handle our economy. So what is this that God can give us? Leaders through prayer, but the same leaders cannot handle our economy through prayer.
I will answer you. You know, Mr. Wekesa, God cannot be conned. You know, we cannot cheat God. The same leaders that we are saying God give us, they are the same that when they come to the church, instead of waiting to be prayed for, they overrule every program in the church. They are all over the pulpit. They are the one that they are giving us even the pastor, the bishop, the men of God are sitting there, but they'll be waiting to be preached by the pastors. You know, the kind of leaders that we have in our country, they are even telling us that even when we go to heaven, they will still lead us, because they always tell us that they are too religious, that we wananchi, we are poor and we cannot even become leaders because we don't know the Bible. We don't pray like them. So this becoming of a religion in Africa, let me tell you, when you go to these developed countries, go to China, go to Russia, go to Germany, go to Switzerland, go and on the Sunday, try to count people who are going in the church. You will see very few. You want to tell me that those people are wicked more than we African? And when you come to the even, crime rate in those countries, it is very low. It is us again that we are very wicked and we are claiming to be religious, that we know God more than everybody. Knowing God is not carrying Bible and going in front of a multitude and showing that I achieved this because of God. No. What are you doing? What are your actions as a leader? You see, even when this formation, like this coalition, that is what I said, because of selfish interest of the leaders, and also they are pushing us towards those their selfish interest. When a leader bring a point, irrespective of which formation it comes from, let us take it positively. Like what I'm saying, Raila Odinga is bringing a very serious discussion that, see, there is a problem coming from judiciary, and judiciary is the only savior in every country. There's a problem that is coming. Let us look into it. It is not about me. You talked even, he said, it is not about me. In 2027, maybe you will not run. In 2027, it could be Wekesa, it could be Okoth. But when your right is being denied, where will you run? When you are now here shouting at the top of your voice that si mauchawi ni maombi tumepita kotini, but he's telling you that there is a problem in that place, you know. So it doesn't mean that because majority are supporting, it is right. Majority can be wrong. So hata sisi wananchi saizi when we are talking, because now tumetoka kwa campaign mood, but I pray you even Wekesa, try to use this platform. Wacha tuongee issues bila kuangalia sijui vyama ama tuangalie viongozi wale, lakini sisi wa Kenya we need to have a very sober issues. Hizi issue ya religion Africa ndio inatumaliza, na sasa ikiwa inapelekwa mpaka State House kwa government quarters, religion and governance should be separated. Anytime that you see those two are joined, we are failed. I'm giving you a good example. See every Muslim state. Angalia nchi kama Pakistan, angalia nchi kama Afghanistan, angalia nchi kama Iran, wakati ilikuja ikabadilika kuwa Islamic Republic. Where are they? And who tell you that if you change now the country to be Christian a country, it will not go that way. These are two separate powers that they should not be put together. That is why Italy make their boundaries. Wakapatia Vatican wakae kivyao, alafu Italy wakanini wenyewe because they did not want, you know.
Begin to
Yes.
wind up.
So those are you know, when it comes to, there is something that happened about the port of Mombasa, of which that was a good decision. The port belonged to the coast people, and everybody knows that. There is no question about it. So by the new president returning the port to the people of a coastal town, I think that was a good decision. Hata kama sasa tutakuja hasa kujua vile tutalipa deni ya wa China ya SGR, that is a topic of another day, but that was a good move, at least to return the resources to the people where they deserve.
I think that one we can do it in the next round.
Yes.
To stick to what we have here for now. We can do it in the next round after we are done with that. So thank you. I think I've given you more than enough time.
Thank you, more than enough time.
Okothi ako na swali alafu tuende kwa Roda.
Yeah, first of all, nimsalimie nyinyi
Okay,
wote hapa, mko brother zangu, nampenda sana.
Roda nimesema
Roda.
Nimesema acha Okothi aulize swali and then you make
okay, sawa.
Okay, thank you Roda na Wekesa. Wekesa, kuna kitu sielewi. Are we complaining that the first family prays so much that they don't give us time to pray? Ama what is the complaint about? Maombi yao inaingiliaje wa Kenya ama? I don't understand. Kwa sababu William akiomba sio ni shida.
Let me answer him. Ngoja nimjibu. Ile kitu iko bana Okoth, hakuna mtu analalamika mtu wote akiomba, whether first family, hata mimi ninaomba usiku na mchana na hakuna mtu anajua vile huwa naomba. Ile kitu tunasema ni kuwa kila mtu mahali yako kazi, hata Wekesa anaomba, kila mtu anaomba, lakini tunasema kwamba ile State House ile ni mali ya wananchi wa Kenya, ikiweko Waislamu, ikiweko wala ambao hawana dini. Kila Mkenya, hiyo ni mali yao. Tunasema kwamba ile kazi ambao inafaa first family pale wafanye ni kazi ya kutumikia taifa. Kama ni kanisani wanataka kwenda kushinda cathedral, waombe mchana mzima, hatuna shida nayo. Kwa hivyo tunasema kwamba nchi isigawanywe kwa misingi ya kwamba sasa unavutia upande moja. Tunaona leo unaalika mabishop. Sasa wale watu wa kina Supkem, ndugu zetu Waislamu, watasikiaje na wao? Kwa hivyo tunasema kwamba religion, dini na serikali na uongozi iwezwe kugawanywa. Waacha viongozi wa kidini wafanye kazi yao. Wewe kiongozi ambao umechaguliwa kwa taifa, kuwa wa madhehebu yote, ama wale ambao wana dhehebu waongoze vizuri.
Nimekusikia. Wekesa. Alafu pia wanachezea picha za State House. Wana update profile picture venye wanapenda. Waongeleshe kwa hiyo. Hainibambi.
Yeah,
Hawezi kuwa
every
nikiclick Facebook na kutana na
in fact,
ingine
the last one
hiyo kitu inaelewa. So mnapowakelea kwa maombi pia hiyo picha.
Last one I commented on it ilikuwa na, in fact haikuwa inasomeka, nikauliza kama hii ni screenshot ama nini. Okay, so let's have Rhoda.
You know, we are one community. I feel we are brothers and sisters. We are one community. We love each other, and we are one community, and we are very open and we are honest. I think when we are open each other and we are honest, I think we can change our country, because some the enemy hate. The enemy is afraid for the truth. And when we try to hide the truth, that's why the people, they take advantage of us. So we have to be strong in Azimio la Umoja. What I want to say that Mama Rachel, namheshimu, I know she's a woman of God. Hata najua kanisa ile mimi anaenda. She have a lot of feelings and the Holy Ghost. But let me tell you, that pastor, prophet of Zimbabwe, I know him. I was following him, and he's a force. My pastor, he's from Zimbabwe. He told me he doesn't watch him. He's a force. Kuna siku ingine aliprophesy about Ukraine war na Russia. Akasema sijui nini, akaanza kusema ni antichrist nini, saa zingine akasema Israel kutakuwa na war, na nothing happened. Ni kama watu kama TB Joshua. Unajua TB Joshua, hata TB Joshua he was better. Actually TB Joshua he was a man of grace. He have a lot of wisdom. Lakini wa Zimbabwe, by the way, anakuja kuharibu nchi yetu. He's a liar. He's a force. There's one prophet in South Africa. He used to prophesy. I remember one Kenyan woman live in Norway, and she gave her 1 million to prophesy. And that man, he prayed for, man was dead, came alive. And it was a liar. How can somebody dead come alive? And that woman shall give 1 million. She wants a miracle. Later on, that woman from Kenya, she realized, wow, I give out 1 million. She was just feeling bad. And remember, she's a Maraika. Herself, she's a prophet, but she needs a lot of more miracle. She was sad. I waste all of those money. I could go to Kenya. I go to holiday, Masai Mara, 1 million, So the devil is a liar. Kenya is a Christian country. Kenya is a country those days when I was living in the village. We used to pray it's rain. I remember it was 1994, we prayed, and it was a puberty. In Kenya, there's a time we didn't have even food. It was nothing. Even rich people, they didn't have nothing. We were in the crisis. And I remember our villages, people, they pray, they cry to Jesus, send us raining. Tulikuwa tunakula matumbo na ugali. We didn't have nothing because shamba zetu zilikuwa zina. I was young girl. Huyo ndio Mungu tunataka Kenya. Mungu ule tunalilia kukiwa kuna kuna nini, akunyeshi. Huyo tunataka. Ule anafungua watu umbu. That is a true. Unajua mimi nakaa nchi za wazungu. Wazungu they don't believe such kind of nonsense, that is prophet, kama ni prophesy. Let me tell you, if you don't have the gift, mimi ni mwombaji, mimi nakuanga na Biblia. I'm a prayer warrior. I used to pray for my country, fasting and praying, okay? Let me tell you, I pray when you don't have a gift of spirit, you're nothing. Prophet is a gift of spirit, like you prophesy for the Kenya. You say God is coming to do a new thing in our country. Everything is in the Bible. God is coming to do a new thing, unity. God is coming to bless our country. God is going to do a new. That's a true prophet. So Mrs. Rachel, she have to be very careful. I know she's a woman of wisdom. She believed Jesus. Even I know the church she go in Kenya, in Karen. She have to listen to the voice of God. What is the voice of God is telling her? Don't let people to prophesy. Listen, what is heaven talking about your life? What is heaven is talking about you? So let us be very careful. We don't know those prophets, they are coming to destroy our country because they feel jealousy. And they are coming to destroy even Rachel, family of Rachel. Na bwanake sasa. They are coming to destroy our country because they don't have the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is a feeling. They will not have a feelings about other people. They will not have a feelings for our country to move forward. Only the problem, because, I was talking with one man, I was praying with him about Kenya. He told me, your country need the peace of God. You are a politician. Your country need peace of God. Ruto anatakikana sahi na peace ya Mungu. Akipata amani na Mungu, kila kitu itaenda taratibu. Kwa sababu Biblia inasema vitu zote zinafanyika kwa uzuri kwa wale wanapenda Mungu kwa roho, and every good happen for those who love Jesus with all your heart and all your soul.
Roda, niulize kidogo swali moja.
Seek me face to face and you see me. Seek me face to face and you see me. Tonight I'm preaching. I'm not talking about politician today.
Yeah, I want to just ask you one question.
Enemy in our country. We don't know who is enemy, who is in our country, come to destroy our country, because right now in our country, we are blackmail. Everybody is scared, everybody is feared, I can feel, and I'm not in Kenya, I can feel people, they have fear. I can feel because I have feel the realm spirit. I'm a woman of prayer, and I can feel what is going on in State House right now, and I'm here through the realm spirit. So what I can tell the Mama Ruto, please seek God. He will show you who you are. If you know really who you are, that's what I learned to my pastor, the church I used to go. If you know really who you are, you not wait anybody to prophesy. If you know really, can you ask God? Ask God who you are. Hata watu wengine wana meet Jesus. I know a woman, she was from Kudiskira. She told me she met Jesus through dream. She told me, I saw Jesus. He's so beautiful.
Rhoda,
she was crying.
Excuse
and
me,
she
Rhoda.
gave Jesus her life. That's Jesus we want.
Rhoda, jamaa nataka kuuliza swali kabla uendelee. Omolo.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Rhoda, thanks for your insight and your wonderful teachings, and of which I really agree. Lakini mimi nataka kuuliza, this thing that kwamba does it only prayer working for Africa? Because these developed countries hatuoni wakiomba hivyo na wakiwa na ma prophets and prophetess and this realm world, but why Africa? And tukiangalia they are developing like China, they are doing very well. What is it that we are missing? Is it that we are praying wrong, ama wao wako na Mungu wao ambao wakiomba tu mara moja? Labda sisi tunaomba ule wa Baal. Are we praying the one for Baal, ama what is wrong?
Anajua Biblia inasema Mungu, Jesus is only, if you read the book of John, he said, I'm the only way, true, and life. No one come to the Father except there's some people who believe in spirituality. Spirituality, they can tell. I remember I met one man before, he was from Caribbean. He's a spirituality. He was telling me to read my hand. He can tell my life. He was a spiritual. I don't really believe through God because my Jesus, Mungu wangu ni wa kweli na ndiye amenipatia moyo. Kwa nini not at how much money I win? He can read my hand. I can win money lottery. I told him he's from Caribbean. And I told him no, I believe through God. Kuna mama mwingine akaniambia wa kutoka Poland, alikuwa na kadi. Unajua hizi kadi, hizi fake. Akaniambia ati anisomee ni watoto wangapi nitafanya. Nikamwambia no, I don't believe in spirituality. We don't know these people are spirituality, or kuna siku nyingine unaweza haribu watoto wako. You think that you are seeking the prophet and you destroy your life. Huyo mama nikamwambia kutoka Poland, no, I don't believe snake. I don't believe such kind of prophet. Ati unanisomea nini? Kadi. Unajua that is a spiritual. We have even something called New Age. Ndio maana Mungu amesema mimi ni wa ukweli na mimi napatia uzima. So Kenya, we need to seek a true God because God can heal our land. Yes. Do you have something else? Ask me, please.
Okay, thank you Rhoda. Rhoda, kulikuwa na topics mengi, baba na Supreme Court, Rigathi Gachagua na hao wengine wote, lakini asante kwa maoni yako. Walto, nitawapa dakika 5. Nimepandishwa cheo kidogo, so dakika 5 ndio kila mtu aongee kabla ninyang'anywe hii cheo. Nimewekwa hapa kama Rigathi. So 15 minutes
Hello.
So Walto yuko karibu.
Yes, yes.
Hello. How are you, everyone?
Hello.
Yes.
I think is I was the next one before you come.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Okay.
if that is in order, of course.
It's okay, of course. Just carry.
Okay.
Okay, proceed the next one.
Thank you, Tim. I think this is the first time I'm joining this forum, and I'm very happy that we're having conversations as a Zmio team to help us heal and move forward. I think the topics are very clear. I'm very happy, and I'm also enlightened through the discussions that my brothers here have shared, and also the spiritual insights from our sister. I think Eric has left us, but I will touch slightly on the topics that we are to share today. I'm sure you've discussed exclusively. So I will touch on subsidies, especially on fuel, and maybe unga na hizo other commodities that have been the basic commodities that we are having. My opinion is, when we are having these subsidies in the first place, I don't think they were sustainable in terms of, because if you look at the statistics and the amount that we are using on a monthly basis, it is around 7.65 billion on a monthly basis to subsidize fuel only. And the fact is, these subsidies, to some extent, ilikuwa in favor some few individuals. Actually, what we are doing, I think you all understand the market, the oil market, the fuel market, the way it operates in Kenya, the auctioning process, that the few marketeers walikuwa na determine who exactly is going to get the subsidy. And then that means that the key figures, or the key fuel sellers or marketers are then going to get these subsidies at the expense of the small retailers in the villages, because we have other retailers. For example, myself, I fuel in when I go to the rural place, hata hiyo kitu haina kibanda, haina brand. So that kind of retailer will not benefit from this kind of a subsidy that the government is rolling out. So you get to a point that we have a clique of individuals that are probably
direction.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, before you mislead us, when you talk that a small retailer, fuel is coming from one source. There is no retailer that is manufacturing his fuel. So when the government give a subsidy, he gives subsidy to the importer. When the importer is giving at a cheaper price, it roll down to the retailer. So it is not necessarily that at the government, when we want to give subsidy, we must go to every petrol station at all and a jerrycan. Okay, you can continue so that you know exactly how it functions.
Yeah, I think thanks Omolo. The issue here is that before the government gives out the subsidy, remember these small retailers have already obtained. They have some fuel that they have already they are to sell. I think at the point when the government was giving out a subsidy, we already had a fuel shortage. I believe so, and we have some small retailers that had gone out of business simply because at that point they could not have benefited from the the subsidy that the government was giving or had already given to the main retailers. You rightly put it. The issue here is, you see, the whole subsidy issue could not have benefited each and every retailer to the benefit of the common mwananchi. And the statistics are there, by the way, to back this up. And like I've said, personally, where I'm seated is the subsidy itself is a short-term mechanism to cushion the consumer from adverse economic conditions that we were facing at that point, at that particular point. Let me come into the reason why probably these guys have decided, and I will give you the pros and the cons of this, on the reason why these guys probably have gone to cut off the subsidy and then let the market, let the price retail at the way it is because first, they know Kenyans really forget very, very fast. I think that is the point they are going to rely on. And the second point is, if Kenyans forget that easily, then what will it mean to them? It will mean they have enough space, because like we've said, if the government is spending 7.65 billion a month for the subsidies, then what can this money again do? Can it be diverted to other forums or alternative channels that is able to be able to ensure that the economy is recovering at a quicker rate? So for me, it is a very big strategy on the economic perspective to Kenya Kwanza government. But on the common mwananchi, where I'm seated, is these guys are saying, when we elected you, we had a very big confidence. We had subjected you. I mean, the previous regime, as they normally put it, had subjected us to different ways of, economic situations where the living cost is very high. So the common mwananchi might not understand the long-term projections, because believe me, the Kenya Kwanza also have very special minds in economic setup, the likes of Professor Dr. Ndi, who probably in their own thinking, they have said, look, we might even cut off the subsidy, restructure some few systems here and there, recoup some amounts here, and put it a whole package to a certain maybe economic stimulus program, and then fund the whatever they call the hustler movement or the funds, whatever it is, then help the small businesses, and then from that point they can expand the base of the tax base, and then from there, from what they describe as a bottom up, because you have a larger tax base, then from that moment you can easily recoup more money through the taxation of each.
Point of order there. Hold on there. What
Yes.
comes first? What comes first? Because subsidy was like a first aid. When you are giving somebody first aid and you not yet get the proper medication, what do? Do you stop the first aid so that you go and look for medication, or you bring first the doctor with the full equipment, and then now you stop the first aid and put the patient to undergo now a medical process? Because we don't understand what is the alternative to alternate about that subsidy. Do you leave somebody to suffer first before you come for the rescue? Because we were expecting that whether you call it a hustler fund, whether it is a whatever package stimulus, but what comes first? Do you stop the first aid first and wait to come with a long-term solution, or do you bring the solution and then now stop that short-term plan for a rescue? And another thing, when you talk of wider tax base, that is how do you go with that when you not yet open economic aspect of it? Because how do you tax people who don't have income? I think first you make the economical base before you go into the wider tax base. Because how do you now start tax Mama Mboga who is getting 20 shilling and you not yet expand a shop. I think first you are supposed to bring the Hustler Fund, open the Mama Mboga shop, at least a mini supermarket. Then now you start to, demand your tax, because this is the time now to put this government at the task, whether you supported it or no. You cannot just be singing the tune even if you supported it, and then now they will forget, because we are starting to get frustration from the onset. Kwamba now fuel is very high and they are even removing the subsidy and they're not giving us alternative, and people are still suffering. In fact, our fuel is expensive more than Ethiopia.
Thank you, Molo. First, let me make it clear. I'm not the Kenya Kwanza government.
Excuse me, Stanley. Stanley,
Okay.
you need to summarize.
Yeah, yes.
Enough.
Okay, thank you.
In
thank you
3
so
minutes,
much. Okay, I think I have because of issues that have been raised, I think you'll add me 2 or 3 extra minutes. But let me answer Omolo on some few issues that he has raised. The first one is which one comes first? And I think, Omolo, remember I told you, a subsidy is not a long-term solution to any economic condition. First of all, you have to let the forces of demand and supply to apply in any market situation. In Kenya, for example, the way we operate and the fuel sector, to be specific, is regulated for that matter. And what sets up the prices is, I think, the what do we call it, the Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Basically, what it is we had a subsidy that was not sustainable at that point. And where I'm seated, as much as I'm not in agreement with the Kenya Kwanza government directive, what I tend to believe from their perspective is that a subsidy is not sustainable, and whatever we are going to do is we will rather, which one is the lesser evil? Because are we going to continue paying 7.5, 7.7, 7.8 billion monthly charge for this subsidy, only for the price to remain lower, or are we going to allow it for the purposes of having these people subjected to that price for a slighter, longer period of time, as they try and have alternative to make sure that maybe they improve and through other programs, like I've mentioned, the economic recovery programs. So,
but you didn't answer my question.
To answer your first question, is what comes first is, the first one is the fuel subsidy is not sustainable, and if the government was going to go through that route, it was going to incur a very high cost. This will hinder implementation of their other issues.
What is sustainable? So give us a solution. What is sustainable for now, for this Mwananchi that is crying fuel? You are saying that subsidy is not sustainable. What is sustainable at this period?
Unfortunately, Omolo, what is sustainable is to have to allow the Mwananchi to suffer the consequences. And that's why I told you, my first statement was, this government is going to view 2 positions, either to allow the Mwananchi to suffer the consequences of high prices in fuel, or to continue with the subsidy, which is not sustainable. Which is the lesser evil here, is that they will allow the Mwananchi to suffer lesser, because if you are conditioned in the same condition for a certain period of time, you'll come to get used to it. I've actually been outside the country, but when I came back, I left the country when the fuel was 116, petrol was 116. Today is, when I came back before the review, was 154. But people are conditioned and they're used to 154. So what do you think? What makes you think that people are not going to get used to 174? That is the argument these guys are they're having in their own mind, that probably we can condition them to this period. And the way Kenyans operate, by the way, we will shout in 2 or 3 days, then this issue becomes normal. We go along with our own issue. What has the government done? It has stopped the subsidy. This amount can be converted into a stimulus, economic stimulus program. It can be, that is what I'm thinking that the government might think. That probably they can stop this stimulus, the subsidy program, recoup that money, package it into a stimulus, economic stimulus program, fund the money to the funds they call hustler, whatever funds, and manage it well, they can, of course, expand the economy. You know, if you fund the MSMEs, the micro entrepreneur, the micro medium enterprises, you expand your tax base. That is my thinking, by the way, a hypothetical thinking. Now, let me go to, because my time is almost off. Let me go to Gachagua's statement. I think the statement was all about the DCI being confined in specific, roles, not as per whatever they are supposed to do. This statement, I think, from the onset, I think that our DP that we have, I don't believe outside the normal political framework that the president, Ruto had, I don't think he was the most fit to be the deputy president. And I don't know if you've discussed this before, because I joined the meeting a bit late, that I still believe if they are going to be together, the next election, I don't think Ruto will have Gachagua as the deputy president, because these statements that are coming from a deputy president is not as per the offices as the office that he holds. You know, the presidency is the face of unity. If you start now, I mean, going into other independent offices and then giving instructions, first of all, you weaken those institutions that are not able to carry out their mandate as per the constitution, as per what they are supposed to do. So for me, I really don't think Gachagua's statement is worthy even to have a discussion over it. It should be dismissed at that point. Let me go to Raila's statement. I think it was very clear. Baba said today, and I'm very happy he spoke. He said,
Excuse me,
he's not. Yes. I'm trying to rush. I'm trying to rush.
Your time and going.
Yes, just give me 1 minute.
Wenzako wamengojea.
Sir, 1 minute only. Thank you. On Baba's statement, I think he was very clear that was not the moment to make a national statement, but he had been given that opportunity to, of course, congratulate the incoming governor for Mombasa, given the fact that Mombasa and Kakamega elections were postponed, and these were strongholds. So Baba was given an opportunity to make a statement. And I don't think that statement binds as a national statement. It was given at that particular point. But to come back to the issue of the statement that he made in terms of marshalling, because I saw Omolo stating that you can marshal 1 million, and he said he may. He did not say we can or we will. May, he says, as Kenyan, because the sovereignty of the constitution is bestowed on Kenya. We may, as Kenyans, and we can decide, of course, 1 million and more. We can go to the Supreme Court and tell them, well, you know what, your decisions are biased, are political, and we don't need you here. Kenyans are the final decision maker. But I think we can put the Baba statement into context of today's event, just to cool down. But I still believe that Baba will give us the right direction. He'll make a statement. He has said clearly that time will come when he will make a statement. Thank you so much for I'm really rushing so that we don't close out others. Thank you. I have not touched on religious issues. I've not touched on religious issues because I wanted to mention that our sister here, Rhoda, mentioned a very clear issue on leadership. And if you read Hosea chapter 8, verses 4, he said, not all leaders are God chosen. Regardless, and even if you go to the New Testament, the Bible says not all those who sing God, who sing our name, who do all those things pertaining God and the Christianity are not as spiritual as per se. So let's ignore all these things, because we've been subjected to ridicule about our support on. We've been even subjected to being called people who don't support, who ridicule God, that we cannot mock, that we mocked God. And where I'm seated, I'm wondering what is happening. What's happening? Because I see all these guys mentioning about, oh, Jesus, oh, Christ, oh, whatever, doing all manner of sins against what actually the scripture is mentioning. So personally, for me, I say the Bible is very clear on who we should trust, who we should believe as a true representative of the body of Christ. And as a Christian, I know who I can believe, because you can mention God, but you are a murderer. You are of course you commit all manner of sins. It's not very strange that you can even kill today, and tomorrow you mention and quote Bible verses. An example is Kimilili MP Didmas Baraza. This is someone who's supposed to be in jail. What is he doing? He's quoting Bible verses. What are the masses? What are the masses doing? And you see the one issue that we have in Africa, and I think, like Eric said, we can come to a discussion on that. Is if you try and propagate the issue of religion, that is where the masses will go. And there is a very, very good study on that perspective. I don't want to take your time. Thank you so much, Omolo, for the additional minutes.
Hey, anyway, ni sawa. Hiyo 1 minute umetumia vizuri. Kuna mtu tumemfungia. Kuna mtu hajaongea, si ndio? Anaitwa Walto. So kabla Walto akuje, Julia naona umeingia, utachukua mpaka Eric akuje. Wengine imefika time yetu ya kunini.
Hata hujatufanyia hii kazi, si naona umechukua usukani sasa, tunaweza ka enjoy your leadership for a while.
Hapana, niliambiwa niongoze for 30 minutes na imeisha. So you can take over. Wekesa anarudi, maybe ameenda kula supper. Lakini kabla niende, nilisikia venye Roda aliongea bwana Yulia, Madam Yulia. Alisema venye the first lady analeta prophets, the prophets marafiki zake wamemwambia ni false prophets, but yeye ako na marafiki wanaombea Kenya pamoja. Genuine what? Genuine prayers. So sijui ni pimometa gani? Pimometa ni ile vitu zinakaa kama thermometer. Sijui ni pimometa gani ametumia kupima kwamba maybe wale prophets were false prophets and things like that. And then Madam Rachel only showed us the prophet picture. Wakipiga picha eti I hosted Prophet so-and-so from Nigeria. That was maybe yesterday or a day before yesterday. Huyu mama hajamaliza hata wiki moja State House, so that we can judge it. Hajaleta Waislamu ama ameleta false prophets ama ameleta so and so. So I think Roda was being unfair in his judgments, and maybe it is hate. I don't know what to say in that context.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I say that one man from Zimbabwe, he's very intelligent. He's a PhD. I don't hang out with the people. He is my pastor. He's my best friend. He told me that prophet from Zimbabwe is a force. Okay? And even you can see the body language. I know me I'm a prophet myself. I used to prophesy in my life. If you want to know the truth, ask me. Me, I'm a real prophet. I prophesy in my life. And what is to prophesy? Read the word of God. The word of God, yes and amen. Jesus said, I'm the only way, true, and life. Seek me and you see me. Cry to God, any station you are going through, and you hear. That's a true God we want in Kenya. But these people, they are coming to tell you about miracle. You know, I told you before I was getting born again, I was believing spirituality. People, they were reading my hand at how many kids I'll get. So I'm telling the truth, I have experience.
My point was, Rhoda, that you can't just dismiss somebody. Saizi unaniambia we, you are a real prophet. I can put the question, why prophesize nini ikakuja kupita? Kwa hizo
Kama hii
months
nchi mimi
zilipita, what did
nakaa,
you profit?
hii nchi mimi nakaa, nimeombea serikali kutoka 2018 tukuwe na serikali mpya, na sasa hii finally tukapata serikali mpya. Unaona?
Of course, allow me to ask one question of
Na
course.
nimefast.
Asante, Julia. You can take over.
Julia, allow me to ask one question, Rhoda, before court go.
Hapana Omolo, sitaki tuende hiyo direction ya religion. I think
No,
it's not.
it's not a matter of a religion. It's different. Just I'm not touching on religion because hata mimi, I'm very religious if it comes to religion and you want to go inside, but I don't want to go that direction.
Okay,
That is
your
why I
question
avoid
is
it.
to, swali lako ni kwa nani? Kwa Rhoda ama
Swali
kwa
la-
nani?
Yeah, kwa Rhoda nilikuwa nataka ukodha asikie. But ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema tu ni kuwa because I wanted to put it straight, kwamba when it comes to religion, I mean, you know, everybody should have a way of praying, of which there is no, we don't criticize the way you pray. Tunasema kwamba we have like what Okoth was saying, if we have a gauge meter that maybe we measure the level of your protest or the level of your prayer. No. But what we are saying is everything have a temperament. Then there is something that I wanted to say here, of course. All leaders, we say that the voice of majority is the voice of God. But sometimes the majority make mistake and their voice change and they get a very different entirely. So tulikuwa na king wa mwisho alikuwa anaitwa David, who was actually anointed by God himself. Lakini when he took to the throne, David akageuka akakuwa mnyama. David akaanza kukula mabibi za wafanyikazi wake. So that is a topic of another day. So that's what I want to tell you, that in fact God even can anoint somebody today, but when he gets into that throne, he changes to something different than the one that was anointed. So yes.
Asante Omolo. I think all of us have different varied stands, maneno ya religion, and all those stands are varied. That's why sitaki tuende hiyo direction. Na sitaki tuanze kusema fulani anapenda Mungu, mwingine hapendi Mungu. Just like Okoth is asking, I think we may not be able to really determine who loves God more than the other. But the only thing we can say is that those of us who believe in the Bible, that we shall tell who they are by their fruits. So ukisema unapenda Mungu alafu wewe unachapa bibi yako, we start questioning how much you love God, because we cannot see it. We can see you abusing your wife or abusing your children. If ukisema unapenda Mungu na wewe ndio unatuibia, you steal from us, you steal from the government, and let's see what we do by, let's see our religiosity by our actions. So we don't want to start judging people, because hatutamaliza hiyo maneno ya kujudge people ama aje Okoth. We will not finish that long story. Naona Okoth amerudi. Okoth I guess amekuja. I was about to say that.
Mbona hapo?
Okoth, naomba tu tusiongelee maneno ya religion.
Kwa kupiga mbili tu ulikuwa nazo Julia. Eti kupiga bibi.
Hello, Julie.
Hi, Wekesa.
Yeah, I think when we put the topic ya Kigame, we need to restrict it. You know, people are just flowing and even giving their own personal meaning.
Yeah.
That is not what we wanted. Ruben Kigame's approach was restricted to, we need to balance. There is extremism. And this even happened when you are at school. You know, some of you guys ulikuwa unashinda ukiomba na watu wako kwa library. Unaambiwa you need to balance. The fact that you're praying does not substitute your time to study. The fact that I'm praying to get a wife does not stop me from kwenda kukatia Julie. Umeelewa? So there is a role of prayer, yes, and then there is the role of me. So the debate that Kigame had begun, which we need to restrict there without necessarily going into the details of how we work, is that we need to balance life. And that she is a first lady, this is a first family, and it should accommodate all Kenyans, regardless of your belief, culture, or habits. You're all welcome to State House. State House hiyo ya watu fulani, maybe only prophets like Aroda ndio wana welcome you huko. So the conversation was about balancing and accommodation. So let's not go into personal how you worship. You know, each one of us worship differently, and we believe differently, we prophesy differently. Let's not dwell in that, because religion is one of the most divisive topic.
Asante Wekesa, naomba nitoe maoni yangu. I only came here because I wanted to correct Stanley. I heard Omolo was trying to correct him about the issue of subsidies. Subsidies are not given to retailers. Subsidies are given either to manufacturers or to the wholesalers who import fuel, in the case of petroleum products. And because these retailers, when you are huko kwenyu, they buy the oil from petroleum products from those big suppliers. So we expect the lowering of price to trickle down to those small retailers. The other thing we say, kwamba subsidies doesn't affect many people. It affects all of us, because if the price will go down, mimi nikienda kununua kerosene, it affects me. When wako na magari, it affects them. So when the subsidies are withdrawn, they are all affected. Stanley, naomba, stop muting when someone is Stanley. Let's maintain things. If someone is speaking, all of the rest of us remain muted so that to actually your interference, your sound. Now, so that is what I wanted to say. So when the subsidies, you see the prices skyrocketed today, and petroleum products also affect the production of electricity. So even I understand the cost of electricity also is skyrocketing, and now the two products, electricity and petroleum products, now will affect the production capacity of other commodities. So you expect to see inflation right now in Kenya, and not just you'll find other products, the cost of living, the cost of other products will go high. So mimi sijui Bwana Ruto amefanya hesabu gani, because even in the Western world, they are taking a lot of measures to cushion their people. For example, I was surprised that I'm in the US, and I think during COVID, I think I received $1,400 3 times. That is from the Joe Biden government. And I think I also received, I think 600, I can't remember. I think Murata nikumbusha, sijui Trump alitupea ngapi. But I marveled, and I received a letter from Joe Biden, my fellow American, that I'm sending you this check. Bra, 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 bra. I was very pleased with that letter. So governments have their own ways of cushioning their people. Where fikiria America iko na watu wangapi? And this money was going to everyone living in America, whether wewe ni citizen ama ni permanent residency ama unafanya kazi hapa, as long as wewe unaishi hapa and you pay tax, people receive those checks. So governments have various ways of cushioning their people. Now, we should ask ourselves why a government like the American government can afford to do that. And I think they have also done a lot of subsidies in other industries to make sure that our prices don't really skyrocket. How come they afford to do that? You know why, Stanley, they afford to do that? Because they really minimize on their waste. How watu kikuja hapa, you learn a lot of, you see that they make sure they don't spend when they don't have to spend. Hapa Amerika ni mahali ukipewa hata vitabu kupatia watoto, kama hujatumia vitabu narudisha. You take back the stationery, hata kama ni penseli, you return. You don't panga kupea watoto wako huko na majirani na relatives na nini. That was supposed to be given to the students you are teaching. You are not supposed to take those things home. So these people really minimize on their losses, and they are very careful on misappropriation. They are extra careful. You may think wako na pesa nyingi, but you'll find that they really minimize they minimize on misappropriation. That means that's why the America remains great, because they can afford to. Omolo naomba unmute. Omolo, please remain muted.
Yeah, because there is something I want to say before you mislead us, Julia.
Naomba, you don't interrupt. In this channel, we have some rules. You have to say something, you raise your hand, and the moderator, who is Okoth and Wekesa, allow you to speak. Then you can say. So I'm trying to say this. Countries like America really save on misappropriation of funds. They really save. Wanajaribu sana, wanajaribu. So you find that these people, they have a lot of money and resources to cushion their people in times of crisis. And that is why these people can afford to have so many food banks. Wakati wa COVID ungetembea na ungepata so many food banks that they were giving food to the people. Na unaona mtu mwenye I think I volunteered to work in one of those food banks one day, and you see the people who are coming for the food were people even who are driving. While if you ukiangalia mtu akona gari Kenya atanakujia food, you see what I'm trying to say. Governments have ways of saving resources to make sure they cushion their people. So the government of Kenya, they could not do that as much as the American government is doing, and we may not afford to go there. But at least the President Uhuru's government had tried to provide subsidies. Now, withdrawing those subsidies, okay, I know at one point I want to agree it is not a long-term solution to what is happening. But in times of crisis, we look at priorities. We tunaangalia ni nini tunataka, ni nini natusumbua saa hii. We look at priorities. And what can we do without? For example, we can do without increasing the judiciary fund. But Kenyans need to eat. Kenyans need electricity. Kenya needs fuel to travel, to produce. So I don't know hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni hesabu gani imefanya na how they came up and decided to withdraw the subsidies. Maybe they would have waited until mahindi imekomaa, so that by the time they withdraw the subsidy, people have maize that they wakanaweza pereka kwa kusiaga to make flour, to make maize flour. I mean, maybe they would have done that. I don't know ni hesabu gani wametumia, but I wanted to say that subsidies are meant to cushion, and Kenya is not the only country that is doing that. Many countries have done that. Now, I think we should appreciate when we have subsidies, but at the same time, maybe we should wait and see what this government is going to do about that subsidies, so that so that this situation, they must address it. This can cause a Sri Lanka situation. This can cause, you people, you read about Sri Lanka. This is a very serious situation. This can cause a Sri Lanka situation. Wekesa kuna mikono mingi juu, na sijui kama unataka wale wanyoongea waongee ama unataka tuendelee namna gani. Karibu Wekesa, na kurudishia usukani.
Swali ya dakika moja tu.
Okay, nani ilikuwa? Kuna Okoth, kuna Omolo na nani mwingine alikuwa?
Stanley.
Haya. Kila mtu aulize swali in 3 seconds.
Thank you, Wekesa and Julia. I'm not sure if this is a question, but Julia had mentioned several things which I wanted, of course, to bring to the attention. So, if your chairmanship can permit me, the small traders that I was talking about, Julia, there are people that buy from the market.
In 1 minute, because it's not another submission. In 1 minute.
No, I'm not making a submission. I'm just doing a rejoinder because she has categorically mentioned me and the issues that I had, put forward before. And I wanted to clarify that, yes, we agree that subsidies are not sustainable and they are not focused for long term. But my issue is, if you look at, you've mentioned about the US, and I don't think at this point we should be probably comparing ourselves with the US, because we are still basing our currency, our fiat currency is the USD. So basically we are basing our currency to the dollar. As we speak, I don't know if Julia knows that our rate, $1 is equivalent to 120 Kenya shillings, as opposed to some few years back, probably in 2017, the dollar was retailing at 101, 102 shillings. So this is an inflation of around 18 shillings per dollar. This inflation component has been adjusted into the fuel component. That's purely economic. It is an inflation adjustment. So when we are speaking about, when you come to the issue of fuel, and I've been limited on my time, so I'll be rushing. When you come to the issue of fuel, we go through an auctioning tendering process in Kenya here, where one or two retailers are given the contract to supply to the other retailers in Kenya. So that means if today Total, I don't know if it has been renamed, there are so many restructuring going on in Kenya. If Total has won that contract to supply Kenya fuel, I mean import from wherever they may be, Saudi Arabia or whichever country it is importing, it's given that mandate. And it goes to the bank, maybe it obtains an LC, letters of credit, whatever mechanism that is obtained, but it is given that mandate to auction the oil at the price given at that moment, and then it brings to Kenya and it supplies to other retailers. Now, the small retailers comes in because they purchase this fuel to other retailers that have already been subsidized. So these retailers, the small retailers, have to make a margin. So you can imagine if I'm coming to purchase fuel from Julia. Yes, just a moment. Let me finish. If I'm coming to purchase fuel from Julia, who is also a market already. He has purchased this fuel from a different. Of course, Julia is a big marketer of fuel. Let's say Shell or Total has purchased it at a subsidized price. For me, I have to add a margin. So imagine we are in a competition with the same retailer, because imagine Total is in Busia, is in Eldoret where I stay, is in Kitale. These small retailers are also in Kitale. They have to make some margins. They are not considered as part of the subsidized marketers of fuel. So the reason why I say the subsidies cut off some of these retailers is because they cannot maintain the competition. They have to make a margin. And how do you make a margin? It's by adding a small price on top of what you've bought this fuel. Remember, this fuel is bought from these marketers that have already been subsidized. So if I'm purchasing from you, I have to make a margin for myself, so that I can also sustain my business. So they were kicked out of the business on that perspective. I think that is clear. I didn't want that confusion to come in. And I also wanted to mention something on.
No, that's it. That is it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another thing you will mention in another round, because you are not here just for a short time. So if we finish the round, we can go the second round. Omolo, is it a question? Kindly.
Yes.
Because,
Yes.
there are people who have been here 1 hour, they have not talked enough.
Sorry. Yes. Actually, what I wanted is a question to counter the one made by Julia. First about comparing Kenya with the US in terms of wastage. I wanted just only to inform Julia that the country that have a lot of wastage in the whole universe is US. When you talk of 500 billion that they buy military weapons and live in Afghanistan, and many wars that they are unnecessary, they are wasting a lot more than. So I think US is a bad example to compare our country, and we should not copy anything from the US in terms of wastage and management of their resources. The only thing that maybe they can beat us is because maybe that power that they have to steal from fuel from Kuwait and take them to their reserves. Actually, it was just only to counter that US can be a bad example to compare with our country when it comes to wastage. And
Thank you.
yes, another one that I wanted to clarify is that one for Stanley. I wanted to tell Stanley that what Julia is saying about fuel subsidy is exactly how it is, not the way you are explaining, because fuel subsidy is given to the importers or the one that are importing the fuel, not the retailers that you are talking. Retailers are not given subsidy. And the way it is sold, I break you down to be very simple. It's like Safaricom credit card when you go to buy. When, for example, a Safaricom want to give a subsidy credit card voucher, even if there's somebody that is selling one, already the price have been put in line with the Safaricom company. So it does not affect anything. When it is subsidized from the importer, it's already trickling down to the very, very lower retailer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's
I
have
guess,
Okoth 1 minute.
may I respond to Omolo? I want to go. Omolo, the wastage I'm talking about is corruption, stealing, misappropriation. I'm not talking about what they buy with their money. So US can be a good example. They are very careful with things of corruption. Sisi, I think I don't need to tell you, Omolo, you understand very clearly what is happening with our government. So I'm not talking about whether they buy jet fighters or they buy. If you talk about that, then you can also say I'm wasting because maybe the things I'm buying now, a Kenyan may not need them. But hapo ndio maisha yao imewapeleka. That's their standard of living. So what we think is wastage to us is what they need to them. But these people, Omolo, as you come out for US, you need to sit here and see how they manage their resources. I teach in a school and I see how they manage their resources. Hata ukipewa penseli na hujatumia unarudisha. Yet they have so much money. And you will not see anybody akipanga virango ati anapelekea watoto wake. You will not see that kind of a habit. Hiyo kacha hawana kabisa. That is the wastage I'm talking about. Asante Wekesa.
Thank you. Okoth 30 seconds also.
Thank you Wekesa. Wekesa, Stanley kuna venye anaongea na anawatajataja sana nyinyi kama moderators, ndio muendelee kumuongezea time. Hiyo ujanja tumeona na ache hiyo ujanja. Pili Wekesa, Yuli aliongelea nini? Subsidy. Hata mimi naweza sema kwamba nilipewa 1500 na sijui ilitoka wapi. Pesa kubwa sana. Juzi hapa mwezi wa 9 ukianza nikapewa 300 ingine. Sijui ilitoka wapi. Saa hizi juzi nimepata barua ingine eti sijui gas na stima ilipanda, kuna 500 inakuja. Na hizi vitu zinakuja kwa sababu tunalipa taxes. Mimi nalipa tax ya kanisa hata kama sijaenda. Hiyo kwa salary yangu tax ya kanisa inakuja kila month. I pay 8 bob ya kanisa. Yeah? So hizi ndio taxes wakusanya hivyo. Ndio hii shida ikitokea tunapewa hizo mnaita subsidy. Pili, William hizi akatupea subsidy na Kenya na hatulipi tax.
Okoth.
Lazima William alete wa Kenya wote
tuanze wana complain tax ya kanisa, sio watu wa UDA wewe. Sisi wacha tu complain.
Hapana. Mimi nimesema tu ukweli juu in Germany, whether you go to church, whether you don't go, we only have 2 denominations. Either you are a Christian or a Muslim. Hapo umeingia kanisa. So every month bank yako na tax ya kanisa. So you either go or you don't go, but you pay. So I think lazima Wakenya walipe tax. Kwanza hao wenye wako abroad, mimi, Julia na hao wengine, hatulipi tax. Uliza Julia atakwambia. Na every month DCI sijui wale wa KRA wanasema we send billions home. William alete sheria. Tutume 5,000 monthly ama 2,000 nyumbani. Kenya inataka pesa. So Wakenya wote walipe tax. Ukiuza kuku yako 150, 10 bob iende kwa serikali. Ndio hizi mastori na subsidies zitoke. William atafanya tulipe tax. And most people in Kenya don't pay tax, including you Wekesa. I'm sure kuna venye unaiepa. Finally Wekesa, ukimaliza hii show, stress this point. Hii mambo na kuchange profile pic kila wakati kwa nini ya State House. Hainibambi. Si yeye wa kwanza kuingia State House bana. Mara pic ya bendera ya Wilbaro, mara William ndio huyo anakuangalia hapo na sura ngumu, mara sijui nini. Bana tumechoka. Picha iwe moja ama picha ya State House irudi venye ilikuwa. Uhuru was there, hatukuona sura ya Uhuru kwa State House. And finally Wekesa, unajua William ako na 3 days kwa presidency. watu wa Azimio tusimmeze sana. Let us give him time. The guy can deliver. The only side yenye tumewaonesha kwa hii presidency yetu ni Gachagua peke yake. Kuna good things to come. And I would like to tell Azimio people, be patient. Mtaenjoy na sisi. Tafadhali, hii Canaan, hii petrol, tutaikula pamoja. And all of you will enjoy. So give us time, we will deliver. That's
Okay,
my
thank
humble
you.
request to those
Thank
who are
you.
planning to march to the judiciary.
Thank you. Let me,
Because I just wanted a small rejoinder. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No, you will have a second round. Well, let's have Walter.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Yeah, endelea. Watu wakifungua itakuwa na echoes.
Yeah, sasa leo nitaongea kidogo. First of all, I would like our moderator, because you are moderator. I think this platform should have a discipline, please, because hapa kwanza mtu anakaa a lot of time na wengine wanaongea kuwe na hiyo line,
No,
si kwa
just
ubaya.
take your time to speak. Wachana na moderation. Because utajua utaomba time ya kumaliza point yako na umewaste kwa kumoderate. You are not supposed to moderate.
You know, I have to talk the truth because it's not the first time. Ni vizuri watu kuwa
Submit
kwa
your
laini.
point first. Submit your point first. That one can be AOB.
Okay, I will not talk. Thank you.
Yeah, so if it's your first time, why do you want to come the first time and you want to start by moderating?
I'm sorry, I'm not moderating. I've been coming here even when Bena is here. I was just giving my opinion because mtu anaongea zaidi, hata kama ni mimi, tupatie watu wengine pia chance. Si mara yangu ya kwanza kuja hapa. I used to be here and I'm sorry if I offend anyone. I'm very sorry. Forgive me. Thank you.
Okay, the rules of moderation here are if you lift up your hand, you will be given chance. You have not lifted up your hand. In that debate that has been going on, if you lifted up your hand, you could have been given chance, even if it's one. Because this is a debate and we want to expand it for quality. It's not just about merry-go-round. From here, next.
You know what? Why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? Ulikuwa na ukaenda, nikaambiwa niongee. Watu wameniruka zaidi ya watu kadhaa. Please, mimi si mtu wa nini, mimi ni mtu wa Azimio, nimekuwa kwa hii channel, but you know when mtu amekaa hapa maybe almost 1 hour ama more than 1 hour na alikuwa ameambiwa aongee, even if it's you, utasikia vizuri? Please, I'm not complaining. I'm just trying. That's my opinion na venye nimeona. Na mimi si mgeni hapa. So please.
I understand. And we are not new in this moderation. That's why I'm saying even you, I will give you as much time as...
If I offend you, I'm sorry. You have to forgive me, please. Just forgive me. Thank you.
Yes. So may you give your submission now? Because the challenge we have is everybody is moderating. Hata ukienda kwa comment section, everybody is moderating. And you have to learn that we are patient with people. Not that we like, sometimes we may not even like what you are saying, but we give you time to talk. And when you see someone has lifted up hands, ukiona we have ignored someone, it's maybe amefanya several times. But if you have a genuine point that the debate is going on, we always allow people to make their point, because the idea here is to expand the conversation, not just to have everybody speaking. And I think we have been fair enough to everybody who has been here. So I'm sorry if we delayed you so much, because I had to call and then come back. Mora, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
We are good.
Hi Stanley. Hi Kim. Thanks Stanley for the detailed submission about subsidies. I've been listening to it, and we come here to learn and to educate each other. And yeah, maybe Walter stayed on the show for too long. Maybe Stanley and maybe Okoth, maybe they took too long. But I believe there's a way we can resolve this. We can't just be angry because I'm taking too much time. Just say it in a nice way, you know. That's all I can say about that. Yeah. So I haven't been here in a minute. I was very disappointed with the election results, how things went. So I've been recuperating, just like Baba, and we don't have to. I mean, like we have accepted the results, but it's hard to move on. It's hard to forget what happened until we see what this new government is bringing aboard. I mean, if they do things the right way, they govern the country the best way, they honor their campaign promises, then our healing process will continue. Then we will continue accepting and eventually move on if we have to. But they started off like on a super speed note. Subsidies are actually government incentives to offset market failures. My major is economics. So when Uhuru's government put in the subsidies, there was a reason why they did it. So the UDA government should have like stepped in, studied the situation, look how the market is going before they lifted the subsidies, because there's an uproar in Kenya because people are very, 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 very upset. I'm sure even people that voted for Ruto and his Gachagua are not very happy with how they've started off. They've started off on a wrong footing. The Kenyan market is still under inflation, a really bad inflation. Like if I'm sending dollars right now, I'm actually gaining a lot because we used to send dollars to Kenya and the dollar was like 100 shillings to a dollar. Right now it's 120 to a dollar. You know how that affects the mama mboga, my grandma, who has to buy sugar, who has to buy cooking oil. That is how you measure the inflation in a country. Can people afford the basic commodities, basic things that they need to use every day? So this was a wrong move. They should have just waited maybe a week or 2 weeks and see how the market is going, and then they could lift things. They could lift the subsidies if they think they had a way of keeping the fuel prices as they were, or bringing them down like they promised during their campaigns. Like the fuel subsidies, they actually could have been the last thing that Ruto could have touched. And he said like the price of fertilizer is gonna go down to I think 3,500 Kenyan shillings, if I'm not wrong. But that is a long-term plan. Mama atanunua iyo fertilizer, apande iyo mahindi. It takes about 6 months for them to harvest the mahindi so they can be self-sufficient, so they can sell that, the unga can be sold at affordable prices. So maybe what he could have done was to find a way of lowering the price of unga first and foremost. But otherwise, it is what it is. He has done what he has done. We can. They're in government right now. We can't say it's a good thing, but he has done it. And then Raila is back on the scene. I'm so happy that he had to take days off to go and recuperate. he has a right to voice his disappointment with the elections. There's freedom of speech in Kenya. As long as he's not breaking any law, he has a right to say what he feels he wants to say. Because I had one of the things he said, like 1 million Kenyans can march into the Supreme Court and try to seek for answers and see why the Supreme Court ruled the way it did. He has a right to do that, unless if it's done legally. No, you're not breaking the law. People are just protesting without violence. Then he has a right to say whatever he wants to do. Someone here on the show was saying like, oh, Raila shouldn't be saying that right now. No, Raila has a right to say what he wants to say, as long as he's not breaking the law. There's freedom of speech. And then my advice to Raila is, please do not be coaxed into any agreement with the UDA government, because during the inauguration, I believe I didn't listen to the whole speech. I was very disappointed, so I didn't listen to the whole speech. But what I heard, one of the things that I heard Ruto say was that he would want some reconciliation. He'll want the opposition. Now he's calling Raila the opposition. He is trying to get the opposition to get into like a dialogue with them, because he wants to be corrected. No, he's Superman. Why would he want Raila to correct him? He is Superman. Let him run the government. We are watching. Let him run the government. We are watching. And then I don't know what else is okay. Then Kigame, I saw that tweet that he put out, like there's too much religion in this current, I mean Christianity to say so, in this government, in this current government. I think I tend to agree with him to some degree. Kenya is a secular country. We have more than Christians. We have Hindus, we have Muslims, we have people that are atheists, people who don't subscribe to any religion. We have all sorts of people, and the constitution mandates that everybody's stand when it comes to religion is respected. But when he is, like when he was in Karen, he had a church, he built a church. That's a government house. What if the next person that is coming is a Muslim? Maybe his deputy could have been a Muslim. I mean, he could have been offended by a church being built in the property of the government. He just needs to respect other people's religions. If they want to pray, just like Rhoda said, Mama Rachel can pray. But I think they need to, the Mama Rachel need to pray for her husband more, so he can change his ways, so he can be a good person. He can stop stealing. He can stop manipulating people. Mama Rachel has a responsibility to pray for her children and her family and the government, but they should not be overdoing it. I'm sure they're gonna like put tents out there in the State House, like to have like church services there. That's a no-no. They should not be doing that. That will be dividing the country on religious grounds. Thank you, guys. I'll hang around and listen to some more submissions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your insights. Before I bring in Kim, let me play one video here.
Imepanda bei, si ni namna hiyo? Sasa badala ya watu kushughulikia mafuta, wanaanza mambo ya fitina, ati wananipangia. Sasa mnanipangia nini? Pangieni mafuta kwanza iteremke chini.
And God bless Kenya. On a light note, first and foremost, I want to bring you greetings of goodwill from my boss, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto. He has sent me with a specific message to our governors and their deputies that he is serious about devolution. And he has told me that the remarks he made in his inaugural speech were true and genuine. And just like he has started with the judiciary, more things are coming to support devolution. I want to assure you that things are going to be different for you. IBEC will be a serious forum. You know it wasn't serious because there was lack of political goodwill. Relevant cabinet secretaries did not come to those meetings. All the things that agreed on were not implemented because the chair was William Ruto. That nonsensical politics have come to an end. All the IBEC forums, all the relevant cabinet secretaries will be present, and they will implement instantly what has been agreed upon. As an elected leader, I want to assure you, the kind of disrespect that was displayed to elected leaders in the last 5 years, including elected governors by national government officials, is a thing of the past. These national government officials, we have told them, and will drum it to their ears, that getting elected is not an easy thing. It's a very serious business. Being elected by 100,000 people who slept in different homes and came one morning without any meeting, without any consultation, and deciding you are the governor of your county is not a mean achievement. And I want to assure you, once the top leadership has addressed the issue of attitude towards elected governors, that respect will trickle down to the bottom. And you shall see. I'll tell these county commissioners, I'll tell the police commanders that an elected governor is the people's choice. And the people that you are coming to govern have made a decision as to who will govern them. And we'll tell these officials, if you cannot work with an elected governor, the choices are very narrow. A governor cannot go on transfer. He has just to stay there. So it's you to align yourself with elected leaders. And I must say, the kind of disrespect we have seen towards elected leaders, all the way from the deputy president to the governors, to the MPs, to the senators, to the women reps, by government functionaries, has come to an end. I will be shortly, once we form government and we have a minister for interior and a PS, I will be convening regional meetings with the regional commissioner, the county commissioners, and the governors, so that we align them properly on the new way of doing things in this country. The sovereignty of this country is expressed by the people through their elected representatives. And that is why we must align all our government officials to that reality, so that we are able to work properly. And therefore, that is something that will happen. The president has told me to inform you that the coordination summit will be convened regularly as per the law. We'll do it twice a year, and if need be, we can do it as many times. And he has given a commitment that the first summit will be convened before the end of the year. He has further asked me to inform you that that summit will not be a monologue. It will be a serious consultative forum between the president, his deputy, and elected governors, so that we can move Kenya forward. The era of summoning meetings and lecturing elected leaders like children must come to an end. We must allow elected leaders to speak because they speak for the people, and the people are supreme. So those forums, and I have no doubt in my mind, will unlock most of the issues that you have. the issue of delayed disbursements will be addressed. The issue of transferring the remaining functions, followed by resources, will be addressed shortly. We must give true meaning to devolution, because that is what the Constitution says. And indeed, when we have gone round, the people of Kenya are truly happy about devolution. Therefore, I want to invite all of you, please disregard the various political formations that we had. This coalition versus this one. That is water under the bridge. We are all now elected to serve the people of Kenya. Let us work together. Let us work together, and my office is open. And I'll be very proactive in intervening in all situations where you need intervention from the national government officials to make sure that you are able to deliver your mandate to the people who elected you. My office will be available. I will be available personally. And for the few who know me, I'm an easy guy. I'm not complicated. I'm not complicated. I have no hang-ups about these positions. This is all nonsense. This is nothing. What is important is to serve the people and to be available to your fellow elected leaders, irrespective of your position. So please, my office is open. Let's engage. Let's move on. And in our new government, we have no boundary of who supported Kenya Kwanza, who supported Azimio. That is water under the bridge. Ourselves, we are magnanimous in victory, and we want to move this country forward. And this is our country, irrespective of who won and who didn't. That is now a matter that belongs to the past. Let us all work together for the betterment of our country. And we have just started the journey of economic transformation to change the lives of the people of Kenya, to improve the quality of life for the people of Kenya, to create an enabling environment for Kenyans to do business. Our policy is less and less government in people's lives and more services to the people of Kenya. Finally, I want to assure you, we are aware of the harassment and intimidation governors have undergone through by state agencies. The level of extortion by detectives pretending to be fighting graft, whereas they were just extorting money from governors and officials, is a thing of the past. We have told DCI to go back to Kiambu Road and wait for crimes to be reported there. They have no business in government offices, hovering all over and creating a toxic environment for service delivery. We cannot have detectives in government offices because they poison the atmosphere and the environment for civil servants to deliver. So we are going to tell our security officers that they cannot send a junior police officer to go and harass and interrogate an elected governor. If there is an issue that needs to be addressed, as it should be, we are not saying we don't fight graft, but let us be decent people. Let us have respect for elected leaders. Let the head of that particular organization write a letter to the governor himself and not delegate to some junior officers to address a sitting governor, because that is not right. And those are the things that we are going to do to restore the dignity of our leaders, to enable them perform. Because when you embarrass an elected leader in front of his juniors and you go away, how do you expect him to perform the following day? That is what we must do. And I've told them, I was a civil servant for many years. Those days when things were working properly, a gazetted officer could only be interrogated by a gazetted officer. There is no way you can send a corporal or a constable to interrogate a sitting governor. If you want, you must look at the level, the various levels in the security sectors. We engage at that level so that there is dignity and decorum. And that is what is most important. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you that as chair of IBEC, You will enjoy working with me. Yeah, you'll enjoy.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. Huh? First, he begins by saying that for him, positions are nothing, and he doesn't mind. He's just a simple guy. You can walk in his office. Then he's ending up by making governors look like paramount chiefs, where they cannot be questioned even if they have misappropriated Kenyans' money. So that shows that he's not even serious with what he's saying. Because the position he began with is not the position he finished with. I also have a problem when you want, okay, I think Gashagua's life revolves around chiefs, police, DCI. That is the line he normally talks. I haven't seen him delve. I think devolution more is, it has to do with economics and development of our region. But when you look at his speech, it boils down to the positions of the governors, and then how they are being harassed by the DCI. I don't know. He has not evolved from the life of being a DO. He needs some a little bit adjustment on and orientation on his position as the the deputy president of Kenya. I don't know what you think. I'm just trying to provoke you to make your comments. So welcome Kenya all, welcome Duke, welcome Kim, welcome Olara Liberation. So we are beginning with Kim because he was here for a long period. I think you can make your submission.
Okay, thank you so much, Wakesa. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I am happy to be part of these panelists. Can you hear me well? Yeah. I want to go directly to today's topics, like Raila backfiring. I thank God for my leader finally has come back to our country and has spoke. And I am happy to hear him. He is good. He's doing good and doing well. According to Ms. Mora, she has mentioned something about Baba's remarks, saying, yeah, according to our constitution, we have right and the freedom freedom of expression and the freedom of speech. So there was nothing wrong with the Baba's remarks. No, hakuna ya kuargue hapo. Let me go to Kigame tweet. The guy is very right. You know, our country is not a theocracy state, but is a secular state where it's able to accommodate everyone, regardless of the denomination. So, according to our constitution, Kenya should accommodate everyone to feel is a Kenyan, not being kama vile hiyo mambo inasema pale ya theocracy is like is a leader of the Christians alone. No, we cannot allow that. So Kagame wanted to put that thing clearly. He's not against Mrs. Ruto to pray or to prophesy or to invite everybody in status, but what he wanted to pass that message. Kenya is not a theocracy state, and that is true. Kenya is a secular state. Let me go to Gachagua statement. I don't want to repeat what Wakesa has said. Yeah, I think this man is still has that mentality of DO. Haijamtoka kwa akili bado. Hata zile vitu anaongea, that is the level of DO. He has not yet understood the role of deputy president's office. So he needs to be directed before he meant any speech or speak anything. I would like to, if it is possible, someone write a speech to him before he address our country or address Kenyans, because what he's talking actually is contradicting himself. He has said, has begun by saying the position is meaning nothing to him. Again, yeah, kind of contradicting himself. Mambo na kupanda kwa bei ya mafuta na stima. I think Mr. Ruto alianza uongozi wake in a wrong way. From the day he took hold at Kasarani, instead of fulfilling his promises to Kenyans, he began by appointing the 6 judges who are rejected by Uhuru Kenyatta, and declared they will take hold the following day. That will not help us. Our country, nobody is willing to take any case to them. Kenya, our problem and our challenge, our needs is the standard of living. We need to have better living. We need to have food. We need to enjoy our country. So he promised Kenyans to unga itakuwa na bei mzuri, everybody will be able to buy, to have a 2 package of kg of unga and so on, mafuta nini, but hivyo alianza kwa like he wanted to irritate the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, proving him that he did nothing. Even according to the speech of Gachagua, his deputy, he began by accusing President Uhuru Kenyatta, or rather wanted to prove he did nothing for those 10 years, because he said, we want to take this country back where late Mwai Kibaki left it. So kind of those things. Yeah, is a confusion government, but yeah, we shall move on, and we are watching, and we are still waiting to fulfill all those promises he meant. And yeah, again, about there is something else I wanted to contribute. That is Waiguru versus Ole Lenku. I did listen it well, but next round I will come back to react on it. Thank you.
Sawa. Okay, Leigh Smith nasema why I let Walter to go. Personally, I don't even have a personal relationship with the panelists. I only told him you wanted time, so I've given you, don't waste time on moderating. Yeah, mwenye akasema ataongea. I don't know even who is who in this panel. I'm not here every day. So kindly, nobody chased away Walter. He just got pissed off and he went. I would have given him enough time the same way I gave others time. I only have a problem with the people who are used to different moderators. There's a way Duke does things. There's a way my friend Njiru does things. So allow different moderators to do different things, and you realize you will appreciate the diversity. If you come here even in the morning show, inakuanga ni kama wanasemango wenyewe wanasema ni elders gossip. They sit down and talk different things. So allow different moderators to run show different ways. If you have a liking for Wekesa, come at his time. If you have a liking for Julie, come at his time. If you have a liking for Jill, that's why we have a diversity. That's why we have different channels. You can switch on and switch off. So don't try to remodel Wekesa to be Bernard. Eric cannot be Bernard. Eric cannot be member. Eric cannot be. So just allow different moderators to do different things. So I want to bring in Liberation, and I'm asking my brother Njiru, you will help me to moderate. I will be exiting in the next 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, 1 minute, Wekesa. I will help, but I think I will be available to attend the 1 hour.
Yeah, we also have Duke. Duke
Okay,
is also a moderator.
Okay.
So you can do your part, and then you also allow him to moderate. Okay, just proceed to operation.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk about the inflation rates in Kenya. Miss Mora and someone else, Stanley, talked about inflation. They talked about it like it's a very easy topic, due to its heaviness, we have to find a way to get out of this inflation. The problem of inflation, huwezi kusema you can tackle it with subsidies. Subsidies are meant to cushion, but they are not meant to tackle inflation. The only way you can tackle inflation, I think, is through productivity. We need to increase the productivity levels in Kenya. It will definitely help with the inflation rates, because we are certainly heading to a recession. We've never experienced that as a Kenyan people. So the topic should be, we should watu waelewe what inflation is and how we can tackle it. We have to come together to tackle inflation. It can be government. Thank you so much.
Sawa, short and clear. Let's have nani alikuja mbele ya nani? I think it's now Njiru. Njiru, you can make your submission, then from there you can moderate. The next person will be Duke, then Stanley had made his submission. So we will have Maggie and Joe before we come back to Stanley now. Oh yeah, Olara, where is Olara on this? Yes, Olara needs to make his submission. Nilikuwa nimemruka, alafu Njiru anachukua from there. Olara, unanisikia? You're on mute.
Did I go on?
Yeah, you go on, then from there, Njiru takes over.
Asante sana. Terezimet TV. Asante sana bwana Wekesa na Duke na wenzetu wote hapa. From my observation, the way this administration is going to work was declared in front of Uhuru. And it was just anything against the Uhuru, anything against Uhuru, anything against Uhuru. It's just retaliatory. All the moves are all retaliatory up to now. Because now, if you look at it correctly, the subsidy was Uhuru's main core ya cushion Kenyans against other stuff. Lakini, because now you want to substitute who was benefiting from that subsidy, he suspended it to frustrate them more. But for your information, the benefactors of the subsidies will still remain exchange, but the effect to the wananchi will be minimal. Will be very minimal, in fact. I want to mark that. The second thing is internal security, which is now Gachagua's most of his policies about suffering of the leaders. You know why they went fast to judiciary? Is to quell them down so that when now we have an authoritative county commissioner, regional commissioner, including DCs and DOs, then a governor will have to talk. A governor is not going to rule, he's just going to talk. Because those boys will not allow him to talk, will not allow him to work. He'll just be given a directive. Okay, what will make the governors succumb to that? They'll be cushioned against being asked for corruption that they do. By that one, they are coercing them to do some wrongs, but they have to talk. This is how I look at it. Somebody can correct me. Now, the biggest factor which I found to be very intriguing, the deputy president is claiming to be a co-president if you look at the policy statements he makes. This one is almost playing the same book that the red ties came in from the first Jubilee. They're playing the same card now. And if Ruto is comfortable, if he leaves Gachagua to run the governors, to run the county commissioners, to run that, and then they defer, he'll be in shock because he cannot sacrifice Gachagua, and Gachagua will have put in place, because he knows how to operate in that vindictive manner, because he's a good student of Moi, and he knows how this thing works. Not unless Ruto chose him because he knows he can do that in a Moi's way. Sasa tungoje tuone kama KANU itaendelea na wengine 50 na nisiwachokeshe. Hiyo nilikuwa tu kitu yangu nimenotice leo. Kuhusu mambo ya hii petroli. Petroli is a worst politics is being played in Kenya, because this is where the money for campaigns come from. This is where a lot of this stuff coming from. This is why leaders can make tents, or take helicopters everywhere over the country, hovering over the country, because they are being financed with a corrupt deal. If by reverting the subsidies, Ruto is genuine, he knew what the problem is, I think he could solve almost 20% of the problem of Kenyans and elevating it. I pray for him that he's doing that for that. If he's actually wanted to come there, then he'll implement a better policy, or he will utilize the subsidies better, because according to Moses Kuria, subsidies were being only utilized by 7 companies, including multinationals, and we know who owns them. This is their claim. And if they're coming clean, they should come clean to save Kenyans, so that the price of goods and transportation will go down. Kama hiyo is true, I'll hold him. Duku, I think Duku can explain better for that. Asanteni sana, poleni kwa kuwashughulisha kwa ujua.
Yeah, thank you. Now, before I bring in Njiru to take over, let me just play a short clip, and then he can proceed from there.
Of our ports look like corruption. It is swimming like corruption. It is shouting like corruption. And it is certainly corruption.
The Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya is an accomplice to this fraudulent transaction, because he has sanctioned the transaction. In comparable democratic jurisdictions.
Ati bandari imeenda, sivyo? Alafu anasema bandari imerudi. Huyo si ni mrongo.
Wale ambao walitotoa bandari hapa wakapeleka Naivasha wanajulikana.
With Ruto's announcement of the cease of key activities at the port,
we set out on a 100-kilometer journey to sample opinions from the region that is said to be mostly affected.
If these factories are not built and the port goes back to Mombasa, then we shall lose a lot. In the area here in my Mahiu town, very many people have taken loans from banks and they have built apartments where these people will be staying. So they will not be able to furnish those loans.
Kama ile mzigo inaletwa na meli pale Mombasa, inaweza achiwa watu wa Mai Mahiu. Juna hii pia mradi umefadhiliwa na pesa mingi. Waachiwe pasenti fulani, nao wenye wako Mombasa pia waachiwe na pasenti yao. Mimi naona hapo maisha itakuwa afadhali.
Whereas the port will not be shut down completely, but its activities limited, the residents are upbeat about the ramifications of President Ruto's decision that they say will have an impact on the region's economic growth.
Alisema serikali yake itakuwa ya mahasla. Na sisi kama hasla tulitokea, kama unaelewa, hii ni ngome ya Ruto. Kumaanisha tulitokea asubuhi tumpigie kura ndio akuwe rais wetu wa mahasla.
Properties before SGR ama dry port iletwe hapa ilikuwa chini sana. Hakuna watu walikuwa wananunua. Wakati ilikuja saa hii approach a 50 by 100 imeenda mpaka $1 million shillings kutoka kwa 50,000.
A visit at the inland container depot in Naivasha was met by resistance, with the management arguing that no communication had yet been delivered to them on the said move.
Sababu tulikuwa tumeanza biashara za maduka, biashara za mahoteli ambazo sisi ndio tunategemea hapa Mai Mahiu, na ilikuwa tuna matumaini ya kwamba sisi tutaweza, area yetu itaweza kuinuka.
Following the construction of the port and its superization, a number of businesses have grown, and such a move, according to some, will be detrimental to their businesses.
Yale sisi nasema leo, Nakuru kuchagua kwa kura nyingi zaidi kutoka MP, MCA, wote walichagua UDA. Na kwa hivyo tunakuomba kwa heri yako, hiyo dry port ikae hapo iko.
Watu wengi kama sisi tulikuwa tumechukua maloni. In fact, kama hapa sisi tulikuwa tumewekeza milioni 200 hapa Lakewood. Tulikuwa tunategemea wageni ambao wanakuja kutoka port, wale ambao wanaleta hapo kutoka port, na hao ndio walikuwa customers zetu, hawa China, hawa Turkish, because these are 3-star. Na ni pigo kubwa sana kusikia ati port inaweza tolewa Mai Mahiu, ambapo sisi tumewekeza na wengi wetu tumefadhiliwa na mabenki.
As part of his legacy, former President Uhuru Kenyatta launched the Naivasha dry port with a standard gauge railway expected to complement it. The transfer of clearance functions to Naivasha was a cultivated move to ensure traders utilize the railway line, which in turn would guarantee the government pays off its 450 billion loan for financing the project. President Kenyatta in 2019 promising that the move will ease movement of goods to other parts of the country. The move elicited mixed reaction not only from the political class, residents of Mombasa town who decried loss of jobs, but also traders who lamented over the extra cost of transportation to Naivasha, which eventually extended to consumers.
Eleza wazi ya kwa hata kama ni kulipa deni lile la SGR, kuna njia mubadala ambao kwamba unaweza kutumika, sio lazima kuumiza uchumi wa eneo moja peke yake.
Alitupa moyo sana, na hata madereva wale ambao nimewasimamisha kazi wamenipigia simu jana, akaniambia namna gani bosi, nasikia rais, nikamwambia tuombe Mungu.
The move by the president has however been welcomed by Kenya Transporters Association, who in a statement argued that to operationalize this directive, Kenya Ports Authority needs to vacate and reverse the illegal and unconstitutional order that they gave to the shipping lines in 2018, directing the shipping lines not to allow importers to nominate where they want their consignments cleared.
Kwa heshima, hiyo directive iweze kupeanwa kwa maandishi kwa hii port management yetu ya Mombasa, ndio pia na wao waweze kuondoa ile maagizo walikuwa wamepatia shipping lines ya kwamba wafanyabiashara wasifanye ile tunaita nomination ya mizigo.
Martin Opio, K24 TV.
Sawa Njiru, take over. Me, I have to exit. Tomorrow is a working day. I think I've done my part.
Okay, thank you Bwana Wekesa. Asante. Thank you for being available. So I think nimekuja hii wakati umetuchezea video mingi sana. I'm one of those people who are not watching TV these days because I think the Kenyan TV at the moment is depressing. Personally, after 15, I no longer watch the TV. Let me be frank here. So mimi nakuja hapa mutembei, at least mnanichezea hizo ma screenshot kidogo. At least naji-update, then I am now able to comment. First of all, let me say that Kenya is in a, okay, let me call it, we are in a...
Dilemma.
Not dilemma. It's not a dilemma. It's not dilemma. Kenya is in a state of, I can call it a state of waiting for a disaster to happen. That's what I will call. Like we are in a holding point. We are in a holding point whereby, okay, let me begin with the Gachagua. The deputy president. Frankly speaking, Gachagua should thank God that he is the deputy president of Kenya. He should thank God because I do not think on any merit if any serious candidate of Kenya could have gone for him. So I think what he is supposed to do is now, he has no experience of handling such a big political office. And I think for me, what he should be doing is he should be trying to moderate a language which befits that office. Because you know, at times, tough talking doesn't mean much. So I see, you know, when I'm listening to the speech, I look at what was not said. I never like looking at what was said or what, because like if you listen to Gachagua's speech, whatever he was speaking is not what he wanted to speak. In other words, what the deputy president is trying to portray from his speech, there is no commitment for fighting corruption. So now from that speech, you can isolate that. Because number one, he has confirmed that all elected people are going to be demigods. They cannot be touched, they cannot be spoken to anyone. So now, we have people who are supposed to work. So we have DCI and we have other regulatory bodies, even Anti-Corruption Commission. Already we have said these people should not be touched or they should not be asked. So what do we mean? Ile kitu tunamaanisha ni ya kwamba the death of organizations which fight for Kenyans has arrived officially. Because let me tell you, there is no way in which you will be able to investigate somebody who has been made a demigod. Now, he is now saying a governor should not be followed by authorities. A governor should be investigated by maybe the chairman of Anti-Corruption Commission, or he should be investigated by another senior person. These senior people have other mandates. A senior person has no time to start scrutinizing paper. They are busy on the policy and other things. But we have junior staff who are mandated to do the rolling of the sheet. So already, this is an indication that these people have been crippled. There is no information on corruption which will ever be gotten in Kenya again. It's that simple. You'll be hearing the governor of Siaya in an example. You'll be hearing the governor of Siaya has stolen 200 million. the governor of Embu has stolen 200 million, then you try to follow, it will be an activity in futility. You can't get it. Then Mr. Gachagua has also confirmed that in Kenya there was a time when the things used to work. I have listened from his speech. I want him to confirm to me when in Kenya things used to work. Because I think as far as from Moi regime, scandals have been cumulative. So I'm not aware of that when things used to work in Kenya. We have been fighting on democracy. We have been trying to see how things can be better. People have been stealing our money from time immemorial. So things have never worked. That's why in this election, we hoped that maybe we could get a different government so that things work. But things have never worked in Kenya. So I want to correct the deputy president that there is no any single time when our issues have ever worked. We are still in a quagmire. We don't know what to do. So the other thing which I wanted to comment about is this thing of port. Now, there is a problem with Kenya. I think Kenyans, we want to narrow our mind. I don't know if it is the government which wants to make us to narrow our mind or who. Because in the 21st century, I do not see why a project should become an issue. And whether a project is a straight-edge project or a dead-end project, it should not be an issue in 21st century. Because this idea whereby we are now trying to make two jurisdictions to start fighting on a project, to me, I do not see it making sense. Mombasa and Naivasha here. Why can't they have split projects if it is becoming too much complicated? We can have a split project whereby there are activities. This is my own thinking. There are activities which might be happening in Mombasa. There are also some activities happening in Naivasha because of the link with the SGR. That is my thinking. But now in Kenya, we are now introducing, I think we are now introducing the American politics here, whereby if a Republican comes, he stops everything which the Democrats were doing. When a Democrat comes, he wants to stop everything which the Republicans were doing. So I think that is now what we are doing now, whereby when you get elected, you start stopping what your predecessor was doing, whether it was good or without much consultation. So me, what I would like to advise this government is that they should look at these things consultatively, because when you even start seeing your supporters complaining on third day, these are not Azimio people. You hear people on the third day and your supporters are complaining. What will happen to your supporters after 1,600 days? Because a presidential term has over 1,500 days, 365 times 5. So the president has to wake up and know that he needs to serve all Kenyans. He has to see how he is going to serve Mombasa people without defranchising Naivasha people. He has to see how to serve Naivasha people without defranchising Mombasa people. So Kenya is growing, and we have to see how projects have to become holistic. This idea of showing that the projects, I still am not understanding their concept, but I think they have started on the wrong foot. I hope they can succeed, because now, even us who are not involved in these things, they might even make us to suffer for no good reason. I'm very happy Baba is here. I wish Baba is the president of this country. You people, you could be loving it. I think Kenya was just denied an opportunity for progress. I hope life will be good in the future. Thank you. We can have Joe Nezongea.
Thank you very much. I hope you're all well. I've been out of this forum as a panelist, but I've been following the comments, and I've always been commenting. It's not out of fear, like a Kenyan, all the whatever is saying. I've just been following everything, and the only thing that I've not been doing is watching news because I don't think there's anything worthwhile watching. I'd like to comment on maybe one or two things, no, two or three things. First, I totally agree that what the Deputy President, Gachagua, spoke on arrest of governors is totally out of order according to the Kenyan Constitution and law. In the Police Act, we have ways of how a police should arrest somebody who they suspect or they know have committed an offense or crime. There are two ways, with or without a warrant. And in both cases, they say a police officer. They do not mention the rank of a police officer. Because the rank of a police, the police who are highly ranked are in the offices doing the administration work and policies. They are not outside there. So you can't expect that when a police officer, junior police officer, sees a crime being committed by maybe an MP, they should close their eyes or run to the police headquarters to report the same. It's not attainable. The act says a police officer, how a police officer affects arrest. In the penal code and the CPC, that is the criminal procedure code, it does not give a rank. That certain rank should do this. I know any police officer can arrest anybody apart from the president, according to the Constitution. It's only after the arrest is when maybe some ranking can come in. Like when you're recording a statement, but arresting a police can use any necessary force if you resist arrest, and it does not specify any rank. Gachagua, having been a DO, should be able to tell us where in the Constitution it states that a junior police officer cannot arrest a gazetted officer. He should have told us which part of the Constitution says that. And having been a DO, he should know that better than anybody else. So I think this guy is still, actually, he's in the skies. He's just dreaming. The reality will hit him very soon. On the other issue of the port being moved to Mombasa, I think this is one of the actions that Ruto is taking, maybe to humiliate the president and his family. We are aware and we know it's in public domain that the Kenyatta family has a large tract of land in Naivasha, which they wanted to develop and take advantage of the dry port. And I think that is what he's reversing. Because such a magnitude investment, you cannot just decide on a day or two and reverse it. The billions have been used. The government has borrowed billions to develop that project. People around Naivasha and Nakuru, in fact, have also taken loans, huge loans, and they've developed that area, anticipating for business. All this will go to a loss, very, very big loss. And I think this is not good for Kenyans, whether you voted for Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. It won't augur well. The other issue is the political trajectory that the new government is taking. I think this is a trial to Kenyans to see what Kenyans can do. Because I know these people are heavily going to steal from us. And they have set up everything. Like you see, they've sworn in the magistrates that were not sworn in because of some negative issues. So it's even like bribing the judiciary for what they did by throwing out the petition of Azimio. So Kenyans, I'm telling you, let's tighten our belts. Because Waswahili wanasema siku njema huonekana mapema. what Kenyans are seeing. Today I was out, I was talking to border guys, and they're very much dismayed because now they are buying fuel at a very high price. And they're saying the passengers they carry, most of them have decided to walk. So they're worse off than before. They're really worse off. So it's not good for Kenyans, all Kenyans in the political divide. When we suffer, we're going to suffer, all of us. And I can see it's coming. It's coming. The other issue I'd like to mention is building a church in a government building, like State House and all these things. I don't think it's right. Because as somebody said here earlier before, State House will be occupied by, at one time by maybe a Muslim. And when they change that church into a mosque, actually it will divide the country along religious lines. So this is not good. If they want to build a church, they can buy land and build a church elsewhere. It still will be under their name that so and so will build this church. But they should not interfere with the State House, like building religious buildings inside the State House. I don't think it's correct. From State House, you can go and pray anywhere else where you want, be it the Holy Family or All Saints Cathedral, and you'll be recognized. You don't have to build a church in State House so that the Kenyans will recognize you as a Christian. I don't think it's in order. I think that's what I'll contribute for now. Maybe I'll contribute later. Thank you.
I don't have the information that somebody is constructing a church in State House. Where is that information from?
Well, they built one in the Deputy President's compound, so this is going to be again their residence. So that will come also.
Are you sure
and
about that?
You know very well that the Deputy President's residential was also a government. It's more or less like a State House.
Yes,
The moderator is out. I think we can moderate ourselves. Maybe Olara, you can speak.
No, I'm just asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question.
Go ahead.
In as much as you spoke about Naivasha and the consequences that they got, okay, an SGR policy to end up in Naivasha, did they actually think of Mombasa as a portal city, which depends on port in fact, because this is a natural resource for them? Why did they actually move the operation of the port to somewhere in the somebody's land to develop that area, neglecting the people of Mombasa and including people of Taita, including people from Mtito Andei, including people of those all roads were being supplied economically by that port naturally being there. By reverting it, you're actually taking it to Rwanda, taking it to the benefits from Naivasha. Will actually go to Rwanda, go to other areas which they already have their natural resources, they have better lands, they have that. So, Joe, when you speak like that, the policy to Naivasha was a biased policy. It was not a national policy. It was nationalistic. Nationalistic, you make Mombasa to be like a Dubai, make it more port, make it bigger, make it bigger. Don't subvert it to your own land, then you claim that to be a natural. By doing so, you're just maybe inviting benefit to your own people or to your own self, but you're not actually benefiting all Kenyans, because naturally ports should be where the sea is, not where the land is. Asante sana.
Moderator, if you may allow me to react to that, because it's directed at me. I have not said I supported the first investment of removing the port and some services from Mombasa to Naivasha. I have not said I supported that. What I'm saying is the action being taken now is it's not good for the country, and having put a lot of investment in that project. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I support, but I still believe Mombasa and Lamu, because Lamu, there's a port also coming up in port. And there's a government policy of turning these places into a Dubai. So I don't think I don't think by reversing the dry port, I mean, canceling the dry port will help so much, I mean, nationally, than other than leaving it in Naivasha and let it progress. Because if you start reversing so many things that have happened and they were wrong, then I don't think we are getting anywhere. Because there are so many things that the past governments have done that were not right.
Joe,
but if you start reversing them now, I
Joe,
think we are going nowhere.
Okay, Joe, let me ask you my question. My question is, can Mombasa be there and Naivasha be there? Can the two be there?
Very much. Very much. I truly believe so. Because, I mean, capitals have been removed, like Nigeria removed their capital from Kano to Abuja, and things are working. The two can operate together. After all, Mombasa, what they're doing is just clearing. And then the transporters were transporting this cargo. And they can still transport this cargo. Most of the cargo that are going to Uganda and Rwanda are carried by Kenyan trucks. They can still converge at Naivasha and transport these things to their destination. The only part that they are not now doing is Mombasa to Naivasha, because the SGR is doing that. But they still have work to do.
Okay, Joe, I understand. I want to bring Stanley also to answer. Maybe he has a question. My question is, do we have enough freight to share between Mombasa and the Naivasha? That is the question. Which can keep these ports to run concurrently? Do we have enough freight? That's an issue. Stanley, go ahead.
I think, Jeru, as I will make my submissions later, I want to support Joe on the issue of the Naivasha dry port. First, because this was an informed decision, as much as it had a personal interest, because what was happening is that there were delays, especially to goods that were using the Mombasa port, that were meant for other countries, because we have, and this was raised even during the East African parliamentary sessions. I believe you are aware that we have such kind of sessions, that there were some delays, and Mombasa port sits centrally to the East African bloc, as much as there's some, of course, clearing happening in TZ, but it's not as much as you compare it with the Mombasa. So to the best of my understanding was there were some delays, and these concerns were raised specifically from countries that were enjoying benefits through the ports, especially Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, and the western part of, I think, DRC. So the moving of that port was to ease clearing of goods, and specifically, and I'm reliably informed that that port, the dry port, was specifically for goods that are meant for other countries. For internally clearing, the goods that are meant for internal consumption, they were to be cleared at Mombasa. So I think on my part, we can have a win-win situation, such that as much as we move that port, we don't move the whole businesses that were benefiting the coastal region to Naivasha. That is my best, because again, in like Joe has said, we have a lot of investments that have done based on that decision that was made. And I believe that the decision to resign the previous regime decision by the current president was based on the promise that he has made, and probably it was not a thought of decision, because the Naivasha port was not to take over the business for the coastal clearing, for the Mombasa port completely. It was meant to ease up the bulk up, because if you are to import goods, especially from South Sudan, where I've been privileged to be, it will take you several months for it to be cleared at the port of Mombasa. So what does this mean? There were some issues that were being raised that this business then will move to the TZ side, because Kenyan side were delaying with clearing goods meant for other countries. So what the government did was to clearly specify that these particular goods meant for other countries are going to be cleared in Naivasha. And this is very clear. It was not supposed to be a substitute of some kind to clearing processes in Mombasa. And this was a win-win situation. I'm not sure how then that it became a point of discussion now that we have to move. As we speak, we have a specific land allocated to South Sudan as a country in Naivasha dry port to build their own custom duty, whatever it is, those related services that are meant for clearing services for a particular country. That land is there. So personally, as much as there's some personal interest, probably, political interest in that aspect.
Okay.
But more importantly,
okay,
yes.
Finally, you have said it. Okay. Before I bring another person, I want to ask you a question in that regard. So
yes.
Now, we react to what has happened.
Yes.
That is your suggestion. So let's react to what has happened is that Mombasa have been given mandate, Naivasha has been deprived the mandate. So can you tell me what will happen to Naivasha on the current situation? Can they revert to other alternative businesses, or like what was happening in that port? The investments which were there, are they going to die, or what will happen to Naivasha? Is it a good situation for economy, or for the economy there? What will happen in Naivasha? Or they have other businesses which can be done there? That's what I'm thinking.
In Jeru, first of all, I was actually the next person to make my submissions. I was actually just chipping in on that question. I believe I've not inconvenienced anyone. But to answer your question, the fact is we have a new government that is coming in, and it wants to please certain masses of people that they had made promises. And I believe all of us here understand that Kenya Kwanza had promised to move back that port. Like I said before, that decision, I'm not sure if it was a thought after decision, because moving that, moving back a small section of that port is not good for our economy. Why? There are some delays that are supposed to be done. We already have issues with our clearing port in Mombasa due to these delays, and the businesses that we are getting through clearing our processes, through the port of Mombasa and through to Naivasha, that kind of businesses is going to go to TZ. Of course, as you understand, TZ is also expanding its port. So to me, it is ill-advised completely. I disagree with that decision. As much as, like I've said, as much as there was some personal interest, the decision to move back that business first affects the common mwananchi within that region. Of course, like many people have, from the clip that was played, people voted for Kenya Kwanza with the hope that they will maintain that port, and they can talk for themselves, and they are saying they have made a lot of investments on a personal scale within the country. It's a very big blow to them, but regionally we are at a very strategic point to lose businesses destined for other countries. TZ is expanding, it is port, and if you are not very careful with the occasion delays that we are having at the port of Mombasa, we cannot afford, business people cannot afford to wait for their containers to be cleared 1 month later. The purpose of this Naivasha port was to ease that delay. And there were threats as we speak Actually, you can go and you can check. There were threats that goods destined for Uganda, destined for South Sudan, destined for Rwanda, destined for western part of DRC were being delayed at the clearing point in Mombasa. Why will you wait for the goods to clear 2 months before you get it? The margins will have even, the trade, the prices will have merged. So personally, I think it was an ill-advised decision. It has to be rethought about. I think rethink by the president. We can't afford to lose those kind of businesses, especially when we want to pay out, to pay back our debts that we have. Number two is the issue of related to the issue of SGR and the condition. And we all understand that the government had already taken out huge loans and they have to repay with interest. And where will this repayment come from if we can't utilize the same infrastructure that we've borrowed money to build? And that is the advice, I think, the decision behind ensuring that port is again in Naivasha, so that the government can recoup some of this money through exercise duty, through, of course, enhancing the efficiency of the port clearing system, and recoup some money and repay the debt. That is my understanding on that point. So I think I will also wanted to mention. Yes.
Okay, Standard, I will bring you on board. Let me just, there is somebody I want to exhaust that point. I'm going to bring you. I want to bring both Joe and Orara briefly on this point, maybe in 1 minute. The question which I'm asking myself is the county government of Mombasa and the county government of Nakuru, can they have a memorandum of understanding on how they can work on this issue, or there is no any micro component which the county government is not doing in the port? Because now, if the government has decided to make Naivasha to receive zero, now you can do nothing. But in terms of county, can they agree? That's my question I'm asking.
Yeah, let me answer you that thing. Your first question about the investment the local people have done in Naivasha. You see, when you do an investment, you anticipate some kind of clientele, like building 3, 4, 5-star hotels. I mean, if the clientele are not going to come there, then these things are going to be like, I don't know, museums. Because you don't expect the people living in Naivasha to go and lodge in those hotels. So where will the clientele come? Or you've built a 5-star, 3-star hotel, 4-star hotel. Where will you get your clientele? Definitely, it's going to be difficult. And, Naivasha is not sort of like it was lacking hotels for the local people. Naivasha has hotels for the local tourists. But these people are anticipating the transporters. The directors of certain companies from Rwanda, Uganda, and Southern Sudan to come and check how their goods are being handled. So in absence of this, what do you do with that hotel? Who will come and, book that hotel? What about the conference rooms? Naivasha people, the locals, don't need those conference rooms. So, I mean, they are going to go at a total loss. People are expecting to sell food, mbuzi, skuma, tomatoes, potatoes, to be used in those hotels. That's all gone. Okay, on the second question, this is a national decision. It cannot be done by inter-county agreement. This is a national decision because the national is putting some financing these things. Now, in absence of that, I don't think it's going to work. The SGR have a contract with the government, not with the counties. So I don't think inter-county will work at all. If they were neighboring counties, maybe some things, not all the things, some things could work for them. But now this is Mombasa and Naivasha. This is about more than 400 kilometers apart. I don't think it can work, Bwana moderator. They can't make any agreement on this.
Okay, thank you. Orara, 1 minute.
Yeah. My submission or my question will be, it is not that Deputy President reverted it or Uhuru did the opposite. The problem is the policy. When you built a rail, and you already got a rail which is running from Mombasa to Kisumu, then you buy lands on corruption, then you purport it to come to your own land. This is the ill of this country. This is what we don't want to talk about. Mr. Kenyatta did a wrong thing to this country. He built a rail in a new land, bought a new land in corruption, then brought that thing up to his land, then create an assumption to the people around him that he's building something for his legacy, for his people, that he took another legacy because ports all over the land, all over the world. Okay, Mombasa has no shortages of land to build a better facility around there to clear those things faster. Mombasa has no shortage of land. They can just Jombekundu, they can just expand the port itself and make it more efficient instead of moving that thing. And Mombasa is created out of the port. Naturally, you just develop around the port. The ill motives of Kenyatta, he wanted to take the benefits of people of Mombasa to take it to where he wants to take it, is what is costing us now. And Mr. Ruto is doing the right thing. Is returning the port where it belongs, because even Dubai is a port. Where I am now, Dubai is a port. And a port created a city. They went to Jabal Ali and they just created another dry port, which is just 50 kilometers from the port. A rail can just take things and just dump it to a dry port somewhere within 50 kilometers, which can be kwenye wapi Mpokotoni, wapi, anywhere. But taking it 400 kilometers, then building a railway to end into somebody's land, it's not something nationalistic. It was something with ill motives in it. I wanted to address it in that way. If the intention was actually to improve operations around the port of Mombasa, and any country with a port, you can ask Rwanda, you can ask Uganda, if they had that port line, they will do wonders with that port line. We have a lot of sea, we have a lot of land there. Because we have ill intentions, governments just take it over. The railway this SGR can start somewhere from Pekotoni, right away to South Sudan, right away to Rwanda. No problem. But why take all the operations from the city? The intention should be improving that city, should be a coastal city with a corniche, with a long beach road, with a fantastic thing there. People can come there and enjoy Dubai in Kenya. Why take it to in a land, dry land, somewhere you're saying there's energy there? No, people there people in Naivasha, they have these resources of energy. They can manufacture. Then the train should be heading to the coast, not bringing the operation of the coast to the land, which has electricity. Then expect them to then supply from there back to the coast. What are you doing? Asante sana, pole kwa hiyo matoki yangu.
Jiro, I cannot sit here and listen to heresy because Orala seems to can I
Okay,
educate
you can
him?
comment. I can give you 2 minutes before I bring Duke.
Dry ports are everywhere in the world. In any case, Kenya has more than 3 dry ports. There is one in Mulolongo and there is another one in Naivasha. They are operated by Kenya Ports Authority. The reason why they are dry ports is discongesting the main port. And the reason why Naivasha was ideal is not because of personal properties, because Naivasha to Malaba is nearer, and it actually saves even on the roads. So to come and mislead Kenyans and say that that is not a good idea, that it should have been built in Mombasa, then you miss the reasoning on the definition of a dry port. A dry port is to ease the movement of goods from the mainland, from the coast to the mainland. And therefore, for me, I think Olala needs to go back to class, and in a respectful manner. And particularly, he can Google why dry ports are important and where they are in the whole world. There is, I think, even Jiro said where he is, there's a dry port there. In any case, let him study Netherlands, because there is this company, I think it is beer. They could not rely so much on the government to clear their things, so they started their own dry port. In sponsoring Champions League, they started their own dry port, and they actually Heineken, yes, they have their port and they have a dry port, so
An
that at the
inland
end of the
cargo
day,
depot in this county, just down the road in Naivasha, will transform Nakuru into the logistic hub of the greater North Rift. It will also expedite transport of people and goods by reducing costs and delays. The government is keen to collaborate with counties in such visionary and transformative strategies.
Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mombasa, hiyo reli ndio itafungua Mombasa hii, na tutairudisha ile port wameipeleka mpaka kule Naivasha, tutairudisha irudi hapa Mombasa na ifai.
I think we need to allow Duke also. Duke has wanted to say something.
Yeah,
Please,
Duke,
before
go
I make
ahead.
my submission.
Duke, go ahead, please.
Yes. So what I have to say about that is this. First of all, you have to understand what's a dry port. A dry port is like an inland storage where goods are temporarily stored to await transport to various destinations. And the initial intention of constructing Naivasha dry port was not to take the clearance and forwarding from Mombasa. It was to act as a temporal storage of goods and bulk cargo, more especially those awaiting to be transported to other destinations like Uganda and Rwanda. So the mistake which people made was to force people to use the SGR by ensuring that clearance must be done at Naivasha, and by that, all cargo which is not cleared has to be transported using the SGR. That was the mistake. So the initial intention still remains that Naivasha dry port will continue to operate by temporarily storing goods and cargo whose destination is Uganda and Rwanda. But the problem is here. When the SGR was being constructed, there was cost benefit analysis was not properly done. You can imagine most of the cargo which comes from abroad is consumed in Nairobi. In Kenya, most of the consumption of the containers, all what we import is in Nairobi. But we don't have a dry port in Nairobi. So it means people who are transporting goods to Nairobi, you have to take them to Naivasha and then transport back to Nairobi, which is a problem.
I disagree.
So,
I disagree.
Yeah.
Duke, where do you live? Well, don't you know the ones in Nairobi?
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
With what?
We have
because I made
CFC
several
in Nairobi,
statements.
a dry port in Nairobi. For local imported goods. Naivasha is only for goods that are going to other destinations outside the country. And they come with specialized containers. International.
That's not true. So are you trying to say, no, that's not true. Are you trying to say if I'm in Nakuru or in Naivasha and I want to import my goods to Naivasha, I would force not to use road and not to use the SGR? Is that what you're trying to say?
You will not use SGR. I've been working under the SGR thing.
No, that's not true. Stop that. Can I proceed? So the dry port has to continue. So people are confusing returning the clearance and forwarding to Mombasa and the functions of a dry port. The functions of a dry port, not clearance and forwarding, is to temporarily store goods and services as they wait transported to various destinations, especially when the mode of transport is changing. And in this case, the mode of transport is changing from railway to road. So that will remain, and Naivasha will continue to do that, and that has to remain. Then I want to talk about the subsidies and the fuel price. First of all, the situation we are in, the economic situation which we are currently in Kenya is this. We are beyond our means. You know, in economics, the income must be equal to the expenses. But now we are in a situation whereby the expenses have exceeded the income. So in that situation, you are only left with two options. First of all, you can borrow more, or you can reduce or eliminate unnecessary expenses. And as per the information I have, tomorrow, which is Friday, we are going to have a financial crisis meeting because the outgoing government cannot explain the situation we are in, that a lot of money has moved out of the treasury without proper documentation, without proper explanation on how that money has been spent, starting from even the subsidies of UNGA. It's like only the amount which was paid to millers is 30%. So that means that 70% was taken. So that, like, you say 3 billion is going for UNGA subsidies, and you use 1 billion, and 2 people take like that. The same was happening to fuel subsidies, where rupees was being given 60% of the subsidies. We have a lot of suppliers and a lot of people handling, and that amount is going just one individual. So the situation we are here in Kenya is whereby we have individuals, actually what we are talking about, state capture, where we find individuals are perpetuating their own interests. And it's high time for us to say the reality, and we have to hold individuals accountable. So that's why I'm saying that Gachagua is okay. If it's the president who has misappropriated funds, we must tell him. We cannot just try to talk about being cordial or being professional, and we don't have money to spend. So it's time to tell as it is. And finally, I want to talk about the region. Personally, I feel that the government and region must be separate. But that does not mean that you can curtail individuals who want to do their region the way they want. The president can decide to be religious as he wants, but he cannot try to exclude people when it comes to the mandate, the presidential mandate. You have to serve people equally of all regions, but we cannot limit the religion of an individual. So I think those are my brief remarks. Unless, also I want to talk about the Gachagua, the statement of Gachagua is okay. It's okay. You know, here in Kenya, we find that the fight on corruption is not serious. For instance, maybe we have maybe there is allegations of corruption, and the DCI, in cooperation with the government, maybe they arrest the governor on Friday night, so to punish him to be in prison over the weekend, and by Monday everything has been done. That is not released, and that's the end of the story. So we want, and these are individuals who you can even make a phone call and tell them, come to the given police station or to court. You have allegations which you should answer. But now, because of political witch hunts, you find that the DCI is used. They go to an individual's house at night. They break the house. They arrest the individual. It's like intimidation. But at the end of the day, you find that the resources are not recovered. So we are interested in accurate recovery of resources and conclusive prosecution of corruption cases, so that it's not like a game where you arrest somebody on Friday because you know he can be in prison up to Monday. And the interest is us to recover the resources, and those resources have to be used to benefit Kenyans. So we want where we have professionalism in everything which is undertaken, so that we can start moving forward as a nation. Those are my brief remarks.
Njiru, I was only responding to a question. I not made my submission. I think I was the next one in line. If
Okay,
you allow me.
Let's first of all do Duke one moment. Kuna watu wako na comments. I will bring you. Let's just bring the people in the comments. Sababu naona Mato na Peter Getao, they have a comment. Just hold a little bit, but because I know people might want to react to Duke. So Duke, mimi nataka kukuuliza tu swali moja. Can you tell me, your deputy president said that watu wakae huko kwa DCI na wasitoke huko. Can you give me the methodology and the framework which Kenya Kwanza government is going to use to unearth corruption scandals? Because now it is like you want only senior people to interact at that level. Are you trying to talk of cutting of deals among senior people, or can you give me your method, a method, not just a rhetoric? Unajua hili Gachagua amesema is just a talk which you cannot connect. Can you give me what is Kenya Kwanza going to do? There is Governor A who has stolen money. Because I know in the next 1 year we will be having a governor who has stolen money. There is Governor A who has stolen money. Now discuss using Gachagua model. Using Gachagua model, there is a Governor A who has stolen money. Discuss.
Now, if Governor A has stolen money, first of all, the way you should operate, there must be an individual report start. You cannot just predict all miraculously, that somebody has been engaged in corruption. There must be a report on that. And when there is a report of that, you can professionally summon or communicate to that government. For instance, you write to him that you have a case here, allegation of corruption, come to police station A or to a given, so you answer those questions. Not sending 100 askaris at night and this governor cannot escape. If some of them, even if you call them, you say, this is the DCI, come, we have a case, come and you explain it. You can go, even me, if police tries to call me, they call me, I can go. But not trying to come at night and intimidate people like criminals, you break houses. And that was political witch hunt. We are not trying to say that corrupt individuals should not be arrested, but there must be protocol and some professionalism in a way. So that's what do you think, for instance, if the DCI wants a governor, can the governor escape or do what? Then why all the drama where people go 200 police officers breaking the houses, breaking the gate, and that governor has not been informed, maybe for instance, come to a given police station. So that drama is what we don't want.
Okay, sawa Duke, ni sawa nimekusikia. Na ile so mbili yetu wako nayo, are we still going to use the same model?
You know, that one is in court, and it's the court which will define. It's actually, we wait for the court process because the case is in court. So it's the court will, for instance, the court will make the determination of that.
Bwananjiru, I want to just say one thing, 1 minute. A criminal is a criminal. Didmus Mbarasa aliua mtu na kaenda into hiding. So usiniambie mtu atakuwa summoned anaenda police station at his own will,
yes,
at his own time.
Kama huyo, yes, like that person.
When somebody's life has been lost, a criminal is a criminal. That's why even in court, when they court, their passports are kept in court because they're capable of doing anything. And I'd like Duke to tell me, what powers do the police have to arrest? Does it say that a gazetted police officer is the only one who can arrest a gazetted person? What does the Constitution say? What does the Police Act say? Once you have committed a criminal or an offense, utakuwa arrested there and then.
Okay, sawa
So
Joe. Wacha tulete hao wengine walipode. Okay, wacha Martin aweke point.
Jiro, hata mimi Jiro. Okay. Unajua mimi hata nikiinua mkono unioni sasa. Unajua, when you talk about professionalizing criminality, that is a new term in the criminal law. Because even the FBI they raid places of drugs and they raid places of thugs. Ati unaandikia governor barua na unamwekea letterhead ya government, we are suspecting you are stealing. What kind of country is that? So Duke, don't bring theories here and things that are not practical to any country, because what you are telling us is that now we have officially legalized corruption. People should be arrested by either by the warrant or by force, depending on the kind of crime they have committed. Like Barasa disappeared after killing a person. What do you want the police to do? Then we do away the policemen.
Bwana Kamau, that's okay. Martin, you can put your point before you bring another one.
Yeah, mine was I didn't want to say a lot. Najua watu wengi wamekuwa hapa hivi, but I just have 3 points that I wanted to make. Mr. Njiro, thank you so much for your moderation, and then I'll step outside. I still have some things to do, but I had to come in to clear some things because I feel like we are lying to our people. You see, let me just start with C.OG Gachagua. First of all, there's no one in Kenya that is above the law. Even when the judges, wengine wameapishwa the other day, they were part of the Akasha brothers saga. Na walikuja kuchukuliwa na FBI. Na hakuna kitu watu wangefanya. Because there's a treaty. Na saizi wanaozea New York jela. Okay? You will not sit here and come and tell us ati nyinyi kaeni huko Thika Road. Msikuje kwa mabarabara ati sijui tunakuandikia kama nani. First of all, you're a public servant. And the moment we start understanding what public servants are, is the moment we actually start understanding what it is. There's nothing special of you being a governor. The police, the FBI of the country, whatever you want to call it, DCI, they have a right to investigate you in whatever situation you are. Hakuna kitu, kwani you get special occasion ukienda ukigonga mtu kwa. That's why you find the kinobados are out there still even today, na ni watu waliwa watu, the kinabarazas. Thank you, because you want to show like ati usikujiwe kwa sababu wewe sijui mdogo wako. Hakuna mdogo na mkubwa kwa public service. You went there to be a public servant, please be a public servant as it says. So Gachagua akikuja kutuambia ati sasa DCI, so DCI wasikuwa kienda kuangalia huko. So tupeleke ukora yote kwa ofisi ya governor. Kuzuko hakunaga makara wanakujanga. Tutaangalia. We will. And we will not do that. Like Baba said today, we will not be coward in our own country. Even here, an ex-president, somebody like Trump, got raided. Na FBI walichukua kila kitu na wakaeka hadharani. Ni venye zingine zilikuwa national secret, ageza onyesha tu, walipiga tu picha. The highest president, the strongest person in the whole world got raided. Yes, we will raid. Because that's the duty of the police to police. We have to police you. It doesn't mean that when you get to be ati sasa ni muhesh, hata sijui muhesh munaitaga nini, muheshimiwa, ati sasa now you are above the law. Nothing like that. We will get you. Tutakukujia. And you will go to court. And kuna countries zimefunga hata presidents. So, Duke, hiyo kitu hiyo achane now. Let me clear this thing, and I cleared it yesterday. Nani Njiro, sorry, because I will leave after this. I know it was a question. I mean, it was just a reminder, but then I will leave. Niende. This Mombasa port, guys, I think watu hawaelewi what a port is, and I think there was a mistake there. First of all, clearing never happens inside the country. Clearance happens at the port of entry. Duke, I told you that. Maybe you didn't know that. I will come back again and correct you again. I told you that. Anything, hata bagi yako kilandi hivi, airport, ndio maana uangalia na wanascan. Anything that comes into the country is cleared at the port of entry. What really happened with Naivasha, and it still happens, Duke, you didn't know, maybe I heard you talk. You did not know. It does happen in Embakasi, it does happen in Mutituandei, and it does happen in Sultan Hamud. Kuna zenye zofuloliwa. That is just a way of transport and a way to ease the port of Mombasa and the new one, Lamu. Everything is already cleared by the time ingi, unless nilikuuliza jana, unless you want us to go clear and find out that we have a bomb on our hands ikiwa Naivasha. So nothing is ever cleared. Mali naingilia, kama uliingilia JKIA, everything is clear there. That's why hata zile madawa zilipatikanaga huko zenye ziliendanga kuchomewa huko hivyo. Everything is cleared at the port of entry, at the port where you get into that land of that country, world over, everywhere. To finish, I really, Njiru, I'm still gonna say this again. You see, sometimes when I see mi nikionanga vitu zinaendelea kama sijui, saa zingine naendanga natafuta. So that when we come here, sometimes it's good not to just talk because you're on one-sided. At this time, tushakubali Ruto ndo atakuwa president. Lakini tuko na country ya kukaa nayo. Let's please do it will do a very good. This is a big channel, has been here for a long time. It will do just a good diligence for us to really, hata ukiwa tu kwa show hapa hivi, na umesikia kitu imeongelewa and you don't agree with it. Sometimes that we say Google is our best someone to go to. Just go back and read something before you come and say something, because we might end up just trying to talk about napenda Azimio, sipendi nani wanafanya nini, na nini inafanyika nini, and then we also end up, because there's a lot of people that watch this channel, for us to educate them and they get a lot. Let's just go back and just do a little bit of due diligence before we counter something, and not just to counter. Jiru, I'll be back unless kuna mtu akona question na mimi, I'll be leaving here in a few. I think nimeona mkono mbili. I have to go somewhere, but I'll take the two questions.
Okay, Mato, that one is quite in order. Let's keep the conversation going. Wacha tu wale wajaongea waongee for now. So Bwana Duke, relax tu kidogo.
I have just 1 second question.
Okay, sawa.
You see, Martin, you are confusing the screening. You know, we have screening to check illegal and harmful commodities which are imported. There is a difference between screening and clearance and forwarding. So you have to know the difference between the two. Just that.
Duke, port of entry is where everything is screened and and done everything. You cannot, it's a national national security to get anything inside a country when it's not screened and cleared. That's where it happens. The moment where it landed in that country, that's where that is done. And please, I'm serious. You can never have something go to Naivasha when it has not been cleared and it has come from a different country. Maybe mmelete wanyama wabaya. Where? You're in national security. Don't lie to us, my friend. I will not let you. Pole.
I think you guys have exhausted everything just before I think there is clearing and forwarding, which Martin has really put it very, very clear. As I submit my point on that front, I think Martin has mentioned that any entry point, I think when these are trade instruments, if when you're importing any goods or whatever nature that are originating from any country, and the point of entry is Mombasa, then they have to be cleared. That clearance, there's a process. And like we've said, Mombasa, and so many people have put their submissions here, is a dry port. And the intention was not to substitute whatever that is happening in Mombasa to Naivasha. What we were saying is, like Embakasi and all other storage facilities, Naivasha was supposed to ease the port of Mombasa. I think that is very clear. Now, Njiru, if you allow me to just submit, because we've had a lot of discussions here and very, very informative.
Okay, you go ahead and do your submission so that you can have.
Thank you. I think our points of discussions today are very clear. One of them we've really discussed exhaustively about the issue of Naivasha and the port. These are two decisions and directives that have been given by the president. I don't want to overemphasize on that. I think I will talk about slightly on the issue of the subsidies that we have. On one point, I agree that the subsidies were the removal of the subsidies was due because there are two directives actually from the president, the new president Ruto. One was on the subsidy, and the other one was the port, which are under discussion today. So, on my part, especially on the subsidy, I think most of the submissions that had been made here before, they were arguing that it was very, very early to remove those subsidies. But my argument is this is a new regime that is coming in and with a very different focus. Remember, they came in with a promise of a bottom-up approach. And the bottom-up approach, preferentially, they will focus more on employment opportunities as opposed to inflation. I think that is what, economically, that's what they are saying, because what they are doing, if they are removing a cap, the subsidy from the fuel, and the fuel we understand is the engine of the country, because most of the products then generate their pricing from, of course, the cost of the fuel. So if they are removing that, what they are doing is allowing inflation to grow. And for the basic economics tells you that inflation and unemployment are inversely related. So probably their focus is more on employment, and I can understand where they stand from, because if they are telling us that we need to grow our economy from the bottom, then what is the bottom? The bottom is meaning we have employment. So they would rather have inflation, but there's higher employment. There's a larger bracket of tax. They expand the tax base. So to me, I support the issue of the subsidy because it was not sustainable. It's actually a very short-term cushion on an economic conditions for the consumers, especially given the markets out there. I know that the arguments have been placed outside there that probably other countries, especially developed countries like the US and other nations, have these facilities in place. But at what expense, especially given the current economic situations that we have in Kenya, at what expense are we having? If we are spending almost 10 billion on a subsidy to a specific or 2 or 3 suppliers or retailers of this fuel, and then at what expense? Then why will we not allow the forces of demand and supply, as much as we have energy regulatory authority that will, of course, come in and cap their pricing, to follow the due course? So I support the directive on the subsidy. Removal of the subsidy is not sustainable. If they can divert those funds to more programs that will stimulate the economy recovery, then that will ensure that we have probably employment opportunities, because we have these arguments that if we can be very, very much consistent in ensuring that we have systems that are working, our public services aligned and restructured, corruption cases are done away with, and I'm really surprised with the statement that Gachagua made today, which I'll maybe touch on it later. But if this government is really interested in having an economy from bottom up, then we need to make sure that all these issues are done. We avoid wastages that are being done in public service. We minimize as much as possible the corruption issues, and then we expand our tax bases. Then it means we have a large amount that is saved then to fund programs that will stimulate economic recovery. Of course, they have said they want to establish a hustler fund, mama mboga, whatever it is. If that is the case, then can they, if they're setting up those funds, is it able to meet the needs? Can we get affordable credit? There's, of course, the issue of CRB, which have the cons and pros that we can discuss in another forum. But are we able to spur economic growth, micro, the MSMEs, the small, the micro, and the medium enterprises? Can we able to spur it? If we are able to spur it, then we can, of course, really trade off inflation with economic recovery. That is my submission on that point. I support the government on removal of the subsidy. It is not sustainable. As much as it will pinch us, let it pinch us for now. We can always criticize the government, but when something happens that is good, especially as in opposition, myself in opposition, we don't have to oppose everything that is good that is going to the Mwananchi. I support that point. And then the second point that I wanted to talk about is, of course, we had another statement today with the Baba. In Baba category. Yes.
Maybe before you forget, I just want you to, because I can see you are supporting the subject, before you go to Baba, is it possible you give us an expected result of, is it, because I think you are just talking on the subject, is it possible for you to tell people what subsidies will do? Because I can see you support them. So what are they going to do to the economy? What is their expected outcome on short term and long term? Are they functioning as they are supposed to do? That is my question. Like when we remove the subsidies, do we begin by prices rising up and then hoping that they will go down at the end of the day? Is the CAP supposed to be able that? Can you discuss the end results of that?
Thank you, Chiru. First,
no, before Stanley, I also want your clarification. You said that it's not sustainable because that money can be directed somewhere else, maybe to the Hustlers Fund and something like that. What if it is directed to recovery of campaign and stored for the next campaign? How sure are we that money cannot be redirected to personal gains?
Those are very key questions. First, I will answer the last one is how sure are we? That's the question. I said, if this government is serious with the promises they did make, and I'm basing my decision based on whatever they said, that if indeed they are serious, they wanted to improve the economy from the bottom up, then the first step was to scrap these subsidies, because in the long term, as much as they might sustain us in the short term, in the long term, they are not sustainable. Why? We will end up borrowing money just to pay for the subsidies. This is a 10 billion monthly Kenya shillings. That's almost around 120 billion a year. Now, on the issue of the issue that Njeru raised, in the short term, like any subsidy, a subsidy is just a cautionary policy or economic tool for that moment to cushion the consumers from the higher prices. And these higher prices are not pushed. The prices of fuel in Kenya is not majorly determined by Kenyans or the Kenyan government. This is a global market situation, and if we import these goods, so it is generally the fuel price all over the country is up. What the government did was to try and cushion the Kenyans against this high rise of price in fuel. But that was not sustainable, as I said. So in the short term, we will suffer it. We have to suffer the consequence of it, because the price currently, as we speak, is 175 petrol. I'm not sure of the diesel and the kerosene, but if from around 155, so it's a rise of around 20 shillings. Are we able to sustain this in the long term? The answer is no. Then what is it that we can do at this time that we can be able to benefit in the long term? The answer is to eliminate it and put this money in proper use. So in case that this government is in a good situation, and it can go both ways. The first way is, if these prices are going up and the common mwananchi does not feel the effect of the economic recovery of the substitute of this subsidy that will have gone to subsidy that has gone to the economic recovery programs, if the common mwananchi cannot feel it, then he will turn against the government. That will be a failure of the government. Alternatively, if this money is put into economic recovery situations that are able to boost the economy of the SMEs at the bottom of the chain, then we are able to see our economic recovery such that this effect of the prices is not felt as much as we'll have imagined or expected to have happened. I think that is my point on it. So,
okay, Stanley, 1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute.
Yes.
Stanley, can you tell me what is the history of subsidies in Kenya, and how did they come? And
who is Stanley? Who is Stanley? And responding back to those questions, is this channel taken over by somebody? Because this guy is just responding according to what you are asking. I'm just failing to understand. Is it Stanley? Who are you? Are you an economist? Are you what? Because the panelists are just so focused on your responses.
No, he was making his presentation, but there was some clarification we wanted from him.
Just inviting him more, because the amount of time he's taking is just driving an agenda, which you are supporting, I think.
No, I'm not supporting. I'm just trying to get.
And he is purely out of facts.
Yeah, that's what I wanted him. Can you tell me the history of subsidies and where they came from, and if they served the benefit in Kenya at the time?
Stanley is here talking about credit to tackle inflation. Credit is debt. How do you increase your debt to tackle inflation? That is
no.
totally
Who is that speaking? I think I've not mentioned. You cannot mention credit in line with inflation. Those are different economic components that you are talking about. There is no relationship completely within inflation. What I'm trying to say is economically
credit is
speaking,
debt, my friend.
This guy is also a regular contributor. He's just somebody's promoting him here.
Okay, relax.
Credit is debt.
Yeah. Okay, Stanley, can you finish your statement in 1.5 minutes? We go to another person. It's okay. Relax.
Okay, still on the same issue, or do I go to the other issue?
Okay, just finish your comment.
Okay, Lara, Stanley, I think I had mentioned the introduction was there. I was not given time, but these are economic perspectives. I think if you've done some economics, you will be able to understand there is always a trade-off between inflation and unemployment. And these are, economics is all, the macroeconomic perspective is categorized in those components, of course, inflation, interest rates, FX, and employment rates. I think those are very basic in economic perspective. So what I was talking about was the issue of the issue of scrapping of subsidies. We need to get this data very correct, because subsidies currently, Kenya spends 10 billion paying specific retailers or fuel marketers in the country. I think this is very, very obvious. 10 billion on a month, paying specific retailers like Haas, whatever. This money, it's to go to very few individuals. Then these people will decide who to sell the fuel, and then the food chain does not reach exactly to the smallest retailers down there. So what we are saying is, are we able to do away with these subsidies, refocus these funds? And I've said, you remember I've initially said that if this government is very serious on implementing whatever it said, and I believe maybe Ndi could have explained this, if it's very serious on implementing whatever it intends, then we can do away with subsidies, refocus on our public services, all these funds that are going to wastage. If we can do them and do an economic recovery package, the one that Kibaki did when he was coming in, and focus mostly on MSMEs, and leave the oil market to be regulated by the regulatory authority.
I think,
really go far.
1 minute.
Yes.
There is somebody talking. Who is he? I think you are trying to explain it as if you are a government official. I will just leave it there. Let's leave that issue there, because I think you are explaining it as the past. 1 minute. There's something I wanted to tell you. One thing which I don't like about the discussion is that is it not possible to solve that issue by having the prices constant? Why should they increase the prices in the name of subsidy removal? Can they not have the prices constant as they try to solve the issue? Must there be a spike, first of all? That is the question.
Yes, like I said, Njiru, let me just do this in 30 seconds. Like I said, the dynamics of the fuel market, the global oil and gas market is not determined by the Kenyan government or the Kenyan market. This is a global market pricing issue. So when we are importing, it comes with a price already determined. So what the retailers are doing are just adding a margin. And we do, for us, we do an auctioning process. I don't know if you understand this, the process through which we put oil in this country.
You'll teach us.
Okay,
let's
have one question, even half a second. Stanley, you're saying is determined by international market. I mean,
wacha Stanley relax kwanza. Wacha Stanley relax. Wacha tukue na mtu mwingine, please.
I'd like to go. Okay, I want to talk about.
Let's bring.
I want to talk about integrity.
Story ya Stanley.
Joe has a very good point.
Wacha tuende kwa mtu mwingine tafadhali. Simba na Tea.
I just want to say. I just want to talk one thing.
Giro, huwezi niruka bana. You have been lookering me sana bana.
No, Mr. tunakuja kwako. There is a reason why Simba na Tea hajaongea kabisa. Wewe umechukua.
Kwani mimi nimeongea? Me have just been interjecting.
Okay, and utaongea. Wacha Simba aongea alafu ukuje. Simba, please.
Njiru, so long as nataka niongee, lakini hawa jamaa wanalalamika sana. Wacha nitulie kidogo, mimi sina haraka, nitachangia baadaye. Thank you.
Aya, okay.
Wacha basi niulize swali yangu.
Wacha kwanza Stanley relax. Swali ataulizwa baadaye. Wacha wengine waongee please.
Ngiru bwana, wacha tusumuse. Huyu ni Nyagaga.
Mimi nataka kujibu hiyo swali ya hiyo subsidy for a second. Era just 1 second please.
Okay, sawa, jibu basi.
Okay, guys, let me tell you, when we subsidize the fuel, we pay 50 shillings per liter. More extra 50 shillings per liter. So is it, and that amount goes to Kenyans. So is it okay to pay 50 shillings per liter, or rather you pay 20 shillings per liter? So when you weigh the options, as he is trying to say, Stanley is trying to say this, you cannot sustain that. You better stay with the 20 shillings, which is more or less, because when you pay to cartels, you pay 50 shillings. But when you pay directly, the amount that you are supposed to pay, it is lesser than what you could have paid direct. I mean, to the cartels. You find out that you are paying like 5 cartels a lot of money when there's those fuel suppliers or importers, when there are around 150 importers who doesn't get anything out of that. So there are a few cartels who are benefiting when the majority of the people are not getting anything. So if you are going to accept to pay 50 shillings instead of paying, that is what the government had weighed. They have seen if we pay 20 shillings and 50 shillings, which one is better? You pay 50 shillings and it's for a wrong, in a wrong run, you are doing nothing and you are not helping anyone. So the best way is to remove that fuel subsidy. We pay the 20 shillings, and that would be better than at the wrong run. You will find out that you have spent less than what you could have spent in a year or in a month. That's what's behind the increase of the. For now, we can feel like it's more, but into the public coffers, it's bleeding. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Simba, can you speak now? Naona hata Mr. K, Mr. K ama uongee. Wacha Mr. K aongee. Unajua
hata mimi nataka kuongea Ngiru. Huyu Nyagaka.
Wacha K aongee. Nyagaka, mimi sijakusikia kwa muda toka serikali yako ichukue. Okay, Mr. K, go ahead.
Thank you. Asante sana. Me, I've been, I think this is a good forum because, most of us are getting educated. Stanley is good education, but, not so many border people are here and people of the Mamboga. So to them, the subsidy was helping them and they don't understand why it is removed. My only concern is that if indeed in the long run, you are going to benefit from the removal of subsidy, then let it be. But if indeed the money that is of subsidy is removed and then it's recovered by the expensive campaign they had, then we are still doomed because that means the money did not go to exactly the purpose of recovering the economy. And in fact, I would want to ask people here, which is the best method of recovering? What?
I can't see you. Who's
I'll be having a fundraising for a phone, niko na shida. So the thing is, and I'll be very, very categorical here. If you put this money on the Hustlers Fund, how sure are we if the hustlers will get the money? Because I'm of the opinion there are other stimulus things you can do to make sure that the people on the ground can get the money. For example, these small companies, the kutengeneza pencil, the kutengeneza sabuni, if you start them all overnight. Why don't you allow me to speak, Bwana Olala?
We can see it.
No, Bwana Olala, relax. He already explained it 3 days ago that his phone is cracked. There's nothing else we can do. So let him.
We can see a video there. We are technology savvy.
Okay, relax. Just give him time to prosecute his case. He is already speaking. The voices.
You're prosecuting something else, I think.
No. Okay, Mr. K, go ahead, please.
Olala analeta hoja isiyo na nidhamu katika bunge. So the thing is, we need a serious stimulant plan for the hustlers, for the people at the bottom, so that at the end of the day they might benefit from the lack of the subsidy. But as things stand, then I don't think it is something that can really help Kenya. For me, I would go for the subsidy because I don't trust the people giving us a promise, and so that we know surely there is subsidy, rather than saying money is going to be there in future. Which future? We know that they promised immediately after election There will be unga, and actually Kenyans are very peaceful. In any case, we want to give them 100 days. That is a good time for anybody who wants to deliver to the people of Kenya. We want to see the unga of 70. We want to see fuel going down. We didn't know exactly how they are going to bring these things down, but we also know that UDA and Kenya Kwanza are spiritual people. They believe in miracles. So we also believe that maybe at one point they are going to call a crusade and things will be cheaper. Having said that, I also want to go to the issue of Gachagua. Gachagua, everything about Gachagua is wrong. The data is wrong. The mouth is wrong. Everything is wrong. There's nothing that is adding up with Gachagua. I think he's living on what we call hangover of Moi days. And he's forgetting that this is a new country with new generation. Like Duke is talking about Gachagua being harassed on Friday and being released on Monday. That is not harassment. There is a person who has been arrested for 9 years, Raila Molo Odinga. 9 years, my friend. And in any case, why is Kindiki not being harassed? And
Raila tried to overthrow the government.
Yeah, Kindiki is in government, is in Kenya Kwanza. He has never been arrested. Do you know why? Because he's not corrupt. So when you're doing these things and analyzing them, don't be selective. Because when you get selective, then we lose the point. The other thing I also want to talk about is this issue we have been talking about here of a dry pot. Dry pot is the way to go. And I said about Heineken here, and somebody supported me. Heineken is a private company. They own a port. Go. They own a port. So even if you have a dry pot that is in somebody's land, where is the problem? 90% of the money owned by Kenyatta family is invested in Kenya. Where is the problem? The problem should be when he has taken all the money outside Kenya. But the point is, all these ports are owned by Kenya Ports Authority. Kenya Ports Authority, and it's gazetted. But it can be nearer anybody's land with his personal interest, which is also part of capitalism, my friends. Yeah, we also know that the current president has interest in businesses. Like for example, he does kuku. Yeah, maybe SGR ikitoka hapo itaenda Sugoi, ikienda Sugoi alafu ende Kisumu. There's no problem with that because he wants maybe akinunua mayai mayai ikiwa mingi sana inaenda Mombasa through the SGR. It is part and parcel of investment. Kwa hivyo Bwana Nyaga Njiru, as I finish, I want to say Kenyans are bright. They analyze issues and they find the solutions. We'll find solutions. The only thing I have a problem with, and I cannot trust the people in the kitchen because their appetite to eat is too high. So we may never get results. Thank you.
Maybe to support you.
Juru. Hello. Asante sana Mr. Juru. Now the gentleman that spoke don't have a selective amnesia either. Raila Odinga was put in jail because he tried to overthrow the government of Moi. Some of you think he won't get you reparations, but that's your thinking. Let me speak one word and I'll leave the show. What Gachagua said today was 1,000,000 times right. The DCI should go to Kiambu Road and wait. The police here in America, Makiadi, the police is the one that does the primary investigation. But if the case is over 500,000, the FBI is involved. Just like it went to get Trump. So that I've had it running with the FBI. FBI one time come to my house and leave the note for somebody who was living with me. And the person didn't want to answer where they were. But I told them, they know where you are. They just want to follow the procedure. Next time they were trying to promote somebody who was in my neighborhood. And they asked me, I said, where you get my number from? They say, this is your FBI, I want to know this and that and that. So that What Gachagua said was right. That's all I'm saying. Hii mkiona nguo zake, nini, that's okay. And you are free to criticize the Arab Mashamba, my President Ruto. You are free to criticize Gachagua, but criticize him on merit, not on just issues trumped up. What he told the DCI was right. The police should do the primary investigation, then the DCI, which is like the FBI in America. The police will not come and get you where you are, Makiadi. I mean, the FBI will not. The police will know that first before the DCI get involved or the FBI get involved. So let's get it right. Let us not get confused with the DCI and this and that, or for the hatred of Gachagua. Gachagua is doing it until 2032, unless you change it. And as of right now, we have won the election again in 27, because you are only concerned with the negative stuff. That is not the numbers. We have got the Kisses, we have got the Northeastern, and we will continue to get those who that we want. Ruto is going to Kisumu next. So we are doing real good. And for you, Kenya is a multi-democracy party. If you win, you win. But make sure you convince enough people to vote for you. Mnasema mnaibiwa. Wengi wanasema they will not vote. Thank you very much. If you don't vote, really please, thank you. Namusi vote, kama you don't understand what voting is. Asante sana, nimetoka. Asante Mr. Giru for protecting me.
Please check on the issue of the history of Raila. I think you missed a point. Raila was never prosecuted or charged in any court in attempt of overthrowing Moi. On that part, you got it wrong. Please check.
No, because his daddy was very famous. His daddy was a former vice president. Where's Ochuka? They were killed. What are you talking about? We were there.
Raila has never been the vice president, my brother.
His daddy, I say. His dad. That's why he even survived. Where's Ochuka? Ochuka was killed.
I think
Okay,
Penny, you got it wrong.
Okay, Orara, make your point quickly.
1982, Baba Raila was not a vice president.
No. Yeah.
That is not the discussion, please.
I think you are forgetting that I haven't made my submission, Mr.
Yeah,
Ri.
nimesema Wendy unakuja, wacha Orara make point yake. He is talking too much. I want to close him off. So Orara, make your point and you relax now forever.
If you're closing me off, okay, I'm just done.
No, I'm not closing off you, Komibaya. Nile, I don't want you to speak too much. I want you to make your point and you relax now. Nilete hiyo name. Sababu unaongea sana. So I want you make your point na utulie wengine waongee. I want to close you off. That's what I said. You make your point, we close you off. Wengine waongee.
Unajua hii panel haijai kuongea positively yellowish as tonight, lakini kuna kitu ambayo nimeangalia ni ya ukweli. Ukweli ni moja. Nairobi, after 2 years in almost 15 billion debt left to Ruto to pay. Hiyo ni kitu nakubali. Hiyo kitu Kenyatta alikuwa anafungua, lakini ilikuwa ni mangaiko. On subsidies is true. Subsidies of fuels, ukiangalia ndani, uangalie nje, uangalie blue, uangalie yellow, uangalie PNA, uangalie TNA, uangalie ODM, kuna wanaume wanakula pesa yetu. Hiyo pesa imekulwa sana. Hiyo pesa mimi siwezi kusimama kama Azimio niseme tu hiyo pesa irudi. Na kuna hiyo ngine. Kuna story inaendelea kwenye social media kwamba the government was run with almost $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion, up to $5 billion per day during pandemic, including KEMSA. Hiyo kitu pia imenisumbua roho sana. Sasa sisi tuachiwe tu barabara kwenda airport, na hiyo barabara sio tumiangi, ni wakubwa tu wanalipa fee waende, alafu tuachie Uhuru Park, tuachie museum. Hiyo kitu nataka mtembei muangalie vizuri, because this is something is alleged, and it's alleged by people in this government, and in fact I think the bitterness on that should be taken in consideration. Lakini bado naamini hii mambo ya kusubsidies, usiumize watu wenu mnakuwa mnapambana kule juu, uumize si watu wa chini, tuumie sisi. Hii unga lazima rudi chini, mafuta yarudi chini, alafu mpambane kwa vitu vingine. Mungu asaidie Kenya, na nyinyi wa Kenya msaidie Kenya, muongee ukweli. Mimi nasema tu ile kitu nimesikia, na leo mtalichukia sana, lakini nimesema
Sawa Rara. ENM?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Duke, Mbuyole, siku mingi, nimewasalimia wote, hamjambo. You know, I want to be very categorical and very fast so that we can be able to move. I will start with the issue of Gachagua. Kenyans, I want us to be realistic in a way that this is rightly after elections, and the first thing that we can do, developed countries, what they normally do, they accept defeat, then they start developing their country. If we are going to be on political or campaigns forever, then we will not have had time to build our nation. Why am I saying this? Gachagua has come out very clear by saying that DCI, in fact, according to me, I'm yet to see the time whereby I'll be driving my car in this regime now. I'll be driving my car and I've committed an offense, traffic offense. I'm given a ticket, go and pay within a certain period of time for this much. Just as it's done where we are living in other countries where we are living. I'm living in Africa, South Africa, Botswana. But let me tell you, you cannot be arrested. You are just given a ticket, go and pay for whatever offense or which you have committed. So what Gachagua was saying, that DCI must go to Kiambu Road, is true. They should not be running around here. For example, we were talking about the governors. The governors, the way to impeach or to arrest the governor is very clear. They have their county parliaments, whereby they are impeached first. From there, they go to parliament, the national parliament, and they go to the Senate. After that, if he is found to have done a criminal offense, then he should be summoned or be arrested, because that's a procedure. You cannot just jump in and say, now today you want, there is a governor who has stolen the money, then you are the police, you go and arrest. You arrest in which basis? Do you have any evidence? So the evidence must come from the parliament as they impeach the person. So there should be a procedure. You might refuse, but that's a procedure. They have to follow the procedure. What I'm saying,
a point of correction before you complete. There's civil procedure and criminal procedure. Even the president is not immune to criminal proceedings. So please, the governor can never be immune to criminal proceedings.
If the governor has misappropriated the funds in the county, is he supposed to be arrested by the police?
That's a criminal offense, yes.
On which level does it come to be arrested by the police? Let us not rush things. You know, we have to accept that there's a government in place, and the way they are going to serve the people.
NM, cannot come here to confuse us. Mambo ya
I'm not
impeachment.
confusing you. It is the law. The law must be followed. You cannot just come here.
Mambo ya impeachment is tofauti na mambo somebody who has committed an offense.
Which offense?
Usiniambie governor akiua mtu aenda kwa impeached kwanza.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Kama mtu ameua, there is a criminal offense. Kama ya kuua mtu, hiyo ambao haiwezi ngojea ya kusema, but the DCI is not the one that is mandated to do that. Just like Nyagaka said here in a few minutes ago, the police are supposed to do that. If someone has killed someone, that's a crime, a criminal offense, whereby you cannot wait.
CID is police. The boss of CID is the Inspector General. The police have got different departments. There's traffic, there's Kenya Port Police, there's dog section, there's
So
CID.
we are arguing from different perspectives, my brother. I was talking about.
They are all policemen, and they have got specific duties which they are specifically trained on, but they are all policemen. A CID is a police officer. He's given the rank of a corporal.
Let us call it. Let us put it the way you are putting it. Let me agree with you, but let the procedure be followed. Let the procedure be, and that's what Gachagua said. We cannot be having DCI officers in the offices roaming over the place, witch hunting people. Let them use the procedure of doing whatever they are doing. And you know, to just rest my case on that, on my own considered opinion is that he was literally saying, let the procedure be followed. He did not say that they should not arrest anyone if he has committed a crime. He only said that they should follow what is supposed to, the procedure that is in place. That's on that part. On the other part, when we were talking about, I can hear Kenyans talking about 10 days, 100 days, or we are expecting the first day to have UNGA down. And that is why you see he has decided that I must withdraw this issue of subsidy from the side of the fuel so that he can be able to make plans. So let us give him a chance and rule, because he's the president now. He's the one who knows how he's going to make these things work. We should not be telling him how to do it. Otherwise, we'll be giving a lot of we will be directing him so much in a way that whatever he wants to do, you are not giving him a chance. It's just only 2 days. Is in day 2, but you are ramming all over the place here saying about.
Tonight is a pertinent reminder to the newly installed Kenya Kwanza. High corruption in Kenya is real. It's not fiction. It's not politics. It's not a lie. It is a fact. Whether denied or ignored, high-level corruption in Kenya is indeed the proverbial elephant in the room. I submit this as an urgent reminder to the new administration for 2 reasons. First, there was very little mention of the war on corruption in President William Ruto's inaugural address on Tuesday. And secondly, there have been a rather sustained attack on state agencies by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who earlier today directed his latest fire at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI.
We have told DCI to go back to Kiambu Road and wait for crimes to be reported there. They have no business in government offices, hovering all over and creating a toxic environment for service delivery. We cannot have detectives in government offices because they poison the atmosphere and the environment for civil servants to deliver.
Now, the new deputy president, who has also sustained a narrative of being a victim of persecution of state agencies, moved to absolve county governments of wrongdoing, claiming that it is instead the investigators at fault.
Pushon by detectives pretending to be fighting graft, whereas they were just extorting money from governors and officials, is a thing of the past.
Then the deputy president suggested how governors suspected of corruption should be handled by investigators in future.
Issue that needs to be addressed as it should be. We are not saying we don't fight graft, but let us be decent people. Let us have respect for elected leaders. Let the head of that particular organization write a letter to the governor himself and not delegate to some junior officers to address a sitting governor, because that is not right. Because when you embarrass an elected leader in front of his juniors and you go away, how do you expect him to perform the following day?
Now, two things suggested by the deputy president should be found disturbing. First, that hint of preferential special treatment for governors or senior political leaders suspected of corruption. And disturbing issue is the suggestion that government officers should be out of bounds for corruption investigators. Now, attention of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in the new administration should be drawn to a few undeniable facts. First, government officers have previously been abused and have indeed been venues of transactions worthy of attention of the crime and corruption investigators. Nearly all high-level corruption cases, whether Goldenberg or Anglo Leasing, Afia House or NYS scandals, have traces, direct lines to physical addresses that end up being government offices. On the Deputy President's assurance to governance, a reminder is pertinent that official reports from different state agencies have highlighted cases of rampant corruption in counties. Records of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, for example, show that there are several governors who have active cases of corruption-related cases in court. It is also well known that some of the files lie in wait at the Directorate of Public Prosecution, DPP, while some other cases are still under investigation. The bottom line is there is corruption at both levels of government, and there are suspects for each of those cases. In the run-up to the election, the ESCC submitted to the IEBC a list of 241 aspirants for public office with integrity-related cases. Though the submission counted for little in the end, it remains a reminder of the situation on the ground. So, whether denied or ignored, official corruption remains the elephant in Kenya's governance room. So, it had better not be denied. That is my kicker.
Zero. So
okay, ENM conclude, please.
Okay, I have heard you, but it all depends on from which angle you are listening to it, because it's very clear here. And what we were talking about, like I was saying, we were not talking about the criminal offense. We were talking about the issue misappropriation of funds in the counties. So when you look at it from that perspective, to me, I think there's a procedure on how to do it. But on the other hand, what I can conclude is this: the government is in there for a few days now, 2 days or so. Let us give them a chance, because they have been given a chance by the people. Let us give them a chance. And this is the only government that we are going to, at the end of the day, we are going to appreciate so much, to have done so much. Because the way we are looking at things in the first 2 days is not the way we should be looking at the performance. Everyone must be given a chance, so that we can, at the end of the day, at least even the 100 days, that's when we can start giving the reporters in, okay, how far have we come from, and what have we done? Not in the first 2 days, 1 day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, ENM, before, I think people want to react to you. Before I bring Simba and Joe, maybe to give their question. I want to ask you a question. In what angle was Rigathi Gachagua reporting from? Like, was it a genuine statement? Was he reacting because some people have been victim of corruption, and maybe he wants now people to become untouchable? So I want you to let me understand, at what angle was Rigathi Gachagua reporting? What information to say that statement?
Okay. Yeah, let me say this in a short form of it. Maybe you can also help me if I'm not right, but I'll say this. We are coming from the government, a regime just a few days ago, which could arrest anyone so long as he is aligned or allied to someone else. So Rigathi Gachagua is trying to make it clear that it's about time when anyone who should be arrested must be arrested for a reason, not because he is allied to someone. In my own opinion, I want to think that's where he's coming from, and there is no one who doesn't know that. That one has been happening in Kenya. Of lately, people were being arrested because of being aligned to William Ruto for no reason. Even many of the governors, many of the people who have been elected from the other side of the Azimio, they are coming out to say what was happening. So they were being intimidated and told, if you are allied to this side, we are going to arrest you. We are going to do all these sorts of things. So he is literally trying to assure everyone that it's not going to be business as usual. People must be, if you have to be arrested, there should be a very clear reason as to why it has to be done like that.
Also, to add on that, let me add that 1 minute. Actually, the function of the DCI is to provide intelligence on given allegations or criminal activities. But they have not been doing that. Actually, they have been doing is politics. For instance, what I expect the DCI to do, when the president says that in Kenya, we lose like 2 billion every day, the DCI should investigate that and tell us where that money goes. When somebody like Musando was murdered, they should investigate that, tell us who killed Musando. They should not be involved in arresting people in Friday and then people are taken to court on Mondays, no evidence, no information. So that's politics. So the function of DCI is to provide intelligence and criminal evidence, so that if the police reports are wrongdoing on allegations, they do an investigation and they come to evidence. Most of the court cases are dismissed because there is no evidence. So because the DCI is not functioning. So the DCI should be keen in providing evidence, so that if maybe there is corruption, that evidence can be used to recover the resources. We want the resources to be recovered, to be used, not just to arrest individuals on Friday and on Monday there is no evidence. So I wanted to add on that.
Okay, statistically, even as we say that, statistically, are those people who have been arrested not culpable? Statistically, now let's look at all the people who were arrested, whether the arrest was done on Thursday or on Friday. Were those people to some extent? Because I know like Obando was arrested, I know Rigathi Gachagua was arrested, so many people. Did they not have a case to answer?
Marara was arrested when they were going for Senate. Marara was arrested when they were going to Senate. Was it a criminal offense to go and vote at the Senate?
No, I'm asking in terms of percentage. Are some of the people who have been arrested not, was the arrest not genuine?
You know, the question is not about arresting. It's about the conclusive recovery of resources, or you find the criminals or perpetrators are imprisoned.
Okay,
So
but
have
where do
they
you
provided
begin? Where do you
conclusive
begin
evidence?
investigations? Investigations, you have to summon somebody, you have to do some arrest sometimes. Because you see, what I'm seeing regarding Gachagua doing here is making DCI toothless. And the moment DCI becomes toothless, we will recover nothing. I will tell you, you will come here 10 years down the road, money will be stolen in tons, and no one will be responsible. We are now on the road of Goldenberg. We are now on the road of Anglo-Leasing. We are now on the road
Kenyan all
of
the time.
where 50
Kenyan
billion.
all the time.
1
Listen
minute.
to this thing here.
1 minute, eh? You
What
are coming.
of which benefit will it be to take people to court, and at the end of the day, you don't get any evidence to make them pay or surrender whatever they have stolen? So taking them to court, arresting them today, even tomorrow, it doesn't make any sense. If you cannot find one
But,
guilty.
We understand the reason why we have those stubborn blocks where also our judiciary is not extremely independent. People buy, you know how our things have been. So if we have to bring sanity in this system, that's why I'm saying the issue is not making some of these state agencies toothless, because if DCI is toothless, who will hand over to judiciary? So you can now see the link between judiciary and getting the guy who is corrupt. We now don't have. So in other words, we are cutting the starting point of investigating corruption. So this is a linear curve where now the origin has been curtailed. So we want something to probe, but you don't have an origin. So in other words, Kenya is, to some extent, I want to say it in a nice one, whatever other suckers we are seeing here is we are silently accepting corruption. Let's be categorical and real on this one. Where is the starting point of investigation? If DCI should only wait in the office, mnangojea andikiwe email, atiandikiwe email kujia watu wameiba pesa kwa ofisi fulani. Let me tell you, that methodology is infunctional from the start. So in other words, this is my point as I clear ili niache Duke akiendelea. What I want to see is I want to see a more, and these are the reasons which we have been asking Kenya Kwanza, give us your method of fighting corruption. What is your framework? And up to now they have not given any framework. Wanaongea tu story ya DCI na nini. Watuambie if it is institutional corruption, if it is county corruption, this is how we are going to handle it. But whatever they are saying is just sugarcoating and talking to protect specific people. And I can tell you, this method of theirs will not work. We will end up losing billions. It is the exact concept which was happening during Akina Mudavadi in the 90s when Goldenberg was hatched and billions were lost. I hope they have knowledge and information. I hope they are not working out of inexperience. I wish they are able to me, it is inexperience. There is no concept here. It's just inexperience and lack of strategy. Duke, go ahead.
Njiru, in less than 30 seconds, I want to tell Duke that the DCI is not there to collect intelligence. That's not their main duty. Every department, even company, collects intelligence. The CID are even better trained to investigate and to prosecute better than the general police. That's why they're called general police. The CID, the DCI is called criminal investigators. So it's not their duty to collect intelligence. They actually have more investigative knowledge than the general police. And they are policemen and they have powers of arrest. That is one. And for E&M, don't say we have to wait, that we keep quiet and give them time. This is like a race. Let's say athletics. A bad start is a bad start. We cannot say somebody starts it wrong and we wait and see if he'll catch up. No. You'll be disqualified if you start the race before the others. So a bad start is just a bad start. We cannot keep quiet. These are people who are going to govern us. Just like a Kenyan athlete representing us in an Olympic in Manyala, and then he starts wrongly and is disqualified. We are the losers. So a bad start, we have to point it out. We cannot keep quiet. If it's a good
Joe,
start, we
I
say
know
yes.
it will always be bad start to you. It will always be a bad start to you because you definitely don't believe in their start. So
No, it's a
that
bad
one I
start
give it to
because
you.
we have talked about integrity. And when we talk about integrity and trust, just 2 months ago, the president was saying the rise of fuel was not being affected by the international prices. So how come he's made a U-turn? When did he realize that this is not now, it is now being affected by the international prices? Just a few months ago. And today, he's now saying it is affected. And you people are saying it's been affected, it's beyond the Kenyan control. But a few months ago, that was not the case. So it is a bad start. It is, we're actually criticizing from what he said a few months ago. He did not believe. He said this was to attack him. That's why the subsidies came. How come today is realizing the other way around? So it's not only me who is saying is a bastard. We are talking from facts. We are talking from what he said. We are talking from what he believed. We are talking from what he told the electorates. That the subsidy was because the then government was attacking him. Now, 2 months
Mr.
later,
Joe,
he's made a U-turn.
Mr. Joe, you know, the moderator is not there. So let me answer you just simply because others also asked to speak. I said
Duke
here.
moderate. Duke is there. Please.
Oh, okay. I said here in a minute, some few minutes ago, that when the president looked at how much we are destined to suffer, from 1 liter, we suffer 50 shillings. And how much, if we pay it directly, we can pay. He found it worthy for us to pay 20 shillings than paying 150 shillings. So to you, maybe you might not see it that way, but that is the fact. And it's there, out there. You can also calculate. So it doesn't matter how much it has been increased. We were paying even more than that through the subsidy. That's why it has been. When you look at it from the point of view which you look at it, you will say it has been increased. But in the actual fact, it has been reduced and it's going to be manageable. It's in the wrong run.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying very well.
Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, right now, the population is suffering. They're suffering right now.
Is it not okay for you to suffer for the short time than suffering forever?
What I'm saying, it was better for the government to take the shocks other than the Mwananchi. The Mamamboga, the Boda guy is now suffering.
Okay,
Joe,
now can I respond? Okay, just a minute. I want to respond to that. Respond to that as we move forward. First of all, I said criminal intelligence. That's actually correcting information and linking that to the crime. That's a function of the DCI. And initially, what we have to say is this: we need to. Why are we fighting corruption? So that we can have the resources which can be used for the benefit of all Kenyans. So you are not supposed to appear as if you are fighting corruption. You should actually, I'm actually interested in recovery of resources. So when the resources are returned back, the government can have money to spend and the country can move forward. But here we find a case whereby they have not recovered any resources. They have been arresting people right and center. For instance, the way they arrested Miguna was arrested like almost 1 day, taken from one town to another, you see? So that's not their functional mandate. However, also to come to the issue of subsidies, remember, we have what we call fixed expenditures. There is some amount which the government must spend, for instance, paying doctors, paying teachers. That's a must expenditure. Now, we are inheriting a government whereby there is no money at the treasury at all. And you cannot access emergency funding from International Monetary Fund because it has said you have to eliminate fuel subsidies. The reason why fuel subsidy must be eliminated is that so that there can be a true reflection of the economy of a nation. It's like somebody can tell you maybe you set an industry somewhere, but it's giving people money to buy from that. So it means that that economy is not operating freely. That's the reason. So the subsidies were to be eliminated on May, but because the government was having a candidate, it was unable to eliminate it on that time. They requested for 3 months so that they can be eliminated progressively. So it was a directive of the International Monetary Fund, and the government stopped to remove it on May because of political implication which it was to bring, which was against that of the government. However, what is important is this. What Ruto said is that the way we can bring the prices of fuel down is to restructure the taxes. You know, oil has a lot of taxations, like almost 9 different types of taxes. So there is no reason whereby, for instance, you are taxing and then you are giving it back to. So it makes sense to eliminate some taxes and so that the price can be reasonable. So but elimination of taxes or removal of taxes has a procedure. They have to go to Parliament, to get the budget committee, something of that kind. So they did that as they are trying to rearrange that. Also, another issue which arose was that those subsidies were being paid to benefit given individuals. For instance, the specific one, the UNGA subsidy, only 30% was paid to mirrors, meaning 70% it went to people's pocket. The same way to fuel subsidies, one company was being given 60%. You can imagine that. 60%. It's like trying to create a monopoly because that company is owned by somebody who is powerful and who is in the government. So considering all that, it means there must be realignment, and maybe if a subsidy has to come, a new subsidy has to come, it has to come so that there is good structures. It's assisting the intended consumer. The same way where Fighter said, for instance, it was funding a subsidy of 50 per liter, but you find those suppliers, they reduce for us 20. So it's like they are getting abnormal profit, 30 shillings per liter. So there must a lot of changes must be done so that if maybe there is a subsidy, it benefits the consumers, not a few cartels. So I think I'm categorical on that. I want to give Simba some time because he has not spoken for a long time. So Simba, have you made your own submission?
I think I will make my submission also. Na ningetaka kuongea kama layman ambaye haelewi hizi lugha zingine ambazo ni za kunichanganya sana, kwa sababu hiyo tax kuondolewa naona tunaleta shida sana, lakini ukweli ni kwamba hizo taxes zilikuwa zimeumiza mwananchi na kuondolewa itakuwa nafuu, ingawa sio kwa saizi. Hiyo ndio kitu watu wanafaa waelezewe from that point. Na nafikiria Ruto, so long as sikuwa na haja sana na uongozi wake, nataka niseme kwamba nataka nikubali kwamba he may make some changes ambazo zitanufaisha wananchi wa Kenya, ikiwa tutawacha siasa ambazo tunapiga mpaka saizi zenye hazina maana. Issue ya Miguna kwa saizi haisaidii wa Kenya, inamsaidia yeye as an individual. Mapinduzi ya 1982 sijui kwa nini tutaiongelea in 2022, eti kwa sababu Raila amepoteza uchaguzi. I think hiyo issue ya taxation ni muhimu kuliko hizo zingine. Nikiongelea hilo swala, in fact Ruto ako na advantage kwa sababu ako na taxation and tax evasion expert free of charge, kwa sababu it's his son-in-law, and what he has done ni kitu yenye watu wengi hatutaielewa from that point. Ingawa maelezo hatuwezi pewa, hii tutakaa nayo hivyo mpaka wakati tutaelewa kwamba tulikuwa tunaumia. Mafuta ama biashara ya mafuta ndio iko na ukora mingi na watu wanaepuka kulipa ile tax ambayo inahitajika. And I think with the time hilo swala litajitokesha na people will understand clearly what had been happening kwa hiyo biashara yote ya mafuta. Soon vile mwananchi ataendelea kuumia, mwenye alikuwa anamuibia kupitia kwa mafuta itajulikana ni nani na alikuwa anaenda na pesa ngapi. Lakini hiyo issue ya DCI, unajua mimi hata nashangaa sana kwa sababu Wakenya tunafikiria tuko intelligent. Wakati mtu anaambiwa akae kwa ofisi na yule mwingine ako kwa ofisi ingine na ako na laptop yenye iko na information yote, huyo mtu akija kwa ofisi atapata ile laptop na ataichukua kama part of his evidence. Ukimwambia akae kwa ofisi yake, ushahidi inapatikana namna gani? Inapatikana vipi? Sometimes lazima tujiulize maswala ambayo ni very easy na kuyaelewa kwa njia ambayo ni ya kiurahisi. I think the police are independent na executive it's an independent. So Gachagua mimi nafikiria ni kama hata wacha kufanya makosa na hafai kutetewa na anafaa kukosolewa. Ndio sababu yeye mwenyewe alisema kila mtu ako na haki ya kukosoa serikali, kwa sababu anajua yeye ni makosa na anataka akosolewe all the time. So mambo mengine nafikiria kitu yenye tutafanya ni vizuri tuongelee swala vile lilivyo kwa manufaa ya mwananchi, lakini sio kuleta siasa ya siku za nyuma. Uchaguzi umeisha, siasa imeisha. Kama tunaongelea swala, tuliongelee vile lilivyo na mambo iende mbele. Nchi yetu ni muhimu kuliko hawa viongozi wenye tunatumia kutaja. Asanteni sana.
Yes, Fighter, and then Orara.
I'm very happy because today Simba Netaya Okwani Regaiga and then the oh sorry. Eish. I'm sorry, my brothers. I'm just over. Okay, I'm happy that Simba Netaya has spoken, but I want to remember or to remind you guys one thing, and this makes me happy sometimes. I think the coming in of Gachagua has really saved Ruto big time, because after Gachagua came in, there was the flip side of the coin, whereby all the arrows has been directed to Gachagua until to about a certain point whereby here some people say hata sura yake ni mbaya, hata mdomo wake ni mbaya. But if you look at the person who is saying about the figure of someone, unaweza hata kucheka. So we don't discriminate people kwa sura zao vile wanaonekana, because there is no one who applied to be born or to be created the way he is. In fact, that's the least. When I hear someone say that Gachagua hata mdomo wake sijui nini, and then when you look at the person, you don't even understand. But the fact is, he said clearly, you are free to criticize the government. You can criticize him. You can rectify. You can tell him where. Also, he checks. Also, sees where he goes wrong, because he's a human being. We cannot be here to defend him. But the truth is, where he goes wrong, everyone who sees what he has done wrong, you have a right to criticize, because this is a free nation. We have democracy. We have a democratic right to do so. That's what I was trying to say anyway, for now.
Olara.
Faita, asante na Demba. Unajua tulipingana mara mingi sana kwa hii pale mara mingi, lakini kwa huyu faita wetu ni kijana ambaye ameshangia kidogo hapa, lakini hajui kina na maana ya siasa. Na kina ya maana ya siasa, leo umeongelea, ulipatiwa nafasi uongee hapa. Hii pale ni kubwa sana. Hii mtembezi, mwambie sana, hii ni mtembezi, na leo umevaa blue, lakini hujui umevaa blue kwa nini. Lakini nakupongeza tu ulipata nafasi kuongea na wazee. Sisi ndio wazee wa hapa. Sasa wewe kijana umeongea tu, ulipatiwa nafasi, sijui apatiwe nini, lakini kiangazo ya kumwachia Rigathi uwezo wa kutawala mamlaka kama internal security. Usiulize mimi, kaulize Wakikuyu wa kule Njoro alipokuwa DC, sio dio, DC. Sasa wewe utapata kiangazo pale, na pale kuliendelea misaki hii chani ifungwe, lakini nitaongea. Lakini pia Ndemba anazo video, anazo kila kitu, na akiwa akifanya kazi yake kikweli. Sasa akitueleza kwamba kwa mchango wako wewe kijana, umesema kwamba atashikilia sheria ndani na wizara. Unajua sheria ndani ya wizara, hiyo ni jukumu kubwa sana. Hata president yeye mwenyewe upata habari kutoka hapo. Sasa hiyo jukumu amachiwa Rigathi Gachagua. Sasa wewe jifahamishe enzi hizo, akiwa mdogo, akiwa DO, akiwa DC, alifanya nini akiwa hapo Njoro? Alafu saizi hapo akalalamika kwamba ameshikwa, na alishika watu pia, lakini saizi analalamika. Alafu sasa anaambia hawa wakubwa wake, deputy governors na wengine, mtulie, mimi nitashughulikia mambo zenu. Na mimi akuambia kama ataongea na wao. Amesema ataongea nani? Kumbuka video ile, amesema ataongea na regional commissioners, nitaongea na hawa watu, nitawafahamisha wafanye kazi vile ilivyokuwa inafanyikaga. Wakati Kibaki hakuwa commissioner, hakuwa nani, alikuwa in fact Rigathi alikuwa msaidizi wa rais mstaafu Uhuru. Yeye ndiye mtoa kwenye denge ya kulevya, alimtoa hapa. Alisema mwenyewe, mimi sio maneno yangu, amesema huyu mtu ni mtoa hapo, nikamleta hapo, nikamfanya hapo, akawa rais hapa. Aliongea, no, this my word, you can go back. Alafu sasa hekima ni hivi, hii channel haikuwa kumkashifu mtu, lakini leo nimewajibika nikashifu mtu. Unajua sangine mnaongea kizungu mingi, panel calls, lakini naongea tu direct. I want the channel to listen. What you are facing on forward is dire.
especially unajua history wewe, unakujua unajua history, lakini kaa vizuri, mkaeni vizuri, mkielewa the moment unaangalia judiciary is in peace, then they are awarded accordingly for next 5 years, 5 billion, 10 billion, whatever it is. It's not right. The moment you see, okay, najua neighbor, najua unipendaji, lakini wacha nimalize tu kidogo, because you have your night until the morning. The moment you see a whole deputy president with a full speech, ama akasema this is the last time you'll see people being talked over. Sio Regina amesema hamtaangaliaga watu wakuja waitwa hapo waambiliwe wasemewe. Alikuwa fani sasa wanasemelea. And in fact, if you look at the Rigathi's speech at Mombasa, alikuwa na only 3, alikuwa na clap ya Waiguru, alikuwa na clap ya only 4 governors clapped after all this declaration he made on that stage. Duke, look at that. We listened to this and we were very patient listening to that clip as Wekesa was playing it. Regarding Gachagua statement on that induction was never induction. It was just a directive. Mutakaa hivi na mutakaa hivi na mutakaa hivi na mutaendelea kukaa hivi, na hiyo message sio kutoka kwangu, imetoka kule juu. Nimeambiwa nikija kuambia je, magavana mkae hivi na maregional na watakuwa chini yangu, na nitakuja kuwaita mara nyingine nikihakikisha mumekaa hivi ama mmojakaa hivi, alafu nitanisha mara nyingine kama amesema one very strong one ya kwamba if needed I will come again to make you kaa hivi. Jo, umeelewa kama nimeelewa au hujaelewa kama nimeelewa?
Okay,
before
so
we jamaa tuku
okay. So we need now. I expect us now to. I'm coming to you. We take care of time. Maybe take 3 minutes, and then I want us to speak to what is the right thing to be done. Now we have William Ruto as the president. Maybe I want us to propose solutions. Maybe which steps will be taken for us to move out of the crisis, to create employment opportunity, and to move forward as a nation. Now we want to talk about solutions so that we can see how we can help the government move forward. So Joy, go ahead. 3 minutes.
Yeah, actually, me, I'm usually very balanced because I believe we all stay in Kenya. What happens in Kenya affects us all. If, like I said here before, and actually before that, I'd like to say what Olara has said, we should take it very seriously. The words of Rigathi. I don't think they are good words. Even the references is made. And that's why I'm saying we need to follow the law to the letter. We have a constitution and we have laws. We have acts of every department, how they should operate. I think this one should be given a priority without any political interference. Like, let's say the tendering of government jobs or employment of people into government section. It should be done according to the law without any interferences. Like Rigathi is already interfering with the DCI functions. It should not be that way. The DCI, I'm not saying they have been perfect. I'm not saying the police have been perfect. I'm not saying maybe several other government departments have been perfect. No, they have not been perfect. And this is what Kenyans have been crying for. Let every department and every institution work according to the law. Their own laws, institutions like, let's say like IBC, let's say like KRA. If everybody is supposed to pay tax, if they're supposed to collect tax, let them collect it from everybody. Because I know the poor Kenyans are the people who are actually sustaining this country. It's not the rich. The rich hardly pay taxes. And actually the rich earn more. They should pay even more taxes because they earn more. But this government is sustained by the middle class and the poor. So I'm not going to say that this government, the recent government is, it's not accepted. Or I just want the country to move forward. Let everybody, be the same upon the eyes of the government. Let the employment be given to people who deserve those employment, not people that actually supported you, like Rigathi said. That even in future, people who wants to join the army and the police are only the people who he will actually say they should join. Alisema mwenyewe, sio mimi. Anasema atakuwa anakuja analeta lori hapa inabeba watu wanaandikwa kazi. That is not the way to go. I think the police have got a way how they recruit. There are some qualities they look and values. So ukisema utaleta watu ubebe na lori, and then you unleash those people on members of the public, we cannot move forward. Let every institution work independently and according to their mandates. That's the way to go. Hapana mtu anasema anapiga simu, so something and something should be done. No. Like even today, the removing of dry port from Naivasha. I think taking the dry port in Naivasha was a cabinet decision. And if it was to be removed, it should go the same way. Mimi, I'd like a situation now where we have a very strong devolution. Like, let's say the 30% goes to the counties, and let the counties do what they're supposed to do. Because if you take the 35% to the county, the people in those counties will be keen to watch what is going on in their area rather than when it's at the national government. Kila kitu ikifanyiwa kwa boma yenu utaona, kama inaibiwa utaona vizuri. So let the county governments have more power and more say in developing of those countries, so that the people can see, they can actually, they'll be vigilant. Other than things coming, hii mambo kitu kutoka inatoka amri kutoka national, ndio biharibu hii nchi. That's where corruption has started. Because corruption started when shule inajengwa kwenu, in your region, in your district, lakini wale wanakujenga wanatoka Nairobi. And the few people ndio wanatoka Nairobi. So they come, they take the money and take it back to their regions. So vitu zinatoka national, no. I think we have a devolved system. Let those devolved system work. I think I've taken my 3 minutes.
Yes.
And let the institutions work.
Yes. So it's true that institutions must be independent. And for me, I think the reason why previously it has been very difficult to fight corruption and to eliminate cartels is because you find these cartels and the corrupt individuals are behind a given faction behind a given political faction. So that maybe if the institution try to execute their mandate to recover the resources, then you will find individuals saying they are fighting our party or our coalition. I think it's the right step which Ruto did by ensuring that our institutions are independent and they are funded independently, so that once they will start that mandate of recovering resources and executing the culprits, all the perpetrators, there will be no individuals who will try to talk about witch hunt. So I think it's right. Simba.
Duke, in fact nchi yetu, na hii kitu mimi nataka nirudie kusema kwamba we are lucky. We are lucky. Only kitu yenye inatusumbua ni mambo ya leadership, and especially mambo ya tribal leadership. The very day Kenya mambo ya tribal leadership itaondoka, in fact our progress cannot match na any other country in the sub-Saharan countries. Our economy is very stable if well managed, regardless of whatever happens internationally. We are lucky because we have good soils, we have good climates, and resilience of Kenyans. We sometimes see some systems, how they work in other countries, na tunajiuliza why not? Especially there was politics ambayo ilifanywa around the huduma number. That huduma number had a good intention. How the government can give services to the needy people, so anybody. Now, in Kenya, sometimes hata hatuelewi nani anahitaji nini. Kwa sababu gani? We have no good structures. Like now, this issue of fertilizer yenye inaongelewa, in fact, it's the brokers who determines ni nani anapata mbolea for farming. The brokers. While in that huduma number card inaweza kuwa na details of what you have, what you do, and what service you need to get from the government. If need be, watoto ni wangapi uko nao, ni wangapi serikali inalipia kama ni secondary school education, and the rest. Ni nani ambaye ako na diabetes in that family, ambaye anahitaji insulin yenye it's given by the government. Lakini wakati ilikuwa introduced, in fact ilifanyiwa siasa as if it's something from hell. So the structures are there. Niliona kama saizi the introduction of this number plates, hiyo kitu bado inafanyiwa siasa. Why? Hii kitu inasaidia mtu, so long as you have that digital driving license and your number plate is well captured, you didn't need to get to be arrested by the police. In fact, unatumiwa tu kwa email yako, you have to go and pay, kwa sababu hiyo gari inajulikana ni ya nani. Lakini sasa unapata gari ni ya third party, mwenye ako nayo ni first party ama fourth party. Sasa hata kama ni kulipa, tuseme ni violation, ni nani anafaa kulipa? Unajua these things, institutions, they are not working, they are broken. If they are fixed, nchi yetu ni kwenda tu mbele. Thank you.
I agree, but Huduma card was a scam to me because people have national ID. We have details when you do citizen, there is detail there, details there. So they were to use the ID number of Kenyans to do that. And also some of us, we have that Huduma number. It was given to us. Is it useful to you? It's not that it was abandoned. We were given. We have it, but how are we using it? A scam which the government used to take money. And the way data was being corrected, remember you were to go there and you were asked questions. What if you give false information? They capture that. They were not trying to accurately investigate the information you are giving. They ask how many children do you have, and then how by word of mouth. So you cannot trust. Actually, the Huduma number does not entail correct information of Kenyans. That's what I can say. Let us give Murumbu like 5 minutes to give some.
1 minute.
Okay, Simba, 1 minute. Yes.
I think it's only wrong understanding and a politicization of something like Huduma number. I can tell you for free, in some countries, start Huduma number inafanya mtu apate a certain service from the government. And if it was not so done, mimi hata yangu sija collect. So, nakwambia the intention is good unless watu waondoe siasa. Kwa sababu gani? That means nothing other than giving service to mwananchi, period.
But why can't the government use the national ID number and it has some detail of other? Why should we have several documents? We have the ID, national ID. So the government should actually use even the ID number. Trying to give Huduma number, what? For me, I have the Huduma card, but I have never used it. And a lot of money was used, like 6 billion was used to come with that document, which is not used to most Kenyans. Fighter, 1 minute, I give Murumbu.
Okay. All right. I want to say this for the record. Mr. Simba, there is one thing that Kenyans are well known for, and this is what is killing our country: corruption. This corruption is all that is killing us. People come to office, like for example, today, William Ruto has come to the office and Gachagua. Then they create something out of the sky and now try to make money out of it. Even that's something that is not important. So Huduma number was okay, but how they put it across, it was unconstitutional. The same way, what they call BBI, it could have helped so much in this country. Many of whatever they were saying, it was okay, but how they do it, for whose benefit? At the end of the day, you find that even the taxpayer has been ripped off a lot of money in an illegal enterprise. So what is going to happen at the end of the day is we are not going to get, even me, wherever I am here. Someone came here, and that's resources being spent. He registered me with my family, but we never saw that thing with that thing called Huduma number. So do you know how much it spent? And at the end of the day, it was nothing. So those are the loopholes which makes us have a lot of debts for no reason. We have to do things that are of great importance for the development of our country, not just bring up things just for nothing. And at the end of the day, we spend without any reason.
Yes, Murumbu. Murumbu, unmute.
Thank you, guys. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Thank you for the topic of today. I take time to come here, but I usually listen to you every day. First thing that, guys, I would like to tell you guys, Kenyan people don't complain. You decided to elect a government of thieves, so just land with it. Don't complain. That's what you did. And you know almost 3/4 of Kenyans are corrupt. Kenyans, most of you in Kenya were in the only positions you are taken there, you got those positions through corruption. So there's no way you can support the right thing to be done in Kenya, because most of you, whatever position you have, you got it through corruption, and you use that position. You are not using the agency as support to be done. you are using through corruption. So the big of corruption are the one they lead us right now. So just die with it. Do you see the way Duke, the way he challenges? He doesn't give you the right way to do. He also support the corrupt. So just deal with it. Those who supported it and they got it, let's die with it. Because wanasema musiba kujitakia hauna kilio. Mtoto akililia wembe umpe. Mlilia wembe, basi jamaa waka corrupt, wakaingia ndani, wacha wakate na hiyo wembe. It doesn't matter. Okay, nikirudi kwa upande walisikia wengine walisema Raila sijui alisema nini. Raila has a right to say what it is because he fought for that right. For his all years, he fought for the judiciary. He fought for the truth. But you know, if you are a truth person, it's not easy to be given a chance. And that's what they have used. And what they are doing. So you guys live with that because, but he'll live on talking about the corruption until his breath. No one has support to tell him that he should keep quiet. I hear some people that say that, oh, he should not talk about 1 million demonstration. Even America here, people demonstrate. Even Trump, they demonstrated. They voted Trump, the corrupt people voted Trump in. This is what happened in America. America was collapsing. It was almost with the grim. Right now, Trump is in the court. But it's only Kenya that you cannot take them back in the court. The corruption, what is going in Kenya, you gave those people a chance, let them do work on you. Kuleni, hata kama mafuta iweka 1,000, let it be 1,000. So you get it. Unga yafaa ifika hata 2,000. Get it. Tuone wenye ulikuwa mnapewa 200 mnakimbia nayo, tuone vile mtaenda. So kama mtarudishia, you will be reduced. Ruto, thank you Ruto na Gachagua, just do it so that they can realize what you are doing, they know the right thing. So what Gachagua is doing, good. That's what you wanted him to do. He's a corrupt guy and you give him the chance, let him do it. No one should compare, even if he's not putting that topic of Gachagua or whatever it. You don't have to bring it here. Because our jamaa wali scoop everything na wakascoop na wakaingia ndani na mnawapigia makofi. Kuleni hiyo ujeuri yenu mlitaka kukue hivyo. You know, like countries like Britain, America, France, Sweden, Canada, German, they had such people like Duke, like the other guys are here from here. The way they are talking, people those such kids were there. But wale wa ukweli wakuja akasimama kwa ukweli and they flashed them out because we had mafia in America, even we have mafia in Italy, we had mafia in France, even in UK, they were there. This kind of people that support the evil. Because you tell them the truth, they twist it, they support the evil. So when you tell somebody that huduma number, it brings you all the details. Na Duke anakuja anakuambia kama ilikuwa ni uongo. Sasa what is he trying to tell you? Hakuna kitu anakuambia. In USA here tuna namba inaitwa social number. Ukiweka namna hii na kutoa everything you have, hata kama ulipatia msichana mwenyewe mimba na ukatoroka itaonekana. Ukienda kufanya kazi mahali popote unapatikana ulipatia msichana wa Duke mimba na you are not responsible. Hiyo saa hiyo wanakutafuta saa hiyo wanakata hiyo pesa. You are responsible for it. Na Duke anasema kwamba bla bla bla. Ngojeni. Let them karanga wenyewe. So we won't let them do what? Won't help them. Mumeuza Kenya, wacha iwachape. Let it happen. Then one day, kuna siku watu wataamuka. 2 tribes out of 45. Ndio mtajua hamujui. It's coming. It's just brewing. Unajua kitu moja kwamba ukiwa na pesa unakuwa pumbafu, unakuwa mjinga, unafikiria you can do anything. Money can do anything. But when the time will right up, ndio mtajua money cannot do anything. If you are here and you are supporting the evil, remember your time is coming. utawakanyaga hata wapike miaka 100. By the time will come, your grandchildren watasafa ile ambayo hujawahi kuona, if you are not telling the truth over here. Somebody cause anaingia uongozi na mnaye anachukua judges wenye walikuwa na question, anawaapisha mara moja. Hiyo na moshi anaapisha corruption. Anachukua wale watu walikuwa na makosa ndiye anaweka haraka. Hiyo ni corruption. It's not showing the haonyeshi ile kitu inafaa ifanyike. Angalia inakaa namna gani. You don't see hata unaingia namna hiyo. Wale waliweka question ndio unaweka, which means waliokusaidia. Kenya, we are doomed. Hata mfanye nini, if you don't think about it, you are doomed. And Raila has right to talk about the judiciary. Walifanya kitu ambayo haijafanyikana dunia mzima. Na basi judiciary inakuja naanza kuthreaten wananchi ambao wana complain. Where have you seen that? Where? Judiciary ama judges wale wamesoma ambapo wanasimamia ana threaten mtu ana complain amefanya vibaya, which means he knew what he was doing. Then you come here support. Naomba Mwenyezi Mungu afunue macho, mbingu ya Kenya ifunguke. Wana Kenya ambao wako ni wapumbavu wafungue macho. Something had to happen. If it doesn't have to happen, vile mnipigia makofi wale ambao wakorofi wote wale corrupt Kenya. How will they come to help Kenya? Sikia vile what is they say. Just listen to him. Listen to what he say. Nenda Britain usikia ati vice deputy prime minister anaenda kusema ya kwamba ati DCI ni idibure. Atakaye kwa hiyo kiti? Where? Even in America. The problem with we Kenyans, mtu akiingia kwa kiti yeye anakuwa ni overall of everything. But the other countries, wao wamefanya kazi, kuna wenye nchi wamekaa pale wenye sheria. You can just go there and then do whatever you want to do. But here once somebody amepata kiti ya chief, vale village mzima ana control mpaka kuku zenye ziko kwa nyumba yako. You cannot say anything. So guys, kubali, kuleni hiyo mlitafuta. Mlichukua wezi mweka kwa ofisi, wacha wawakule. They will eat you until the last minute. Thank you so much.
Duke.
Yes.
Walisema kitu bwana.
No, wait. Murumba's mentioned me. I have to respond also in a good way, because I think we cannot judge the government route within 2 days. So we cannot say it's already failed. That's not. So we have to give it time so that we see what changes they will implement. So far, so it's like almost very few days. We can't actually give a full assessment of what they are capable of. So I wish we give it some time. And also, I not oppose the Uduma number. Remember, it was a full commissioned undertaking, and tax money was spent. People were given tax cards. Even me, I have the card. But is it being used? I was not saying it's bad, but it is because people came with a creation of something so that they can take money from their coffers, something of that kind. Also, regarding you were talking about the swearing in of the 7 judges. Remember, it's a provision. For instance, when the Judicial Service Commission was recruiting the 7 judges, there was a window, like it was like 3 weeks, where individuals who were having issues were to come up with those issues. Then nobody brought those issues. And then the president said he's not going to appoint them when the names are in his desk. You see, that's not good, because if he was having issues and it was a process which took almost 3 months, you were to raise those issues within those 3 months so that the process would be stopped or they would be disqualified so that they cannot be shortlisted. But you don't wait the whole process and then you try to curtail the process at the end. Okay. Anybody who has a question for Murumbu?
I want to say something, please.
Just a question. If a person want to ask a question first. Yes, Simba.
How can I ask a question when the guy is lying?
Simba.
Nafikiria you gave a direction. Now we have the government, tuchangie ni nini inaweza fanyika. Unajua sasa tukianza hizi side shows saa kina Ben Nyagaka wanataka kuanza saa hizi, hakuna mahali tunaenda. Let's stick to the direction you give. Thank you.
No, the guy just lied, and Duke is let him go with that. The Social Security and the Huduma number are not the same thing. The Huduma number is based on the MasterCard, the guy of MasterCard, who is really doing commercial. It has nothing to do with Social Security. Social Security laws were different. Sio hiyo. Na hivi vile amesema ati tumeweka wezi nini, so be it. Look for 2027 and see who you can put. You are not even amjangii hata ile watu mnataka kuweka. You are just crying. Like there is nothing, there's no help in that. But basically, what I'm saying, the Huduma number, the Social Security number in America are two different things. You cannot argue from that point of view. Thank you.
Joy, 1 minute. Murumbu, you will respond after Joy.
Yeah, I think I want to comment on the Huduma number. The intention was really good. It was really excellent. It would have helped in national planning. But I also agree with what Duke is saying, because a lot of money was used, billions were used, and yet we have not seen kazi ya hiyo Huduma number. I'm very sure 70% of Huduma number has not been collected. And do you know why? Because it's not affecting you anyhow. It's of no use. Why would I go somewhere and collect a card and keep it in my house and it's of no use? I'd rather have an ID where I can do a lot of things with the ID. When I want to look for government documents like passport, I'll use my ID. When I want to license my business, I'll use my ID. When I want to get a title deed, I'll use my ID. What has Huduma number helped us with? Or what is it stopping me from getting? I don't need it. But if it was of useful, if they did what it was intended for, then I could have collected mine. I have not collected mine. They have sent me a lot of messages. I've not gone for it, and I've seen no changes in what I want to do. The ID card has helped me more better. And the ID card is cheaper than Huduma number. Huduma number, your card, ilitengenezwa with a lot of things zimewekwa huko ndani, but it's not helping me. An ID card ni kachiti tu inatolewa kakadi tu. And it's more useful in actually when you do your transactions with the government. So mimi Huduma number card, haijanisaidia chochote, wala I have not even missed it. But the question is, a lot of money was spent. We never know. What was spent, what they told us they spent, maybe what is spent, half went to people's pockets. Kwa hivyo tunatajirisha watu. Ni vile tu mtu amesema hapa, I think it's a fighter. Kwamba even the present government, wanaweza kuja na, some issue, just to get the monies from the treasury. And that's all. And hiyo ndio inaumiza Kenya vile fighter amesema. Inaumiza Kenya sana. Because hii ni pesa yetu. Hatuna hospitali lakini watu wanachukua billions out of projects ambayo hazitusaidii. There's no need of starting a project and then halfway haifanyi kazi. Vitu kama zile damu Aurora na kadhalika. Hiyo ndio inaumiza sisi. And many others. And Mulumbu, I'd like to tell you, umeongea very bitterly, but no, this is our country. Ni kama mtoto yako. Uwezi sema tu imekuwa mbaya. Hii ni kama mtoto yako. hata kama ni mkora, you don't give up hope. Useme wacha ashikwe aenda nyongwe. You try to correct. So this is our country. If things go wrong, sisi wote tutaumia. So tusiseme hivyo. It's better we criticize. That's why the opposition is there. That's why the senators are there. Kuangalia governor anatumia pesa mna gani. We can't give up. Sasa wewe kwa senator wa Azimio ama ODM na ya governor ni wa mtu wa Kenya Kwanza. Huwezi sema you'll give up because wamechagua governor wa Kenya Kwanza. You do your work as a senator. Nunaangalia pesa hata huyo governor kama ni wa Kenya Kwanza anaitumia mna gani for the benefit of wananchi and your people in that county. And sisi pia for the benefit yetu na wajuku yetu vile umesema, we have to put this government on check. What is going wrong? We have to point it out. Not because we are fighting Ruto na Gachagua, but because we want a better government, a better country for sisi na wale watakuja nyuma yetu and for generations to come. We must make sure that proper laws are put in place ambayo itasaidia sio sisi peke yetu lakini wale wanakuja nyuma yetu. We don't just give up hope. Sasa hapana, no, we cannot. We cannot. Hata South Sudan had to fight years and years so that they can get their freedom. Hawangesema wacheni Bashir afanye vile anataka, sasa hawangekuwa na kitu, hawangekuwa na maisha, hawangekuwa na future. But they kept on fighting. Sasa ukienda US, yule mtu anakimbilia 800 meters mwanamke is a Sudanese. At least wanaelekea mali fulani. Kuna mapato moja moja wanapata. So Mulumbu, I feel you. I really feel you. I really feel you. Mimi ni supporter wa Azimio. And I really feel you. But please, tusiwe so bitter that we just give up hope. Where we are supposed to support this government, ikifanya vizuri, we will support. Lazima tu support. Vile wameanza wamesema, evolution has to work. Vile Gachagua alisema, let's see. Let's stand and see and on watch and make sure they keep their words that devolution will work. Hiyo tu ndio nilitaka kusema.
Okay, Murumbu, respond.
Thank you so much. Mimi ndugu zangu nitawaambia ukweli na ukweli utabaki ukweli. Tayari muliweka government, wale watu wako corrupt. That's 100%. Wako corrupt 100%. Walipeana pesa kila kona to get the chair ambapo wamekalia saa hii. They never got it in a right way. That's the truth. Ndio nimesema let them rule. Let them do whatever they want to do. Hata we don't have how to criticize because they never went in clearly, democratically. That's what I'm trying to say. And it has not started today. It's been there for years. The good election was done, it's the year 2022. 202, not 2020, 202. Hii propaganda imekuwa hapo milele. So you cannot tell me there's something is going to happen good. There's nothing good because wherever the government is there, it's a corrupt government. So kilichoko ni kuacha wafanye vile kitu wanataka. So with the huduma, Matiang'i alisema vizuri, kitu inasaidia, wamepeleka kesi kotini, wakafunga kila kitu. It was never accepted fairly, openly, ili ifanye kazi. That's the truth. Kwa sababu kama iko fair, open, ukienda ukiweka jina yako ikiingia na inapatikana na information yako yote, ambapo ukifanya makosa unapatikana. Kenya is full of corrupt people. Is being led. The corrupt people, they are few, they are not many. Now ndo wameshika Kenya. You the person with the good ideas, you cannot do anything They will convince you to enter in their uncle, Mr. Joy. Ukweli waambiwe. Kama Kenya hatuwezi kuja tuseme ukweli mahali ulipo, ati kwa sababu you are flip-flopped, so una support what's not is right. Yes, I accept walishinda is our president of the country, but is a corrupt. The people are corrupt. That's the truth. Let them wapige hesabu yao wabadilishe Kenya iwe mzuri, lakini wakipiga hesabu zao na zikuwe mbaya, vitu wanafanya zidasi havieleweki. I'm not that who can support. Kwa sababu ukiniambia kwamba mtoto wangu kama ni mtoto wangu, hata kama nimefanya makosa, I have to bail him out because amefanya makosa. I can't do that. I'm not such a kind of person. My kid, when he does a mistake, he has to deal with it so that when he comes out, you know what he did is wrong. In America, when you do a mistake, it doesn't matter ni mtoto wako, ukiingia ndani, sheria itachukua nafasi. Mzazi atakwambia, my kid, I told you don't do this, so go and finish it. Kama ni jela watakufunga. Hawatetei, once umepatikana na makosa, they not pay any hongo ya kwamba utoke. Na Kenya tumezoea mtoto amefanya mtoto wa Duke amefanya makosa, Duke anapeleka pesa huko, mtoto anatolewa. He comes to do the same thing. That's why you Kenyans you are used to do. Then you are used to it. You grow in it. I never grew in that such a situation because I grew up very poorly na nikajileta mpaka mahali nilipo. My kid, I'll never support him to do a wrong thing. Niende nimsupport nimtoe, I'll never do. Na nawaambianga, I want, hata kama nimekuzaa, kwenda kufa huko because I told you never do it. If you do it, go and face it. So this kind of nyinyi yote kubembeleza sio ati mtoto amefanya, I can't do that. I not support that because atakuletea shida kila siku. Masikari watakuwa nakuja kwako nyumbani kila siku because you babysit the kid, anaiba na unakubali. That's why the African countries cannot grow. Uganda cannot grow. Rwanda cannot grow. It's not as they can't grow because you leaders with the corruption wananchi wenyewe mko poor, mkipewa kitu kidogo mna support. Now you are the richest continent in the world. We will never grow. Kwa hivyo that's why wazungu watawatumia, watawatawala. There's nowhere you are going. Utapiga hapa mdomo mwisho uzeeke ukufe, wacha watoto wako wazeeke wakufe, wajukuu wako wazeeke wakufe in the same way. If you don't speak it now, do it.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I support what Mulumbu is saying, but I also think even on this forum, we come and support leaders, but we really don't support them because what they are offering is good. It's just because you're feeling an allegiance to them. You know, it starts with us, because if that leader is corrupt, if most of the people, more than 50%, refuse that corrupt leader, let me tell you something, they would not go very far. So it starts with a personal accountability. You supporting somebody just because maybe he's from your tribe, or maybe because you've been paid, or because he has told you he'll give you something, a job, and then you support them even when you know they are doing wrong. So it is a personal, we ourselves, even on this forum, I've seen, there are people who come here, they are very intelligent, but they will come and spew lies. They are lying and they know they are lying and just do it because they want to support their leader, the person they are supporting. So until we, starting in this channel, also take personal responsibility, then it will spread. It will start with me, it will start with you. And then with time, it will spread. And then with time, those leaders who find that they are not accommodated. Like now, I saw Waiguru saying that she wants to be the chairman of the governors. If it is true that she carried that money in a sack, what do you think gives her the guts to even stand there and feel that she can lead all those governors? Because we have normalized corruption ourselves, and everybody there was commenting, oh, Waiguru is the right person. I'm like, come on now. So it is us that give these thieves permission to steal. If a thief comes to your house and open the door, you open the door for them, how can you then start crying and screaming? You open the door for them, for Christ's sake. What other kind of permission do they need? When people come in town and they snatch your phone or your watch, don't they do mob justice? Why don't you mob justice those leaders? Instead, we clap for them. So we blame us. And King Kaka was right when he said, Wajinga ni sisi. That's my answer to you.
Fighter.
I truly wonder where the likes of Murumbu went and sat down with a certain group and then crafted to understand that the only person in Kenya who is corrupt is Ruto and the Gachagua. When in the actual fact, even when this lady Waiguru was being impeached, he was saved by the regime in place through Raila Odinga. When Raila and Uhuru has been reading in this government, and they were the big boys in the government, when we lost the KEMSA funds, which we up to today we don't know where they went. So I fail to understand how it comes to be. You are saying someone can come here and say Ruto is the one, or the regime which has been elected is corrupt 100%. That cannot happen. For now, I want us to think on a positive way. Let us give the government that is in place, which has been elected by the people, the majority, even if it was one vote. That is the democratic right that they deserve to be given a chance to rule, so that we can see, because we cannot sit here and say they are corrupt when we have KEMSA scandals which are unresolved. And these two guys, the one whom he is trying to say is the correct one, he was on that spot whereby he could not even say anything. So how do you claim that Ruto is the corrupt one when the ones who have just left, they have those scandals which they did not even talk about up to this day? Let us give the Kenyans, the Kenyan people decided, they voted for Ruto overwhelmingly. So let us give them a chance. Let us see how they are going to deal with corruption. And for sure, I can assure you Kenyans that this government that is in place now is going to do wonders, because it is the leaders over there, like Ruto and the Gachagua, they know that the bar has been set. They know that they are being checked. They know that the stones have been thrown to them. So this is the people who are going to save us. Let us give them a chance. Give them even 100 days, then you start saying things. You cannot be in politics. You cannot be in campaign even after the elections is gone. I like the likes of Joe. For sure, he's as Mio. But he's trying to make sense, Corey. Let us now come out of that politics. Let us now focus and see, how do we develop, how do we build our country? How do we put on check the people who are now in the back? Because there's nothing wrong to do. They are going to be there from now to 2027, whether you like it or not. So the only best thing is to check, put them on track. And I want to add this before I forget. Saying that Ruto appointed 7 judges, the judges who were rejected by Uhuru, and that is wrong. That's very wrong on its own. Because number one, these judges, even as we speak, they are the judges of the High Court. If they are not worthy or they are corrupt, they are not supposed to serve. The president did not appoint them for his own reasons, because he didn't have a reason. If he had a reason, he could have given out a reason. So, I see people making a lot of comments on social media that Ruto giving the judiciary about 3 billion shillings into their budget is now corrupting them. I don't know how Kenyans want to make things look like everything must be ugly. Ruto said he wants the judiciary to be able to build the magistrates and all to be able to have the courtrooms and the magistrates of the courtrooms or the courts in each and every sub county. But you cannot do that without money. So when these funds are coming to that one arm of the government, it's not about corruption, but it depends on how you look at it. If you look at it from your angle where you sit and then you see about corruption, you are looking at it as corruption, then you make people believe so until you are proven wrong. So let us give the president William Ruto a chance to rule. And if there is a government that has failed us, is the government that has left, because the orders, they could not obey any order of the court. So there is no one who speaks any ill about it. They are just praising because it's on their side. But that's not how we can develop our country. We have to be realistic. We have to be truthful and call a spade as it is. That is when we can grow. Even if Ruto goes wrong today, I should be able to stand and rebuke or go again or criticize the acts. We cannot be saying, "Oh, Ruto is my support. I support him, so he must do things the wrong way, and then I stand by him." This is what is killing our country. So let us all pull it back, look forward, as in we are now focusing on how do we develop, how do we start from here. Like I said, and I've had it on social media, that if you find yourself in a hole like the one that we have found ourselves in, you must stop digging. So we are trying to stop digging. Let us, all of us, try to embrace that. Thank you.
Please mute 1 minute. Just a minute. E&M, please. And this is just a piece of advice to you. Mimi, we ni ndugu yangu kutoka huko nyumbani. Hii mambo ya kuchimba mambo ya hapa nyuma, tusahau hizo vitu, tuende mbele. And if we have found ourselves in a hole, nataka nikuulize, why did Bungoma Senator resign? Because already we are in a hole, na tunataka kusave hizi pesa na by election itafanyika pale. Who did it?
Why did he resign? You want me to answer you on that?
Yes.
I want to give you 1 minute and then Ashley to present.
Who, me? Yeah, I can talk. I'd like to tell Fighter. The other guy who talked, Mulumbu, did not mention Raila, and he's mentioned Raila, saying Raila was somehow, I mean, he indicated somehow like he did not talk. By the time the cancer scandal was happening, Raila was not in the government. He was not in the government. He didn't have any cabinet secretary in the government. That's a fact.
Raila had never been in government.
Yes, he's never been in government. And all this mess that we had, Raila has never been in the government. So you should not mention his name on that debate, that he was also part and parcel of the council. Ruto was the deputy government. He had his cabinet his people in the cabinet. So I think if you keep Raila out of this, let's be fair.
Mr. Joe, until we become candid and say call a spade, we will never heal Kenya. Until we come out clear. We all know, just a minute, we all know the part that Raila has prayed from 2018 up to this day in Kenya. There is no question about that.
Why don't you agree when he said, we all know, when Muluku said, we all know this is corrupt government? Why don't you agree with that? because those are assumptions. You call
Holding which position in government?
Lumbu
Tell us.
that is doing an action. But when it comes on your side of Raila, you say you all know. Then you want to say we call a spade a spade. Then if it's a spade, then also we all know that Gachagua had a case in court over corruption. So if you want to call a spade, let's go with facts.
But there is no one who has said Gachagua did not have a case. There is no one who has disputed saying that Ruto was not the deputy president. But we know.
Let me speak wiser. You see, when Mulungu said Gachagua and the group is corrupt, you said they have never been taken to court. Your words. But now, when it comes to KEMSA, you say we all know. I mean, that is public judgment. That is public lynching, which I also agree. The public opinion is always even better than the Supreme Court. That one I can tell you for sure. The publics are not stupid. Kenyans are not stupid. Hata wewe mtu yako akipelekwa kotini afanyiwe kichini, mtajua tu because you're the family members. Mtajua this guy was fixed.
Okay, but I have one question for you.
So public opinion, wanajuanga sana. So when you say it's public opinion, unajua Raila was in the government, then it's also public opinion that we know these people are corrupt. The same case. Let's be level.
Yes, but
do you single out Ruto being corrupt than the other one, so that you say now this is the best one who could be given a chance, and by who? When the majority of Kenyans have said we want this thief, we don't want this other thief.
No.
That's why I was saying.
I think can all of us mute? Yes, two wrongs don't make a right. We cannot say who is corrupt, who is more corrupt than the other. But both of you have a point. For instance, Joe is talking about cases of regate, which are true cases, but until they are conclusive, as per the Constitution, until you are proven guilty. But also, Fighter was making a point that Raila is the one who exposed Waiguru as a corrupt individual. But later, when he was impeached, he stopped. When he was being impeached, he stopped her impeachment, something of that kind. So, but I don't want us to continue arguing on that because you cannot move forward. I want to give Ashil to make some Simba 1 minute, just 1 minute.
If you can say Raila is the one mwenye alikuwa na church Waiguru, who was talking about Waiguru making catwalks na pesa zimepotea kwa NYS, is it not William Ruto?
So we can agree Waiguru was corrupt. Everybody. Give submission.
Yes, go ahead. Give your submission as you speak.
It's going to be short. Also, I wanted to say Gachagua needs to watch his tongue. Now they're in government. He doesn't need to come and complain about DCI to the public. We need to have faith in our institutions. So it is them now in power. They have to choose people who know how to do their jobs, so that whatever he said today was out of line. If you're in government, the last thing you want is people not trusting your institutions. So he should not be the one who is bringing distrust to the institutions that we should all trust. So they have an obligation to put the right people in place who will do their jobs the way it's supposed to be done. On Raila taking action, I know Mother Karua said the other day that she has the time. She can go to East African Court to find a ruling on the just concluded case at the Supreme Court. What I want to tell them is that Kenyans are hungry, Kenyans are unemployed, they don't have the time, they don't have the luxury. We've been through a campaign, and then they have the money and the privilege to go and detox. And when they go and detox, these people they left up there on the high are still high and they don't have time to detox. Instead, they now have to face increased fuel prices, increased cost of living. So if they really love Kenya, they will keep their egos aside and do something to help these people going forward, because the issues they want to do are redundant. Going to the Supreme Court to ask for the judges to come out, then what? Because that case is final. Nothing can be done about it. So we have to accept what we cannot change, and then we have to look at the things that we can change and work on those, unless our aim is to cause depression on the youth. Because when you start bringing these, you're going to cause for a frustration, hopelessness on the youth, but you're able to move away from the hopelessness and go and recharge. And then you come to a people who have no comfort or the luxury of recharging and come to incite them more. So if you love Kenyans, Raila and Mother, you will think what you're doing, what is the aim, what is the end goal? So if your end goal to go and remove the judges at the Supreme Court, then what? I think what they should be doing is what Simbarati is doing. He's gone, he started working, he's in his county, they have 5 years now. They can work on making sure that the next election is free and fair. They need to sit down, they need to come up with strategies and ways to make sure that the election never gets stolen. And I know someone here said that Ruto and Gachagua did paid people. I saw what's her name, the woman rep of Nairobi in Mombasa, paying people, giving people $50 or whatever it was. I saw her issuing money, bribing people, which is illegal. So it is not only Kenya Kwanza which did it. There is even the other team, Azimio, did it. They were just beaten. They also stole, I'm sure, but they were just beaten by the other side. So let's think forward. Since we can't change the past, let's think what we'll do in the future so that this never happens again. I think if we go from there, that's gonna be the right way to go. Now, on the 844 system, I don't know whether this was there in the CBC. CBC, what we are doing is teaching our children how to become slaves and house girls in Saudi Arabia. Other countries are teaching their children technology. How can you teach children to crochet, to farm? You know, give the people, you know, like in Kenya, it's like the government is too much in our lives. They don't leave the families, the parents to decide for their children. And I think the government needs to step back and let the parents decide for their children. Now, in some civilizations, what happens is that they give the children, the parents, their choice of if you think your child is not very smart, then they can opt to those CBC kind of education. And if you think your child is smart, they can opt to do technology, more science subjects. So I think they should invest in technology, that children from grade 5 or even from grade 3 should be accessed a computer, a laptop, to be able to use. And it is possible. If our governors, if our leaders can afford planes, they park planes in there. If they reduce the money they are giving our elected leaders, we will have money for other people. And I believe what we should be discussing on this forum is how to ask our fellow Kenya citizens to refuse to pay taxes until all those people who have stolen from the government return the money. They keep asking, where is the money coming from? If we sit down and count all those people who have stolen, whatever who stole, it doesn't matter whether they are Azimio, whether they are Kenya Kwanza, those are thieves. And if someone steals in office, the director of investigation should go and remove them shamelessly, because if they stole shamelessly, we're not going to give them dignity because they are elected. We did not choose them to go and get elected to go and steal. So there's not going to be decency the way Gachagua was saying they be written to a letter. If they confirm that they have stolen, they should be removed from that office as shamelessly as they stole. And it shouldn't end there. The money should be returned with interest. Then when they return with interest, they cannot keep increasing things and increasing taxes. The taxes is be countable. They're being unadmitted and not least. They should cease to take overseas free going out of the country.
Maybe she was having a network issue. But the problem I have with the government, especially the outgoing government, is you find a situation where the government has the mandate, it has all the instruments to do the right thing, to prosecute the criminals, to recover the resources, to imprison those who have been found to be guilty. But it's not doing that. But it wants us to give information that somebody and somebody is corrupt. We don't want to get that from the government. The government, we should know that somebody is corrupt if, for instance, we are told that a given amount of money has been recovered from this individual, or this individual is going to be imprisoned for 2 years because of corruption issues. I think that can be more helpful than the problem we have is where we find the government which is not doing its work, but it wants us to paint a picture of somebody that as corrupt because maybe they want to have to shape the opinion for their convenience or for them to retain power, something of that kind. Yes.
Whom did you give a chance, Duke?
You fighter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this lady called Ashley, she has spoken like 10 ladies, you know, and for sure I have to congratulate her because all these people, from whether it's from Kenya Kwanza or wherever side it is, they have done a mess in this country. So what we should be focusing going forward is how do we get our country back? Whether from the regime that is available now, the one that is in power now, we have to put it on track. We have to see wherever it goes wrong. Actually, Kenyans must take charge, as in like now we have social media. We must tell them here. You don't think that they are not here. Sometimes they reason, they find these conversations. So it must make sense from our conversations over here. And I agree with her that these big people here, whoever lost, they have all the money in their banks. They can stay, they can work when they are telling people to go for riots and all those things, demonstrations. But at the end of the day, the person who suffers is us, the common mwananchi. So until, even now, it has been hard for them to perform what they would have wanted to do because the people decided to move on in a way that they have gone back to their businesses is like as usual. Because when we realize that we are being used, we know the right thing to do. So this is our country. We must be able to find a way, in one way or the other, how to move on and going forward, how we can develop our country. Because living in the past saying, oh, this one has done this, the election was not okay, and we can stay there for as long as we can. But are we building our economy? Yeah. So there are people who have the capacity to live without even working at this point of time for a year or plus, surviving on what they have accumulated. But if we are going to look at them and say, oh, okay, let us move and be having that emotional decision of saying, I will never, I will not, you have chosen the thieves, like I said earlier on. Now let them kill you. No, we have to put the government in place, on check. So we have the institutions, like now the parliament is there, the Senate is there, and for the governors, the parliament, their local wherever is there, the parliament here for the MCAs, how do you call it, from the local wherever, they can do their oversight, and whatever happens, if they are going to be true Kenyans, we are going to have our country back. I can assure you, we are going to see a great change. I have that hope that we are going to see a great change, because even the little transparency that we had in this election, some of us, we see it being open and fair, is because they were working on it based on the ruling of 2017. So I'm very sure that the government in place is going to work following the way they have been criticized, the way they have been put on track with so many people saying they are corrupt. I want to think they are going to use that as their way of measuring how they perform, and they are going to do a great job. So let us be positive. Let us give them a chance. And in as much as we are not going to let them do the way they want freely, but at least let us give them a chance and see how we go forward. Thank you.
Duke, can I say the last thing? I think I was kicked out. Just one. I would take 30 seconds. Is that okay?
Let us let Winston Joy. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to say that I think the first order of business for Ruto should have been to bring Miguna back into the country, because he has court orders to be in the country, and I hope he will do that soon. And then once Miguna comes, then I think that will be justice served. Thank you.
Okay.
Miguna kuna na jaji na bei unga iko.
Fighter mute.
Yeah.
Fighter mute. Simba mute.
Yeah, me, I think it was me to talk, eh? I want to tell Faisal, justice has to be done. No longer, no matter how long it takes. That's how we got our independence, because we are colonized. And we had people fighting for freedom. And they lost their lives. Some of them lost their lives. So what we need is justice. We cannot forgo justice just for the sake of, moving on. That is not true. That is not right. We can't just forgo justice. If we do that, then we'll be slaves forever. And then you can't say people have moved on. You cannot speak for all the people, because that's why we have the debates here. If you're in social media, you'll see that people are not just ready to move on. People want justice. And I think most people are saying, if these things were happening fairly, transparent and everything, we don't have a problem who leads this country. But when there are question marks and there are bands that we can see, then those bands has to be straightened. That is when we'll have justice. Those who are now in Europe or US, if you ask them the history of their country, there was a time when they were where we are at this moment. And they fought hard. And I think somebody said it hard here. They fought hard until they got it right. So also us, we have to fight hard and get it right. We want a situation where everybody has an equal opportunity regardless which community, which religion you come from. It is not happening, and you know it. And if I can tell you, if you've forgotten, the first time Ruto chose his cabinet from his own community. And you know, the community he comes from is in Rift Valley. Rift Valley, we have Pokots, we have Turkana, we have Kikuyus, we have Luyas, we have Samburu. Don't you think any of them deserve to be appointed to represent Rift Valley as a cabinet secretary? So we have not reached that point yet. And we cannot say we just move on for the sake of moving on. No. Because if we say that, ahead of us we'll get into more problems. That's why we're having a debate here. Otherwise, why will we be here talking about governance? And why will we be differing? We have to debate this, we have to talk, we have to keep on talking, criticizing, and giving credit where it's due. That's the only way we'll move on. Lakini kuassume tu ati kila kitu ni mzuri, tuendelee tu na maisha, I don't think that's the right way.
Okay, I want to give it to Makiadi. Makiadi, I want to take it as the moderator. So unless you have a question for me, I can. Do you have questions for me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Kwani unataka kutoroka? Kaa hapo, tujamaliza debate yetu. Unataka kutoroka uende wapi? Let me say hi to you all first of all. Very good debate you had here, Duke, Fighter, Joe, and Ashley. I want to take issue with what I heard Ashley say earlier here. I think, Ashley, it's a bit unfortunate when you make unsubstantiated remarks here about the person in the name of Esther Passaris. Nimesikia ukimake a very reckless statement that Esther Passaris was giving out money during the Mombasa gubernatorial election. I think that is a very reckless statement. And Duke, sometimes when people make, we are here to correct each other. So when people come here with such statements, if I was the moderator, I could stop you right there and tell you that is untrue. Unless you can prove to us that whatever Esther Passaris was holding in her hands was money. I think hiyo ni kuharibia mtu jina bure. We all saw what she was holding in her hands. I think that's been a discussion on the social media for some time now. So I would rather you withdraw that statement. Otherwise, we will say wewe unaeneza propaganda hapa. But that's just a by the way. On the issue of Rigathi Gachagua, I don't know where we are heading to. I was expecting something new from this government, something new about a policy that would actually, make people who had the idea of stealing government money or misappropriating government funds feel afraid of doing that because there's a new sheriff in town. That is the kind of attitude that I expected to see in the new government. But then when the name of when the guy in the name of the deputy president appears in Mombasa and addresses the governors and tells them that he's going to align the county government commissioners, I mean the commissioners and all those, the government operatives that work down in the county level in such a way that they will understand that the governor is the boss, and tells the DCI to stay at Kiambu Road and wait for cases to be reported there. I think that was a very, very reckless statement from the deputy president. I don't know Duke, ni wapi wewe ukifanya makosa unaandikiwanga barua unaambiwa kuja kwa DCI utuambie ni kwa nini ulifanya makosa. Unless we are saying that we want to treat thieves and misappropriators of funds with velvet gloves moving forward, because that is basically what the deputy president was saying. I would expect that, in fact, I don't know why we should even be talking about county commissioners, because I don't believe that is even a position that is recognized in the constitution anymore. The county government is purely headed by the governor, and so if we are still holding county commissioners accountable in this coming regime, then it means also we'll be having the so-called regional commissioners, and I don't know, you know, all those posts that tulikuwa tunasema zitatolewa na constitution, but that's not the point here. I think Rigathi Gachagua is a liability to Kenyans moving forward. Unless this guy is checked, then he's returning Kenyans to the authoritarian rule where he used to be a DO. And I think we should be worried. We should be worried because mimi nikiangalia nione mtu ambaye anataka governors wakuwe treated kama small gods in their counties, then inamaanisha kwamba they will do whatever they want and nobody will touch them, because as far as we are concerned, the person on top, who is the deputy president, anawatetea. And I think Rigathi Gachagua bado ako na ile hangover ya kushikwa na polisi siku ile alipelekwa ndani, sijui ilikuwa ni Friday akatoka lini. Bado ako na hiyo hangover, hiyo kasumba bado iko kwa kichwa yake haijatoka. So wewe unataka uibe pesa alafu utumiwe nani Inspector General wa polisi ndiye akuje kukushika kwa sababu wewe ni nini? Wewe ni governor. Ati huwezi shikwa na corporal kwa sababu corporal si rank yako. What kind of thinking is that? What kind of thinking is that? So if you believe that this corporal is not even worth arresting somebody, basi let's get rid of them, tuache police commissioners basi afanye hiyo kazi peke yake, because we know that there should be an administrator na kuna ule mtu wa mkono wa kwenda kutumwa pale. Even soldiers, it is very difficult. It is not possible to see the commander, let's say the army commander, fighting in the front line. They always give orders from the back. That is their job. We ukiwa soldier unatumwa huko mbele, kuna mtu ambaye anafanya administration yako, kuna mtu ambaye anafanya logistics kule nyuma, and that is why they are there. That is why they've been appointed to such positions. So Rigathi Gachagua waache kuchagulia wezi ni nani atawashika. All police commissioners have a duty to protect our property. They have a duty to protect us, and there is no exception. Hakuna governor ambaye ni special. In fact, what I would expect is if police commissioner, if governor anapatikana na makosa, enda utumie hata constable amweke pingu kutoka, Rigathi Gachagua bado ako na hiyo aibu, ndio inaonekana bado anataka anyoroshe, ajaribu kunyorosha police. Yeah, he's trying to get back at the police, but Kenyans should not allow this guy. This guy is going to be a liability for a very long time in our country. If he has started in week 2, it's just week 1, day 4, week 1. Na ameanza kusema vile ataenda kualign DCI na CG police, whatever. It's so annoying. Fuel subsidies. Fighter, nimesikia ukisema fuel subsidies hapa ni mzuri zitolewe, but you guys are not giving us a good reason why it was supposed to be done in such a rush, why it had to happen on day 3 of your regime, and then now mwananchi wa kawaida anaenda kwa gas station ama kwa petrol station anaenda kununua mafuta 20 shillings more. Why was the rush? Why are you complaining about the levy on fuel and subsidies and then leaving out the fertilizer? Kwa nini hamuongei maneno ya fertilizer? Is it that you have an interested party in the other side? How come the deputy president knew that he would avail fertilizer that costs 3,500 on his first day in office? How? And I remember very well, we knew that there is a ship that had docked Mombasa from Russia. Kila mtu anajua, and I can play the video here because mi sitaki kusema na sitaki kuambiwa nasema propaganda. We know there's a ship ambayo ilitoka Russia na fertilizer, and it has been at the port for quite a while, almost 2-3 weeks. Even campaigns ikifanyika kulikuwa na meli imesimama Mombasa na fertilizer. So one day the deputy president anasema I'll avail fertilizer 3,500 and nobody's complaining about the subsidies. But then it comes when it...
Makiadi, which deputy president?
I don't know. You know, I'm not used to calling William Ruto the president.
You have to get used to that one. You must get used to that.
Yeah, I'll get used to that. Thank you for reminding me, fighter. So the president, it's so hard. Pole sana, ninajua ninaumiza lakini ni sawa. The president William Ruto on his first day in office anatuambia kwamba atashukisha fertilizer, na anashukisha, lakini kikuja kwa mafuta mnasema ni cartels. Na hawa cartels wa fertilizer kwa nini yamuongee juu yake? What interest did they have on the other side that no one is complaining? I've looked at the social media. The only people that are complaining are the people that are complaining that subsidies are not sustainable when it comes to fuel. But then when we talk about fertilizer, hakuna mtu anaongea. Then I'll make my own conclusion that these cartels in the fertilizer industry are cartels that came in with this new regime, because it looks like they are protected and nobody's complaining about them. So I just want to believe that what Kenyans did on August, I think sijui inakuanga 9th August ama 8th August, confuses me every time, is just to change cartels. So Uhuru Kenyatta alienda na cartels wake, William Ruto ameingia na cartels wake, and I don't expect anything new. Same business. People are saying that William Ruto inherited a very dilapidated economy. Inherited from who? Ali-inherit kutoka kwa nani? He was the same person in the other government, the second topmost guy in the other government, the Jubilee government. So in actual sense, William Ruto is not inheriting anything. He is part of the mess that was in Jubilee, and he's now in charge of the Kenya Kwanza, which is the UDA government. He still carries forward the mess that was the previous government. And I don't think anything good will come from this government. You can tell me niko na uchungu kwa sababu ya kupoteza election. It's okay, but I don't see anything good. Same cartels, different regimes. Thank you. Now, let me move forward. I want to give Christine an opportunity, and then we move namna hiyo.
Good to see you, Makiadi, Barry Duke, Julia. I heard you talking a while back. I was busy somewhere, but good to see you again. E&M, Fighter, Joe. Mise, wow, nimekumiss, you are back. Okay, I believe you'll share with us where you've been and what you've been up to. Joshua, how are you? And Ashley. As usual, Makiadi si unajuanga sisemi mingi. But first of all, I just want to debunk. There are people who came here and told us Raila was in government during KEMSA when the money was being stolen. But one thing we should know that by Raila being a friend to Uhuru does not mean he was in government. Raila did not hold any government position. None of Raila's people held any government position. And Uhuru clarified very well that when they were doing handshake with Raila, they were not after position. They were after bringing peace in the country, bringing different communities together. And we can confirm that all of us were there when that thing was happening. And we saw very well Uhuru trying to bring every tribe together to be one. And his desire always in public was to leave Kenyans united. But unfortunately, he has left Kenyans divided. So that one should be out. Yet we know Ruto was in government. He kept complaining and he kept being advised, if you are uncomfortable, get out of government. A letter circulated about Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, when he was not comfortable in government, he resigned, but Ruto never resigned because he knew what he was up to. And sometimes, as much as yes, we would like to accept that Ruto is the president, there's nothing we can do about it. But I also think Ruto should also respect us. First of all, the story for Ayadin Arun, the guy that was caught and yet to carry a tag with his name, we complained about it. Then during your inauguration, he comes. And without hata aibu kidogo, unachukua picha yake unatuonyesha. You want us to move on believing that justice was done for us. Justice was not done for us. So your actions, ndinafanya tukubali, kumbe justice was not done. We even saw the Supreme Court judges, how they were comfortable in that state house, their pictures that circulated. You still want Azimio supporters to keep quiet, justice was not done. Yes, Raila might not be president, true. Here now we will live with it as of now. But I thought Raila would rest, but it seems Raila in his heart, Raila wants to go down one day, ata penye atapumzika forever. He wants to ensure that systems are working, justice is being done, whether he's in government or not. So when Raila says that 1 million of us are marching to State House, for me, I'm just waiting for the date. I'm not seeing why UDA should come and lecture us that properties will be destroyed. And some of them don't even have a tissue paper, even on the ground that enye mtu hata anaweza kanyaga. So, and picketing is our constitutional right. Properties are never destroyed unless the police start meting force on people. That is now people react in anger. When Raila said the Mandamano Tuesday, tell me which property did Azimio destroy? Even here in the US, people picket, people have a right, people hold placards. We see them every day. Let people vent. We have never gotten that chance. And now, when you're telling us to give the government a chance, kuna matumaini huku mbele. Ruto got into that seat. What is his first course of action? He's pleasing the judges. He's rewarding the judges. Saizi tunaona media Chebukati is very comfortable holding meetings, inciting other workers against the 4 commissioners. We are seeing Rigathi Gachagua is dealing with the DCI. These are things they were bitter about, you know. We are not interested in those. Those are not priorities. Priorities right now is for Ruto to give us a list of his ministers. Priority right now, we want unga to be lowered. Priority right now, we want those petroleum prices to come down. Those are the priorities. So if you are telling us we give you time, but you're working on non-priority, what time do you expect us to give you? Are you being fair? Somebody talked about education system, and it's good Makiadi and Julia is here. People always say, oh, in America, you can do sports if your child is not bright in class. I don't know, maybe Makiadi or Julia where you are, but as for me, where my child goes to school, it was a must. If you are getting below 75%, no sports. So there are things that we should not take our children through. Our children have adjusted to CBC. Sisi wenye hiyo home science tulipika. Sisi wenye hiyo home science tulishona hizo masweta manini. We did all those. Did it not make us people? A child should be all-rounded because saizi hakuna kazi. So, and even if they have to transition, they should also be mindful of these parents that have invested in CBC, you know? We should not just do things for political mileage. Time ya kupolitik ilisha. Let's be considerate even to those people that voted for you. Fine, this system is not working. Sit down with stakeholders. You can't tell us you're going to abolish everything. What impact will it have even on the child and the parent? These are the voters. So before we rush to do some things, we have to think twice. About Port of Mombasa, it's the port being taken to Mombasa, we don't refuse. Even as Azimio said they would have done the same. But you just cannot wake up just one morning because part of Uhuru akona kitu kwa hiyo Naivasha thing, then you say, you give an executive order. No, people need to sit down, policies, hata hao wenye wako na kazi hapa. We need to work out on ways to compensate them, ways to give them something to start a living elsewhere kazi haiwezekani. So UDA, it's high time you do your priorities right, do your right thing. And finally, Ruto said that he's gonna come to Kisumu. The only thing that Luos, unless I don't know, but the only thing that we will accept from Ruto coming to Kisumu are tulete pesa na development project, which for now is not gonna be true because hawezi tuanzia na wache Rift Valley or Central. So for him to come to Kisumu, he's free to come to Kisumu. But if he's coming to entice us, if he's coming to use some rebels to jeopardize or to shun Raila, we've gone through enough. If he has to come to Kisumu for us to welcome him, he has to come through Raila, and Raila will only convince us if developments are being brought to us. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christine, for your remarks. I want to move with speed to Joshua Mark. Let's make it brief in your cover kilometer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mikiadi, Julia, Fighter, Joe, Ashley, Christine, Mise, Dishe, and Nyumba. Yeah, thank you very much, Mikiadi, for coming in. You know, wakati Duke yuko studio inabaki wazi because people don't like propagandists. You know, that guy ana propaganda nyingi, but you don't want a moderator who has a lot of propaganda. That's why akiwa hapo hivyo people tend to disappear. Now, the studio is full. We can have a constructive argument and discussion which can help us move forward. Now, I think Raila jetted back yesterday from Zanzibar, and he has a clear message to Azimio people that why should we vote if the foreigners can decide our president? That was a very clear messages that he gave the people of Azimio, especially me. Why should I vote 2027 if the same system will continue? I know that millions of Kenyans who are asking the same question, why should they vote 2027? And I'm telling you, if the system remains the same, then likely a quarter of people will only vote. Not more than 10 million. It's going to be around 7 million will vote. The remaining rest of guys will never vote because what we saw tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, that was very unfortunate. As a country, we cannot be dictated by foreigners. So that's a question that Raila also asked. Why should we vote 2027 if foreigners can decide for us a president? Now, on the issue of fuel, you know, I was hearing, I used to hear what Ruto was saying during his campaign. And he used to say that cartels are the one who are there to dictate the prices of fuel. And that time, the fuel was around 147. And he said that cartels are there. Now Ruto is in power. And that time was saying that for us, for the price of fuel to go down, we must dismantle cartels. I'm asking a question. Ruto is now in power. Why should he dismantle these cartels so that you can get the fuel to go down? Because he said very well that the reason why the fuel price is high, we have cartels who are dictating the prices of our fuel. Now Ruto is there. Why should he dismantle? Because I'm wondering now fuel is 179. Why should he dismantle these cartels? You know, sometimes I wonder with how Kenyans are being conned. We were conned that cartels are the one who are dictating the prices of fuel. Ruto immediately after being sworn in, alienda state house. The priority yake ya kwanza ilikuwa ni kusign executive order kurudisha port Mombasa. That's not a priority. That's politics. And then rewarding judiciary with promotion and 3 billion. I mean, every financial year. That is just politics. The issue that affects Kenyan mwananchi, issue of fuel. We want to dismantle these cartels so that the prices of fuel can go down. That is the only priority that we need to do. But if they are going to tell us that now that they want to change the goalposts and say that is the issue, that this issue is global, we are just watching. But we are expecting him to come out and dismantle this cartel that used to tell people that the cartels are the one who are responsible for the hiking of fuel. He needs to dismantle them. He has now power. He can fire. he can dismantle, he can hire, he can do anything. Now Ruto has power. We need him to act, and the we need the price of fuel to be around less than 100 shillings, not more than 100 shillings. So we are expecting much from him. We are really expecting much from him. And then on the issue of us marching to Supreme Court, we are ready. We are more than ready. Kenyans are more than ready. I know most of you here are wako nchi za ng'ambo. You are in diaspora. Me, I'm in the ground. We are ready. Even if people are told tomorrow to march, people will march. Watu wamekasirika sana. People are very furious. Even watu wa UDA walikuwa nasherekea. Now they're also seeing the real picture that this guy conned us. Because he used to tell us that we have Asla fund, but the first priority that Ruto gave was judges. Promoting judges, that's not a priority to Kenyans, because Ruto used the narrative of Asla. So how does appointing judges affect the life of common mwananchi? I know last time I said this, Themba was trying to defend that the judges are going to help common mwananchi in court. You know, helping common mwananchi is good that will not bring food on the table. The issue that we want the price of unga to go down, we want the price of fuel to go down, we want healthcare. We need free education the way he used to promise. Those are the things that we want to hear from Mr. President. Any other thing, we don't want to hear any other thing, and we are ready to march to Supreme Court if that can help this country, because we cannot live in a country where it's being ruled by jungles. You know, anybody can just do whatever he likes and then get to power. That's not a country. We need a country where there's a rule of law, a country that when you wake up in the morning to go and vote, your vote is being counted. But a country where you just wake up in the morning and then you vote, ikifika the following day, the president is being dictated to you, that's not a country. So we are expecting more to hear from Raila. And I think that's a good momentum they started it. We want that momentum to continue, and we need to push up 2027. We'll never relent. I know many people are saying that Raila should go and rest. Raila bado ni kijana, you know, that guy, watu wanasema kuwa Raila is old, ni ati ni mzee. Raila si mzee. Raila is around 78. And in any case, he can rebrand himself and come back 2027. We will still vote for Raila. We will still vote for him. We have the US president. He's around 83 years old. And he's a president. So watu wanasema kuwa Raila amezeeka, Raila bado ana brain, bado ni mzima, bado anatembea, atembea na mkongojo. He's really still walking straight. He talks straight. So if Raila decide that 2027 anakuja, we'll still vote for him. But in any case, give us another person, we still back that person, because Raila has been having a good agenda for Kenyans. That's why we trust him. And I'm now telling you that by 2027, many people hate this Mr. President, because people are now expecting much from him, which they'll never see it. So thank you very much, Makiadi. I'm still in. I'll contribute later. Thank you very much.
Okay, Shukran, Joshua Mark. I want to give Nyumba an opportunity. I hope you, Miss Disha and Julia, don't mind that, because I know anaenda kufungulia wanyama. So Nyumba, I know it's almost time, so just come in and give your remarks before you leave.
Thank you, Bwana Makiadi, but I apologize to Julia. Julia, naona Makiadi sasa nakuonea. Nafikia ni rafiki yako sana. I don't take it lightly. Now, nimewasalimu nyote. Bwana Makiadi, Salimika, Julia, Ian Fighter, Joe, Ashley, Christine, Joshua, Mais, Disha, msalimike. Nimefurahi kuona wengine sijaona kwa miezi mingi sana, sijui alienda wapi. Mais, Mise, Salimika. Sijakuona kitambo sana.
Niko
Sina mengi ya
kusalimika.
Umesalimika, asante. I can see there's quite a number of issues raised in today's topics. maybe I can only touch on one that actually gets me a bit disappointed. For Raila having come back, that's a plus. It's not finished. There's a man, he's like a cat. He has got 9 lives, political lives. He doesn't fade away. Sometimes we think he's gone politically, then he comes back even stronger. So don't be surprised that he may even be stronger this time. The only thing is that by then in the next 5 years, he'll be 82. I don't know. Someone has talked about the US president. Yeah, he's still very energetic and healthy. When the way he walks, the way he talks, it doesn't even look like his age. He is quite energetic, so still some fire in him. Now, so let's wait and see. Of course, gives directions. Raila is not a destructive person for the country. In fact, he cares for this country. So whatever maybe directions give will not be negative, be positive for all of us and Kenya in totality. I said I'm not talking about this. Maybe I can touch on DP Gachagua moves to Tame DCI. I don't like that. That one I can say for sure. It's not correct. This is vindicative. Has got already an issue of his funds having been frozen, being suspect to fraud or some corruption. Okay, and I don't know how they are going to handle this, the courts now. Him being the deputy president, of course, he can't force it, but he'll use some forces behind the scenes and get his money released, so he can call Kina Julia to Mount Kenya and me for them to celebrate, and me to eat nyama choma and rice, as he promised before the elections were over. I don't know, I'm waiting for that. They can go to eat meat and maize. Na kutaramusha pia, sijui, tangoja. So I'm saying I may not talk much, but things are moving on. The only thing that I'm not sure is that some things may be beyond the current president. The rise in prices of the fuel, we cannot actually say it's Ruto's doing. The only thing is he removed the subsidy abruptly, and fuel has never risen to that level. 20 shillings per liter. It's out of reach now, and it's going to have a very bad effect on all industries, on all areas actually. Transport, food, everything is going to be affected by this, and I think he has started wrongly. Bwana Mise, maybe you'll advise us how things are going to work. Kenyans have been down, even having 2 meals in a day has been difficult. Now they may not even have a meal in a day. And there's no way, you usually say a hungry man is an angry man. I don't know, it's a very tricky for him. How he solves this one. A hungry man is an angry man. And an angry man can cause a lot of damage. Not even listen, you cannot even be considered when you're hungry, of course. Yeah, so let's see. I'm saying let's not put that he's the one abruptly has made this decision to increase the fuel. No, the system's like there was a subsidy. I don't know, maybe they found it's not sustainable, but they could have taken slightly longer. Sometimes it's good. Subsidy again, the land you at least for him to settle down. He has not even settled down, and this has got a big impact, negative impact on his system, on his government from the word go. So I said I may not talk very much. For the country, the governors, Waiguru versus Ole Lenku. I'll go for Ole Lenku. Okay, I'll go for Ole Lenku. Not only for political, maybe Ole Lenku doesn't have some baggage on him, corruption baggage and all that. We know what happens at the National Youth Service when Waiguru was the minister, or the cabinet secretary. So of the two, I would go for Lenku. Not much baggage he may have, but it's not as much as Waiguru bring us over. So the only thing, as I finish, I wonder how this government is going to fight corruption. Because the leaders themselves have got corruption issues, and perception is very important even in politics. Starting the deputy, the president himself, the deputy, Waiguru. Anyway, let's pray hard that they change. People change, I said the other day, for the better, Tuombe na Mungu aguze, they care for the Kenyan citizen, otherwise the Kenyan citizen are in trouble. Makiadi nitamaliza, mimi niko Kenya na nyinyi mko nje, pengine hamjui vile ni mbaya. The situation is very bad. Not once gari yangu inaenda inasimama kwa barabara na imekwisha mafuta na sina senti. Mambo ni ngumu hapa. And maybe it's in the area I stay and they know my vehicle. They see it parked on the roadside at imeisha mafuta. You imagine that. An elder like me. Acha niwaachie hapo. Thank you everybody for listening to me. Thank you. Okay, yeah, you know my program, so I'll be here for a few minutes, then I move out to do other things. You know them yourself. Thank you. Mise, happy to see you. Some I may not know them. Christian have been here together, and the others. Have a nice time, everybody, wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mzee Nyomba. And I think just to finish off where you left, I think the contest between UDA and Azimio is somehow alarming, because I don't see even the need of making it a contest between Waiguru and Ole Lenku, because the C.OG chairman is just, or chair lady is just a one year thing, and it doesn't benefit any political party. So people are taking this thing too far. How many C.OG chairmen or women have we seen for the past 5 years, and doesn't add any value to anybody? So this is just taking the contest too far. Julia, before I come to Mise.
Asante Makiadi, I'll be brief, and I'll also request you, there's a clip I played by Linda Kaikai. It's 5 minutes, so I'll take 1 minute to speak. Will you allow me to play that clip?
Let's listen you speak first, and then I'll give you directions after that.
Okay, asante. So me about Gachagua statements, and I listened to him and yelling and shouting at the DCI. He was a fighter. Please, must defend Gachagua. He's undefendable. That man is an embarrassment to your government. Even Ruto doesn't. Ruto has stopped speaking like that. He's trying to be presidential. I listened to him and I was telling myself that, Lord, help me never to speak like this in public, because he was literally threatening the DCI, like anarusha threats ati era ya kusumbuliwa na polisi na magavana kusumbuliwa na polisi imeisha. Era ya nini imeisha? I am asking myself, all of you here, if you have ever been stopped by policemen or arrested. Very few people are arrested for nothing. Usually people are arrested kwa makosa ndogo ndogo. Wengine pengine driving gari yako is not in the right condition. Sometimes maybe when mlevi umepatikana in a wrong corner. So what I'm trying to say, that all these people Gachagua is trying to defend were arrested by the police, were harassed. There were reasons for that. Hawakutafutwa bure. And Gachagua is trying to imply kama when governor, a policeman cannot approach you, and the DCI should not go to those offices to find out who is doing what. I want to say that when Gachagua said freedom is coming, I think he said freedom is coming. Freedom has come for people to loot as much as they can and to steal as much as they can. That is the freedom Gachagua was saying, that kutoka wa leo, no DCI will arrest you, nobody will take you to court, no court will jail you, because we own the court, we own the police, we are going to control the police, we are going to control DCI, hakuna mtu atawasumbua. So fellow Kenyans, hapo ndio taifa letu liko. Your country is held hostage. My second point, Ashley talked about the education system, curriculum-based competence. And I think the intentions of this system is to improve the education system in Kenya and to make it more meaningful. And she used very nasty words. She said that it is being used to prepare children to become maids in Saudi Arabia. Actually, I would like you, maybe when you come back, withdraw that statement. That's very inappropriate, because I think the the intention of that system was to prepare children to become more skilled and more independent. It's only that maybe the implementation is still lacking probably because of lack of facilities, and maybe even these people who are implementing it need to go out and find out what's happening. When I was trying to find out what exactly is competence-based curriculum, that competence-based curriculum is, I thought, I stand to be corrected. It looks like a mixture of the American system and the British system. Iko hapo katikati. The American children, they may not appear like they are learning a lot of substance, because right now I'm in the classroom and I have experience of the American education and the Kenyan education, but the American children are tuned to some skills that they become independent at a very young age. They can do a lot. Their education is more of application. Hata ukifanya mtihani hapa unafanya application. Theory iko, lakini the emphasis is how can you apply that knowledge that you have acquired. So that is the emphasis in the American classrooms. Like I teach in a school that is high school, but they have a section of the school called Thunderbolt Technology Center. And then they have another section of the school where it is more of hands-on stuff. So I'm seeing that the Kenyans are trying to bring a mixture of the British system, because the British are the ones who are having grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, up to grade 12. But then they are bringing in they're trying to implement the American kind of teaching. So what they need is facilities and maybe more exposure. So we can't rubbish that. Actually, that is a very negative attitude. I think you should desist from that. What we need may be to try and implement that in a more effective way, so that when our children, I see that these American kids, like the ones in my school, there are some who are being taught a lot of architecture, a lot of woodwork, a lot of carpentry. They come to show me stuff. By the end of 4 years, you see they can do so much. They can be employed in a construction company. They don't need to go to college. If any college they need to go, maybe it's what they call a trade school. They call them trade schools. So in America, you don't have to earn a degree to earn a living, a good living and a decent living. And I think that is what Kenyans are trying to do. So we can't stand here and start rubbishing those things. That is very wrong. So mi nataka ukinipatia nafasi, I'll play that clip. I want Kenyans to see where Gachagua is taking this country. Woe unto you Kenyans. Nyinyi mulisema mmepiga kura, hapo ndio mnaelekea. And for Baba reading a march to Supreme Court, I think even more than that should happen. Because unless that happens, this country is held hostage. Asante Makiadi.
Okay. Thank you, Julia. I think Mise ametoka kidogo, so you can play the clip. Mise, wacha tucheze hiyo clip, or you want to speak? I know it's gonna be.
Yeah. Let Julia wants to play that. I think let us give her the chance to.
Okay, Julia. Kuseo leo umezima stima.
To the newly installed, my kicker tonight is a pertinent reminder to the newly installed Kenya Kwanza government that high-level corruption in Kenya is real. It's not fiction. It's not politics. It's not a lie. It is a fact. Whether denied or ignored, high-level corruption in Kenya is indeed the proverbial elephant in the room. I submit this as an urgent reminder to the new administration for two reasons. First, there was very little mention of the war on corruption in President William Ruto's inaugural address on Tuesday. And secondly, there have been a rather sustained attack on state agencies by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who earlier today directed his latest fire at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, DCI.
We have told DCI to go back to Kiambu Road and wait for crimes to be reported there. They have no business in government offices, hovering all over and creating a toxic environment for service delivery. We cannot have detectives in government offices because they poison the atmosphere and the environment for civil servants to deliver.
Now, the new deputy president, who has also sustained a narrative of being a victim of persecution of state agencies, moved to absolve county governments of wrongdoing, claiming that it is instead the investigators at fault.
By detectives pretending to be fighting graft, whereas they were just extorting money from governors and officials, is a thing of the past.
Then the deputy president suggested how governors suspected of corruption should be handled by investigators in future.
Issue that needs to be addressed as it should be. We are not saying we don't fight graft, but let us be decent people. Let us have respect for elected leaders. Let the head of that particular organization write a letter to the governor himself and not delegate to some junior officers to address a sitting governor, because that is not right. Because when you embarrass an elected leader in front of his juniors and you go away, how do you expect him to perform the following day?
Now, two things suggested by the deputy president should be found disturbing. First, that hint of preferential special treatment for governors or senior political leaders suspected of corruption. And disturbing issue is the suggestion that government officers should be out of bounds for corruption investigators. Now, attention of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in the new administration should be drawn to a few undeniable facts. First, government offices have previously been abused and have indeed been venues of transactions worthy of attention of the crime and corruption investigators. Nearly all high-level corruption cases, whether Goldenberg or Anglo leasing, Afia House or NYS scandals, have traces, direct lines to physical addresses that end up being government offices. On the Deputy President's assurance to governance, a reminder is pertinent that official reports from different state agencies have highlighted cases of rampant corruption in counties. Records of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, for example, show that there are several governors who have active cases of corruption-related cases in court. It is also well known that some of the files lie in wait at the Directorate of Public Prosecution, DPP, while some other cases are still under investigation. The bottom line is there is corruption at both levels of government, and there are suspects for each of those cases. In the run-up to the election, the EACC submitted to the IEBC a list of 241 aspirants for public office with integrity-related cases. Though the submission counted for little in the end, it remains a reminder of the situation on the ground. So, whether denied or ignored, official corruption remains the elephant in Kenya's governance room. So, it had better not be denied. That is my kicker.
Julia, you want to say a sentence before we go to Misha now?
No, I think Kaikai just summarized to us. We are hostage. Sasa mimi naomba wenye mnakuja kutetea hii serikali, it's very hard kuitetea. It's next to impossible. It's very hard. We are held hostage. Asante Makiadi.
Nyumba, 1 minute.
I'll not take a minute, Bwana Makiadi, I'll take seconds. You can see me and Julia have tackled the same thing because within these topics indicated there, this is one of the most dangerous parts of it, that the deputy president is already criminalizing the DCI, This is actually now forestalling any investigation they are going to do. Him actually is a victim of the same, having had cases in court and even a sentence having been passed and his funds having frozen. This is not from the heart. This statement is not to help Kenya, is to help himself and people of his equals. Now I can go away. Thank you, Julia, for sharing the same thing.
So 30 seconds. I want Mr. to speak.
Nyumba cannot go away. I think he should reprogram his this activity he does at this time. I'll send you a suggested schedule for some of these activities.
Okay.
Anyway, let me use my. You said 30 seconds. I wanted to talk about that clip before.
No, I'll come to you. Missy has been here for a while. I'll come to you. I thought you just wanted to say bye to Nyumba because it's in Kenya. It's 5:45 right now.
I wanted to react to that Gachagua thing.
Yeah, I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Mise, it's Nyumba we kuwa na siku njema basi. If you drop tutaonana kesho. Mise, it's been a while. Karibu sana. Good campaign.
Asante sana.
You won the election, so karibu.
Yeah, thank you very much. Julia, ENM Fighter, Joe, Ashley M, Christine, Tisha, Nyumba, and Kuseo, and Makiadi, of course. Good night, good morning, and it's good to see you, and it's always good to be here. I think for me, I am just debating in my mind whether I should say what I'm thinking to say, or it will be heartbreaking to very many people, including Julia. But that being said, I just want to begin to talk about the CBC. I think it's something. I think that the president and the current government, they're doing very good. I think it was very much in order to relook into the system, whether or not, like Julia said, it was properly implemented. The idea is good, but the timing and the execution is bad. If you look at CBC, the way it was rolled out, it's like when you are taking an accelerated program. When you're taking an accelerated, many parents that I've spoken to, and I have cousins who are cousins and relatives. Most of these kids have ulcers. They are suffering because the program that they were put into, they were not prepared. It's an accelerated program, and if you know what an accelerated program means, is like you're taking a course that is supposed to be taken maybe for 2 years, and you take it for 1 year, and you can see even the breaks. It's terrible. I think what the president has done, the directives that he has given, and the way they promised, I think they are moving towards the right direction. I have spoken to very many parents, like I said, and they are complaining. Children are having problems, they are depressed, but no one seems to care because the way the program was rolled, the timing, it's not right. I think it's in order for them to relook into that. Now, in matters of politics and party politics, and the Azimio and UDA, I think, Makiadi, I'm gonna start with you, and I'm gonna say that denial is a disease. People need to go and get, to see the doctors, because when you live in denial, you live out of reality. And I think it's an habit that has become a character of the Azimio people to be complaining and to live in denial. The president of the Republic of Kenya is William Samoei Ruto. You like him, you don't like him, that is who the president is. And I think, like him, he has said he's going to go to the Luo, Nyanza, and make amends and try to take a message there and visit them. That is a gesture, a good gesture. Matter of fact, Makiadi, you cannot be in denial that William Ruto is not the president of the Republic of Kenya. Yet you are asking the government that is heading to provide services that they promised. So you better not ask if you do not acknowledge them as the government of the day. The same person who heads the same government that you're complaining about the fertilizer, about the other things that they promised. I think is the same person that you don't like. So I think if you look at the days they're in office, they were barely sworn in the office the other day. So it's premature for all of us to be asking them to do things that they promised they would be doing within 100 days, the first 100 days. They are not even 20 days to the government. So I think it's premature of us to ask that. And in terms of the port of Mombasa, I think the president is right on point. The directives are in order. They are misplaced. If you go to Mombasa, Mombasa is like an empty shell. A lot of people lost jobs. And I think by reverting the port there, it will create a lot of jobs to create balance, as opposed to what had been the dry ports that had been created. And also, in terms of judiciary, the appointment of the judges, I think that is a very important thing that the president has done, to appoint the judges that were rejected by the former president. And a lot of people say judges are not a priority in our country. I think you realize that when there is a lot of anxiety, poor economy, you realize that crime rate goes up. And so when crime rate goes up, we need judges. And as you know, when there are delayed cases, those are like delayed justice. So I think the president, by revamping the judiciary so that cases are handled timely, I think that is something that he has done that is very important. Now, in terms of Raila, I'm going to speak, and it's going to heartbreak my darling Christine. But allow me, Christine, my darling, to speak something. I was in Kisumu just the other day, and the people in Kisumu moved on, and they are very much welcome of the new president. They are ready to work with him, and all they want to see is money in their pockets. And they are tired of going to the streets, and they have no intention of going back to the streets just to demonstrate for one Raila Amolo Odinga, unless it's another person that Raila Amolo Odinga is going to mentor to the political arena, which he has failed so far. But I am just disturbed by the message of the one Raila Amolo Odinga. I find it irrelevant and untimely because asking or questioning the judiciary and saying that our elections were decided by foreigners is actually very misplaced. It is one Raila Amolo Odinga who told us about the mercenaries in 2007. I think it was 2007. It was him who introduced us to know the meaning of Mamuluki. But as soon as he became the prime minister, he did nothing. He did not follow up. We saw the the mercenaries walking in the streets of Nairobi. But as soon as he became the prime minister, he did nothing about it. And so it would be very untimely of him to come up again and tell us of our 1 million march. Kenya has no time of our 1 million march to the judiciary. In fact, the most progressive judiciary within East Africa and Africa is Kenya. That is why you can see that progressively they have really improved their services. It is the judiciary that overturned the election on the victory of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and we praised him, and Raila praised Maraga for that. That was judiciary. The same judiciary, when it didn't work in favor of him, he is criticizing it. I think it's about time that he realizes that opposition, the position of opposition, has been very demystified within the current constitution. And lastly, or not last, Raila must, as a leader that we impress and admire, must learn to accept defeat. I think he despises William Ruto. That is why he did not attend the debate. That is why he did not attend William Samoei's inauguration, and which was very key. And even in his concession, he did not, I mean, when he considered defeat, he did not vividly or explicitly concede and acknowledging William Ruto to have won fair and square. And the IBC that we are actually castigating, you can tell and you can agree that IBC tremendously improved. Most of us who live in developed countries, we don't have the kind of system that the IBC actually had. That language of fungua sava, funga tuone, that was actually is a language of the past, because this time sava ungefungua hata kutoka kwa gari yako. So this whole theatrics of IBC and castigating IBC, I think it's about time we give the current government and accept the defeat and give them time to start working for us so that we don't sidetrack them. And the last thing I want to say about Gachagua. Gachagua's message is clear. Let us respect the leaders, elected leaders. And I think he's talking about boundaries and separation of powers. That there are institutions, and these institutions should not overstate their mandate, so that they feel that they are godly. They are like small gods who should terrorize you. And it is true that sometimes that it is good for them to stay and step back and stay within their mandate. We have the EACC, which is also supposed to be on the forefront of fighting corruption. And they should work hand in hand with DCI, the DCI's office, and so on. So I think what he's emphasizing on is that every leader, every leader should be respected. And maybe I can add that every civil servant who has been elected must be respected and be treated fair and square instead of being embarrassed, because sometimes the way we treat our leaders, it trickles down to our subjects. And that's what I wanted to give as my contribution this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Miss. Let me give you just a minute. I want to go to Disha, Christine, just a minute, and then if you have another question, we'll come back to you.
So should I talk, Makiadi?
Yeah, just in a minute.
Okay.
And, yeah.
I'm not even gonna take a minute. Whatever Mr. has said about Raila, those are his his own opinions. The only thing that I want to tell Mr. not to speak for Luos. First of all, Mr., when I know you're very good at spreading propaganda, but we've been with you here during campaign period. That house that you are in with that bookshelves is your house in Canada. So when you are telling us that you were in Kisumu the other day and people have moved on. Of course, there's nothing we can do. Raila has not spoken to us. And don't think that we're gonna sit as we wait for Raila. Of course, we had to go about our businesses. You cannot come and tell us what to do. We are the Igbo. We are regrouping, you know. But one thing I want to tell you, the other things I'm not contesting your opinions of what you think about Raila, because you know very well where Raila was when Ruto was being inaugurated. You know very well we couldn't attend Ruto's inauguration because that was going to sanitize the IBC plus the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court. But just leave the Igbo community out of your propagandas. We are waiting for Raila. We are not going to get direction from any other person, and we know how to put our house in order. Thank you, Mise.
Okay, we will come back to you, Mise. Let me go to Disha.
Thank you, guys. Let me start with the topic that everyone seems to be dealing with, the Gachagua, the Gachagua of today. Having heard what Gachagua said, on my side, I think Gachagua is very inappropriate. I heard him speak during the inauguration, and I thought that was not really necessary. Even today, castigating the DCI, I think there's a way to handle things. Like once you are a boss somewhere, there's a way of implementing things without necessarily talking down like institutions like that. I find it doublespeak that the other day the the president said they're gonna give independence to the police and the security sector, and you find Gachagua talking about that, the DCI. I find that inappropriate, and I think the president should be able to tame him down and get to tell him what exactly he needs to speak in public. Nevertheless, I would say yet much as we would want to have the institution run independently, what we have witnessed in the DCI, I think, is a very incompetent lot. I don't know whether to call it incompetent or is it they've been playing to the politics of the day. We've been taken to some other times. We see like almost 50 police officers and DCI arresting somebody who's been alleged to have been corruption. Yet we get guys have been killed and extrajudicial in River Yala, where, but they don't act like that. So sometimes I think there should also be something. Something should happen in those sectors of the security and DCI. But nevertheless, Gachagua is wrong, and he shouldn't be talking like that. Secondly, let me talk about the fuel subsidy that is ongoing. I think the current government has promised Kenyans a lot of things, and the other time I said, if that government is to achieve these things, even a 50% would be too much. Those things were over-promising. There is a difference between campaign and the reality. Now, what happens? What was the role of this subsidy in the first place? The problem that we have in Kenya is that the Kenyan government over-relies on taxes. For every liter of gasoline, the government takes 67 shillings. So the problem is not even about the subsidy. The problem is the overtaxing of the gasoline. So whether you put the subsidy or you remove it, you need to open up that sector so that the suppliers of gasoline in Kenya can go for competitive prices and reduce the tax bracket. But the problem we have in Kenya is we have a bloated government with a huge recurrent expenditure. to the tune of 2.3 trillion, and we are collecting almost 2 trillion. That means there is no development thing that we can be able to do at the moment, given the resources that we collect. So the first thing I think the government should do first is to restructure the government. Restructure what you spend in terms of wages and any other expenditure that you do, because even if you do whatever you want to do and you're still spending, something comes from, it's like taking money from one pocket and putting to the other pocket. There's nothing you're doing. If you don't reorganize your government, I don't think there is. And so the subsidy, in fact, it will be better for Kenyans to face it as it is than getting subsidy out of fuel and you lack drugs in the hospital. Because unless you get other sources of collecting revenue, then subsidy with no subsidy, it doesn't help. So they need to relook at the taxation. Look at the cost of power. Like if you get a bill like you're buying units of 1,000 shillings, 500 shillings goes in terms of taxes and levies. And we are told that in Kenya at the moment we have excess power, but we got in the government some contracts that were signed. They are called independent power producers. That I don't know, they signed for almost 1,000 years. That they cannot terminate those contracts. A problem and a problem and a problem. Let me finalize by talking about this issue around Supreme Court and the IEBC. I think we need to get over this. Very many people know that no elections were stolen. There is no election that was stolen. Elections were as simple as voting in the polling station, getting the Form 34A and taking to the tallying center. And that is what the Azimio did not prove in court. So castigating the judiciary that we're gonna demonstrate, get 1 million people, that won't change the evidence. There was no evidence that the elections were stolen. As much as there were some few issues, like there was no form in the box or what. They did a recount in a sample of polling stations and the results were correct. There was no election stolen. Let's get over that. Because castigating the judiciary, it came from Chebukati, is no longer Chebukati, is now the Supreme Court. Those are things that should go under the table. Indeed, there was no evidence the election was stolen. Thank you so much.
Okay, Asante Disha.
Makende, I wanted to say something before I forget, actually, and it's directed to Christine. First of all,
in a minute, just a minute,
yeah.
just a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a minute. Take a minute. Just a minute.
Oh, for sure. Thank you very much. And Christine, I didn't say I'm in Kisumu right now. Just to let you know that you're a better propagandist than myself. But I said a while ago I was in Kisumu, and I did go around, and I just wanted to let you know that.
When were you in Kisumu? Be specific.
In matter of fact, all the days that I've not appeared here, I was in Kenya. I just came back this week. So I just wanted to say that, like my brother Disha said, rightfully, but I just wanted to focus on, I did want to know the reaction of the Luo community. And the Luo community is they are our brothers. We are neighbors. And I'm not speaking of them as a whole. But most of them feel used, abused, and dumped without being given.
Makiadi, I don't think you should give me more time to spread propaganda.
I was given a minute.
No, but who are you debating?
Hold on, Christine.
Where are the facts?
Christine, hold on.
I think on this issue, Misa is going too far.
Joe, hold on.
Yeah, Misa going too far.
Misa is going too far. You cannot investigate a community.
Hold on, Christine.
Yeah, Luos, you should not go too far like that.
Hold on, Joshua. Hold on, Misa. I think I want to say something here. And even before Christine unmuted her mic, I wanted to say this. If we lower this debate to a Luo nation, we know Raila Odinga has governors all over the country. He has supporters all over the country. The voters that voted for Raila, according to IEBC, were 6.9 million. If you go to Luo Nyanza, if you want to lower this debate to Luo Nyanza, the voters that are registered from the Luo Nyanza are probably 2-point-something million. So I don't want you to speak as if you have authority to speak for a community, because we have over 4-point-something million voters that do not specifically come from that community or that part of the country. So if you want to make a remark, just make a general remark, with regards to Raila supporters. I'll allow you to do that.
I'm duly guided. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to say that the Azimio, most of the Azimio supporters from Nyanza, where I come from as well, feel that they are used, abused, and dumped. But the Supreme Court ruling in itself and the serenity thereafter actually was a clear indication that people were tired. And lastly, the allegations here that the current that Ruto hates the Luo community or the people from Nyanza is actually unfounded and untrue, because in 2007 it was Martha Karua on the other side, and it was William Samoei Ruto on this other side defending the very same people that are alleging to be hated by the president. So that's what I wanted to a little bit put clarity there.
Let's move forward. Unfortunately, I don't want us to dwell on that, because Misa, you are touching the wrong nerve. People are still hurt, so don't try to go that route right now. Utapigwa na mawe hapa. Frederick, unataka kuuliza swali? Nataka kwenda kwa kuzea.
Hi everyone. If you guys can hear me, this is my first time on this channel, like live on the channel. I've been here, I've listened to your debates, your arguments.
Frederick.
And yes.
Frederick, ngoja kidogo. If you lift your hand, kama hujafikiwa, I assume you have a question to whoever's presented. Otherwise, I'll come to you. Unless you have a burning question, I'll give you a minute to ask, and then you'll have an opportunity to make your submission.
Yeah, I just want to ask a straight question to Misa. Like, Misa, I'm not an English teacher, but when you talk of most laws, from my little English, I'm not a very learned guy. My understanding is most means out of 10, you'd be talking of 6 to the least. Did you talk to that big number of laws for you to come up with the word most? Please just answer that if you were to give us a percentage out of 10. That's all I would want to know for now.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Misa, to answer that question. Let me just hold on there, Frederick. Wacha nipatie Kuseo kwanza nafasi, alafu nikuje kwako. Kuseo.
Oh yes, thanks Richie. Christine has disappeared. Joe, Misa, I told you to spell your name the other way. Disha, Frederick, Joshua, and Ashley. Yes, good evening to all of us. I don't know. Richie just asked, by the way, how do you get here? And you see, when you come here and make sweeping statements, especially which you can see it's obvious you don't have the facts, you should really discourage such things. When Gachagua talks, at least you can see, you can comment on what he has said, so you are factual on what you are saying. These elections have been so confusing. You can imagine, as far as I can remember, some of the people I know are still tongue-tied as to what happened. So some people here I think are doctors, so they know how to read moods. You know, you just look and then you make conclusions. Then you come here and make sweeping statements. It's not right. It's not right. How these elections were conducted, everybody saw. And that is why some people, I heard somebody was saying that even you go to a chief's baraza where there are disputes to be resolved. This person give their story, this one give their story. They say, even if it was a chief who was deliberating, they'll ask for more time or even ask for more evidence before you give sweeping statements. You see, I just want to comment like some of the things personally I can't reconcile about that election. The so-called Form 34As, as far as I'm concerned, they were supposed to be JPEG at IEBC. How they turned out to be PDFs, black and white. And average Kenyans don't see anything wrong with that. You are at a loss. You are at a loss. If you do sampling, like I think Disha was saying that some sampling was done, and if you find out that out of, in the samples, 9 polling stations were ghost, what does that tell you? And this was a sample. Remember, there are 46,000. Ghost means they don't exist. They were not gazetted. Now, anyway, let's leave that because the Supreme Court told us that was hot air. Maybe they were hot air. Let me just talk about Gachagua. Now, the inauguration speech from Gachagua was so disappointing that there are already allegations that was not even Gachagua's speech. That was a curtain raiser for the main speech by the president. You remember they go on attacking in front of the international world. You go attacking an exiting president the way they did. And some Kenyans don't see anything wrong with that. And you remember the problems, for example, the swearing of the judges. It has, everybody knows that the president refused to swear them in. He said he had good reasons for it. He had good reasons for it. As personally, I know more about this, and I would tell you that when they decided to resolve the issue between the executive and the judiciary, conditions were given. One of the conditions was that all of them must be sworn in, without which the president was advised to have a tribunal to try the judges. The tribunal was to come itself to come from the judiciary. The judiciary said they are not going to hear any of it. Now, there was a big standoff. The public does not know this. Anyway, well, I think I'll leave it at that. Gachagua has cases in court. Already, only 200 million was being taken away from him because the level where it has reached, he couldn't prove it, that he owns it. His accounts standing at 12 billion, he can't account for, and the matters are still there. And if you hear the sort of instructions he's giving the governors in that meeting, and he started his speech by saying he was sent by his boss, the president. He was merely delivering messages from the president. So even here on this platform, some people are saying that what Gachagua did was not right. And Gachagua himself said he was sent there to deliver that message. I don't know, Richie, whether you can replay that those clips. You will realize how Gachagua started his speech. He said he was sent to deliver that. Now, the case was in court, and I hope it is rumors that the 200 million has been returned, because that is clear arm twisting of the judiciary. You can see the judiciary is already just singing the tune of the executive, if that is the case. Now, where would that leave everyone? Anyway, I remember the day before the swearing in, I think the president had said that he's going to deal with the cartels. I think I'm on record in this platform where I had said that the issues of CDF and the misappropriation of funds by the governors must be checked. As we speak now, you have 700 billion pending bills. I think the president has said they are going to be paid. Now, on the other hand, he has said that he's going to follow the cartels wherever they are. Now, 700 billion represent money which was spent by they are pending in all the counties and the national government. Now, exactly where are they coming from? They are for services which were rendered and they have never been paid. You all know that this was the tenderpreneur attitude, whereby a governor would have the proxy companies, they register them and ask them to apply for county jobs, which they dish government money to, and they pay and they get their kickbacks. Now, to you to say that you are going to pay all the 700 billion pending bills in the next 100 days, what does it tell you? Part of the reason why the pending bills are not being paid is because they were found to have not been audited. Some of them have not been verified. Now, it means they are all corruption money. They are all corruption money. Imagine services rendered hot air. They say same way the Supreme Court was telling us, hot air, but no services. And the invoices are there waiting. How do those companies even survive, the suppliers? How do they survive in their business? If they are to that tune of pending bills, then nothing has been done. Anyway, let me just say something small about the Mombasa port. The Mombasa port, there were nothing like operations were moved to anywhere. That was an industrial city, the Naivasha. And Naivasha should actually be able to stand on its own based on the manufacturing and industrialization around it. And the reason for choosing that place was because of the, I think, power supply and energy. So moving things to Naivasha was to do with the regional trade. Things going to Congo, Uganda, Burundi, Sudan. I think there's DRC, there is, I don't know, the other one is which one? Now, you are all aware of the Northern Corridor and the LAPSET projects. Now, before the dry port came about, there was a lot of improvements at Mombasa. And it was all about getting efficiency, because these people were saying that it was taking too long to clear things at the Mombasa port. Having taken them to be cleared, there was these private warehouses there. And that is where most of the people lost their jobs. Or the laborers, the human labor which was working at the docks. They were relying on the human labor to move things to the warehouses. With the coming of the SGR, everything there was mechanized, and basically the efficiency of the port was very highly improved. Now, instead of having containers be offloaded there and then the laborers would move things to the warehouses, the containers were now being lifted through cranes. And that is how the people there who lost their jobs lost. So you to say that you are returning the operations there, what are you going to do with the enhancement? You remember the harbor itself has been made very deep now. The manual of loading and of of the containers contents is no more. It's no more. Now, the long chain of trailers from the coast going to Uganda, to Congo, and where have you, it is no more. So even when you return the port there, the people who lost their jobs were the manual laborers, basically, the majority. If you return this, you say by word of mouth that I returned the port. Basically, what are you doing? What is going to happen to the SGR? SGR has pushed the country's debt to very high levels. Right now, they are struggling to pay that debt. If you don't make use of the SGR, remember there is the container depot at Mbakasi, and now, of course, the Naivasha. Now, the people who are now clearing their things in Nairobi. So when you say you return the port operations to Mombasa, so what is going to happen? What is going to happen to the installed cranes now, which are helping in offloading the containers direct onto the SGR for direct transportation to Nairobi and to Naivasha? Well, it may be political. For those who do not understand, they may say, well, psychologically you'll feel that the jobs are back, but not really. Now, what could happen now if somebody is serious in returning the jobs is to open more ports, the Kilindini, the Lamu, and all those other areas. And of course, the Lapsets and the Northern Corridor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Daktari. Let me go to Frederick Karakaraka so that we have at least an open forum. Frederick, karibu for your maiden speech.
Habari zenu wa Kenya wenzangu. So, like I said before, this is my first time on the forum. And it really puzzles me. And it breaks my heart to see that you people out here, most of you are informed. Most of us are people who have traveled far and wide. We've seen the world out here. We've seen what a developed country, we've seen what a country with good leadership. We've seen a country where transparency is the order of the day has become. Yet we decide to play games with our motherland, our country. I look at somebody like me, say a very young man, I think he's even younger than me, sits here and tells people that an election was done right. Sits here and tells us, with our little knowledge, that out of a sampling that was done, irregularities were found, but he chooses to look the other way, simply because the person he supports is now the president. Goes as far as saying that, you know, we should accept and move on. Well, the truth is there's nothing that anyone can do. Even if people choose not to accept, what can you do? But guess what? Tomorrow will come and the day after tomorrow will come. And when a country starts bleeding, guess what? All of us will suffer. Oh, I mean, maybe some of us won't, because guess what? We live in other people's country where there's development, where there's life. We have jobs, you know? But when it reaches a time when the little money we make out here, we send home, and there's no food for our people, then we will learn the hard way. I didn't vote because I'm in the US. I work, actually, I'm at work. I'm just about to leave work. And I don't support Raila, neither do I support Ruto. They're both not good people, but I support what's right. What is right? We must have an election that is right. That is verifiable. That is simple. My grandmother in the village does not know what a Form 34A is. You know? My brother's back there, my cousins back there. There are a lot of them who, you know, they can't even sign a document. And you, my learned friends, are taking it lightly. You're seeing your country go down. You're seeing a leadership that half the country does not approve of. And what do? You're here laughing because you are out here living the life. Well, Rwanda is our neighbor back there. You know what happened. There are only 2 tribes. What happened? So think, man, think. There's more to this than a celebration. My party won, your party lost. Let's be real, man. I'm so emotional because I expect us, the learned guys, us, the informed guys, to stand up for our country and face the facts. You know? Mise, bro, you too, man. Face reality, man. That election was a sham, man. We both know it, and you know it. Stop playing these games. Those judges, they were sworn in, yeah, they are sworn in. But guess what? Do you go in an office if you're employed right now and your predecessor leaves and leaves document that he decided not to sign for this reason or that reason? What do? Do you sign them the following morning? Or do you take your time to talk to the people who are there, to look into them? And if you see they're right, they need to be signed. You explain to the people. You tell them, you know what? This is the reason that I was told why they were not signed. But after looking at them, I don't see no reason why they were not signed. You just don't do it the following morning. Who does that? Then you're saying the judiciary is free? The judiciary is independent? Where is that independence? Guys, Kenya will burn. If you're not careful, you and your comfortable jobs out here in someone else's land, making you feel that all's good. You remember some of these conversations, bro. That's all I can say for now. But I'm very emotional, not because I support anyone, because I support Kenya. That's all we should do. Support Kenya. Stand for what is right. If your person is wrong, he's wrong. Is Raila right? I support him now because I think he's right, not because I like him. I don't like him. But he stands for what's right. You cannot give a ruling without explaining why. There were 7 petitions. A simple was one. No one hit 50 plus 1. Throw all the other ones. Did anyone hit 50 plus 1? You think so? No one did. All right? There's the issue of that whatever guy. I don't even want to mention his name because it's even embarrassing to have a foreigner running our servers in our election as if we don't have learned people. You guys out here, no one knows how to, do data stuff. We can't employ our own. We are talking of no jobs. And we are giving contracts to foreign companies to print our ballot papers, to run our servers. Man, let's stop embarrassing ourselves, man. Let's talk Kenya. Let's not talk all this other nonsense. I don't know, root of this, root of that. This guy is a sham. And I'm not saying this because I support Raila. I didn't vote. But the truth is, we all saw what happened in the courts. If I was a judge of the Supreme Court, all those petitions alone, all that doubt that is created about an election, I throw it out. Let people go back and vote again. There was so much doubt already. That's all I can say for now, guys. But man, I really pity my young brothers like me, sir, who really think it's about two people saying let them move on. It's not about moving on. Where will you move to when a country burns? Where will you move to? Like you're saying in Kisumu, people are tired. People are not tired, my friend. I'm Luo, and I talk to friends, and I've traveled this world. I'm not bragging, but what I tell you, the fact that people are quiet doesn't mean people have moved on. People are just waiting for a chance for it to burn. And one day, one time, it could be 10 years from now. It could be 20 years from now. But when it gets there, it will get there. Either save it before it gets there by answering the hard questions and stop playing around the bush like this and that. That's it, man. Thanks, guys.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Frederick Sunday. Mise, let me play a video just to call. I don't want you to rebut immediately because I know. I'll just play a video here.
It's a question I was gonna ask my friend.
He's still here. He's still here. So I know he's going to answer that. And then let me see. I'm trying to find a video here that I want us to play. Okay.
Na baadhi ya Wakenya wameweza kulalamikia ugali ya mafuta ambao tuliweza kuona kwamba mamlaka ya udhibiti wa kawi iliweza kutangaza bei mpya za mafuta na iliweza kusema kwamba mafuta ya petroli yamepanda kwa shilingi 20 na kwa sasa mafuta ya petroli yanauzwa kwa shilingi 179. Pia tuliweza kuona dizeli imeweza kupanda kwa shilingi 25 na hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri nitaweza kuzungumza tu na wakazi wa eneo hili kuhusu swala hilo. Hebu tueleze hili swala la mafuta kupanda umelichukulia vipi?
Kwa majina naitwa Steven, nafanya kazi ya bike hapa mtaani Nyeri. Mafuta kupanda, it's not a big deal. Juu hii ni mambo ya serikali na juu hii serikali ni sisi tulichagua, hatufai kufeel pain. Tena mahali tumetoka na hiyo serikali ilikuwa, hii ni mpango ya hii serikali mpya. So ni vizuri niombe wa Kenya tupe hii gava chance. Iendelee na ile mambo inafanya na juu wanajua tayari mafuta kupanda mwananchi wa kawaida anaumia, wako na I think wana ile mpango wanaweza fanya ndio side nyingine uchumi wa mwananchi irudi chini. Naam.
Na pengine wewe tumeona ni muendesha bodaboda hapa katika mji wa Nyeri. Pengine haumii kwa kubeba abiria, wengine ukiwapandishia bei wanasema hiyo iko juu sana.
Okay, tutaumia lakini itabidi tu tuzoee. Mimi nizoee na customer azoee ati kwamba mafuta iko hivyo na hata bei bado watapandisha. Naam.
Asante sana. Wacha niweze kuzungumza nawe. Hili swala la mafuta kupanda bei umelichukulia vipi?
Mimi kulingana na mimi kwanza kwa majina naitwa Madai, chairman Nyeri sub county bodaboda chairman. Sasa kwa hii swala ya mafuta sisi tunaelewa kulingana na mahali hii uchumi kwa hiyo serikali iko hapo bereni, tunaelewa mahali uchumi ilikuwa imeachwa. So sisi tunachukulia hii maneno hatujachukulia kwa uzito juu tunaelewa mahali hii uchumi ilikuwa imeachwa na hii serikali. Tunaelewa ya kwamba mafuta itakuja kuwa mahali tuna expect kuwe kulingana na wakati venye inaendelea. So sisi hatuna maneno mingi kulingana na mafuta, but sisi tutaitabidi tu tuzoee na customer nao itabidi nao wameenda kwa mfuko yao na waongeze pesa. So kulingana na sisi tunaona ni mambo ya msimu tu, lakini kulingana na uchumi mahali iko itabidi with time maneno itakuja kuwa sawa.
Naam, asante. Wacha nikaweza kuzungumza na mwendeshaji mwingine hapa wa bodaboda katika mji huu wa Nyeri. Hebu tueleze.
Kwa majina naitwa Moffat Dirango, mwendeshaji pikipiki hapa Nyeri town. Okay, hii issue ya mafuta kidogo inanikela mimi mwenyewe juu inafanya na dig deep into my pockets ndio niongezee hiyo mbao imeongezewa, of which naona si fair hata kidogo, si poa. At least serikali na washikadau wanafaa waketi wasuruhisha hii maneno juu bei ya mafuta ikienda chini kila kitu hata gharama ya maisha itaenda chini. Saa hii mambo iko juu na itabidi customer ndiye analipia sasa hiyo mafuta sasa.
Na customer wanaichukulia vipi? Ukimwambia ongeze mbao ama 10 bob anaichukulia vipi?
Ni shida sana. Yani wengine hata inabidi tu wanatoka anaenda cause. Kulingana na mali uchumi iko, hata hiyo mbao kupata kuweka kwa mfuko, inabaki ni noma sana.
Naam, asante sana. Na kama vile umeweza kuona, wakazi ambao nimeweza kuzungumza nao hapo awali wako na matumaini makubwa sana na serikali hii ya William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua. Na mwingine hapa pia analalamika akisema gharama ya maisha imeenda juu na pia mafuta imeenda juu. Ni hayo tu, Nuru kutoka
Joe.
Yeah, Makedi, I've been here for I think the last maybe 4 or 5 hours. I had talked before, and I was talking on issues that people were raising at that time. And now that we have people like Misa that have come, they have raised now other issues, so I feel I should also comment on them. Mise, I think he's a sweet talker, and he's even better than the president that he supported. Because saying that he's been to Kisumu for 4 days, I don't know how many days he was in Kisii, and he's talked to most Luos. I don't know whether he went to Siaya, he went to Yoma, he went to Asembo, and all those places to come with what he has said. I believe he cannot make it in 4 days. Even if he was doing some research on opinion poll, I don't think those days are enough to give a verdict of the feelings of the people in that region. I would not like to call it tribal Luo or anything, in that region, including Kisii. We are people on the ground. We know better. He just came for 4 days. We have been living with these people since they voted. We know their feelings up to now. Maybe I can say up to next week, we know. And that's why most of them are saying they're waiting for direction. That is one. Two, these people, he's saying they're being used and dumped. By who? He's saying Raila. I don't think Raila is using these people. We know where Raila has taken this country, from where he's taken this country, right from opening the democratic space of this country. Was it for Raila or for wananchi wa Kenya? What about multi-party? Was it Raila or for Mount Kenya, for the whole of the nation? What about the devolution and the new constitution? When you talk about the new constitution, Raila's name comes first. Was it for Raila? So that you can say people are tired of him. The 47 governors that are now serving, the 47 women rep that are now serving, the 47 senators are now serving. It's because of the new constitution that was actually spearheaded by Raila. So the notion that he has that these people are fighting for Raila is wrong. I think that notion is his mind that he's fighting for Ruto. We are not fighting for Raila, the Azimio people. We are fighting for Kenya. So he's implanting things that he is in his mind that he's fighting for Ruto, come no matter how. To think that the people who supported Azimio have the same kind of thinking that he has. Nobody is fighting for Raila. People are fighting for justice. And people will not get tired until they get justice. If that was the case, the Mau Mau could have given up. The people who fought for independence could have given up. We could be still under the British rule. But people died. People lost family. People were maimed. That's why we are enjoying our independence today. Just like Raila, he went to detention. without trial so that we can enjoy what we are enjoying today. Mise is here in this forum because of Raila fighting for the democratic space. The UDA party is there because Raila fought for multi-party. So we should not take this for granted and sweep them away. We should realize where we have come from. And we should recognize the people who made us now have independence and have this freedom. So there's no issue of people fighting for Raila and they're tired. That question is out. That question is really out. It's Kenya, the big country. And I think if this country was functioning the way it should function, or the way maybe Raila wanted to function, Mise could not be working where he's working. I'm very sure, and he said it before here, he'd like to invest in his home motherland. But I believe he's also finding some difficulties. I know people who are outside. Most of them want to invest to show what they have earned in those foreign countries. But it's very difficult. Unatuma pesa hapa, unanunuliwa plot, and there's no plot. Unatuma pesa, unaanza kujengewa nyumba, hakuna nyumba. Those are the kind of issues that we want to be ironed out so that you can invest in your country, because you're not going to die there. One time, you'll need to come back. You're not foreigner. I mean, even if you're citizens, there's one time you want to come back. And if you don't want to come back, you have your families here. You wanted to live a good life. But if it's not happening because of corruption, and corruption, we know it is there. I've never seen in the whole of Africa of a presidential candidate campaigning for 6 years with his own money, including sponsoring some candidates with his own money. A presidential candidate who had no money before he was appointed a deputy president. I mean, we can't assume that he's planting money in farms and reaping. No, it's not possible. And in a poor country like Kenya, where does that money come from? We have multinational companies like Safaricom. They have not made that kind of money in terms of percentage within that short period. So where is this money coming from? Rigathi, where did he get the money from? 200 million, he cannot account. And he has some billions also in question. Where did he get them from? So let's not assume things just because we have gone to another level, or we are in a foreign country where things are working, and we try to pay a blind eye to what is happening in our motherland. It is not correct. It is not correct. That's what I wanted to say, because I've talked here before. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Misa, you had a question. I think you have a question for Frederick, and then I can pick on Joshua, Kuze, and I think Ashley. They've been here for a while. So ask your question, and then we move on to the next person.
Kuseo, for the first time I heard you talking and I felt like you're crying. You're so emotional. Joshua, Frederick, you said that you live in the US, and I was wondering if the last election of the United States had issues such as, or the issues that, out of the election were less than or greater than those of a developing country like Kenya. I just wanted to get your quick response on that when you compare a country of that has been in existence for over 200 years vis-a-vis a country that is in existence for about 50 something years. So could you comment on that?
Well, I'll start. Thanks again for the opportunity. I'll start with the latter, which is comparing a country that has been in existence for over 200 years with a country that is like 50, 60 years old. Those are one of those stupid arguments that I personally don't really entertain, because the people who walked before us, you know. If you are a parent, like I'm a father, I will not tell my daughter, like, you know what, you walk and go get yourself water from the kitchen, because, you know, you're here, and if you break a glass, it's fine. Why would I do that? Because I know that might be a comparison that don't work, but my point is, we at 50 should learn for those who have already gone down that path. So why should we be finding reasons to say that we are only 50, yet we can learn from other people's mistakes? Those are those stupid bullshit arguments that I don't really entertain. So to answer you, that holds no water to me. So don't talk to me 200 years versus 50 years. We should learn from their mistakes. We should not make our new mistakes, our mistakes, and own our mistakes because we're just 50. I mean, what kind of an argument is that? I don't know if that answers you. I don't know if that answers you. What I'm trying to say is I'm not going to compare us to the US on the front of years. I'm not.
I just wanted to, I don't know why you're being abusive and
I'm not. This is not to you. This is not abusing you. I'm sorry if it turns out that you feel it's to you.
My question
no,
was
it's not personal.
Hold on, Frederick. Frederick, language, yeah. Language.
Well guided.
Yeah.
Well guided.
Yeah. So thank you, Makiadi, for providing that guidance. I basically all I was saying that any country, even Canada, in the last few elections that it has held, there were challenges, and the people learn from the challenges every other election. It's a progressive journey, and so the reason why I compare that, my reasoning was very simple. If the country that has been in existence for 200 years can make mistakes, is we should also allow or agree that we too can make mistakes, and from the mistakes that we can make and that we have not learned, because the mistakes are not a replica of the other mistakes, we should strive to learn from it. That is the point I wanted to make there. I'm not arguing that IBC did not make mistakes, but I'm saying that from the mistakes they made, let us learn from it. There are a lot of things that many of you tend to dismiss, and I realize that you said you're very learned. Sorry, you're not very learned, but at the same time, you mentioned things that suggest otherwise. But if you look, I actually went back to refer something that I argued sometimes back with Hussein about security and the court's argument. And I went and referred to this book. It's called Security Plus. Basically, it's what I was referring to is authentication and methods of authentication, security, physical security, and methods of authentication. And I think the argument that many tend to dismiss from the Supreme Court is that there was, I don't want to go there, but it is just a valid argument that many people do not understand unless they have that kind of background. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, Frederick. Our friend here, Mise, has brought up an issue that I would want sometimes us to avoid, but I would also like you to substantiate what kind of mistakes are you talking about when you refer to the elections, the past US elections. What specifically are you pointing at, so that at least we know what we are talking about? Mise.
We all know that Donald Trump raised issues against Joe Biden. And these issues were dismissed in a court of law, and they were very obvious. For me, I don't want to dwell on the. I didn't want to go to specific, but I wanted to demonstrate that there was existence of disagreement and some issues that were raised from the Republicans, and it was contested, and it brought a lot of challenges within the US. And that's basically my argument, that Kenya too, we must applaud ourselves that we went to court. There was no bloodshed, there was no fighting, there was no damage of property. And I think for me, that is what I wanted to say. Despite of the fact of the challenges that we have, electoral challenges that we have, we should be proud that we have matured to respect property and respect our neighbors, whatever they are.
Makiadi, just one half a second, please. I beg.
Yeah, go ahead, but let's wait until we are given a chance to speak, so that at least we be fair to all the panelists. But you can go ahead, make your point.
Thank you. In tennis, we have forced and unforced errors. Right from the beginning, the people we tendered the elections, any layperson who can go onto internet could have known that this is a wrong company to deal with. So these are not mistakes. These are planned things. And you can hear it from how Majan was answering the media. It's all there out in the open. Why should we do obvious mistakes? Mistakes will be there until the end of the world. The magnitude is what it differs from country to country. The mistake we did by giving, I don't know, smart whatever, was a grievous mistake, an obvious one, with a reason. Thank you, Mr. Makiadi.
Okay, Joshua, make your remarks and then I can move on to Ashley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makiadi. I think today I'm very disappointed by Mise. You know, before election used to have a good submission, but today I'm a little bit disappointed with him because I know he must have this learned and he's very informed. But no, when he come publicly in such a forum and then he want to defend and bring issue of community whenever he's making submission, I feel very much disappointed because this election, even a child who doesn't even go to school, will tell you that this election was just shambolic from the beginning to end. And you cannot compare it with the US, and then you want to compare it what happened in the US. You just see from the start, commission is already split in two. The way the ballot papers were printed, declaration of the presidential result, everything in this election just symbolic. Now, when he says coming here, he want to defend and as if he's the lawyer for IBC and
Okay, it looks like he has dropped. Ama ni Mise umemtupa nje. but it's okay.
Hapana, because probably what he was making wasn't holding any water, like my brother Frederick said.
Okay. Ashley, you know, when I don't see your face or your hand, I don't know if you want to contribute or not.
Oh yes, I want to contribute. It will be short. I was going to Duke had asked if we could give suggestions to the new government, and that is what I want to do. And before I do, I just want to reply to Julia. I see she already left, but she said something. I said, I think I don't remember what she said, but I just wanted to tell her each of us has an opinion.
No, what you said is the CBC trains people to become house helps in Saudi Arabia. That's what you said.
Okay, that was an expression. It wasn't literal, but again, that is my estimation of the quality. You see, like an opinion is an estimation of the quality or worth to someone of something to someone. So that is my worth to me, what CBC means, but it's literal. It's not literal, it's an expression. So, but what I would suggest to the Ruto government is to try and look at Singapore. And I know they have a very good system. What I was trying to say is that instead of having CBC, they can have some specialized school for talented students in math and science, where they concentrate in math and science, and those that are not good in school can do CBC. And that's what they do in other countries, most countries. Because if you look like India is a good transporter. They are exporting their labor, technical experts, like in IT. So we have a lot of ITs coming up, and I wish that our schools would concentrate on teaching our children computers, so that by the time they are finishing school, they can actually get a job as a computer tech if they teach them how to fix computers, where they can fix hardware and software, and teach the others coding. And that's what they are doing in other developed worlds. And Kenya is developed because our leaders own a fleet of aeroplanes. So we cannot, in one hand, say that we are not developed when it comes to helping the people, but then when we come to giving perks to our leaders, their perks are even more than those of the developed world. So that's what I would like them to do in order to help our people be more knowledgeable. And that's how we are going to become, then we will not be fooled. Because the reason our people are fooled, especially in their countries, because they are illiterate. So how we fix this problem that we have, that we keep talking about, is bringing literacy to as much as possible to the whole country. I know it's impossible. It's not possible. I mean, it looks impossible, but it is possible. Okay, the other thing I want to talk about is that failed in the last administration is when they had infrastructure. Instead of hiring Kenyans, they went and hired those people Chinese. So like Obama, when there was the 2008 financial meltdown, one of the things they did, they brought a transformative infrastructure system where they have so many projects. And they said, Obama was quoted as saying, I quote, "There is no faster way to create jobs and grow the economy." So the main reason why he implemented so many infrastructure projects was to grow the economy and to provide jobs. Can you imagine all those roads we have if our youth were the ones building it? We would have a lot more people employed, a lot more people with money in their pockets, and a lot less poverty. So as we go forward, we need to come up with, even when we get these deals with other countries, we need to get deals that take care of our people first, and not like infrastructure. If they are building roads, they need to employ our youth. And then as many roads as they build, then that means as many people are employed. Okay, and the last but not least, I didn't have a lot. I have the Serenity Prayer, which is my prayer for every Kenyan, that he will grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference between the two. Thank you.
Okay, Julia has something to say to you, but before Julia comes in, I believe you are somewhere in the US, and I would have wished you to do your research and look at the literacy level in the United States. You know, when you compare Kenya, when you compare the literacy level in Kenya and US, then you'll be surprised. But I want you to do your own research and look at the literacy level in the US, whereby, let me just read you an extract here. It says, according to the US Department of Education, 54% of US adults, that's 54%, which is 16 to 74 years old, that's about 130 million people, lack proficiency in literacy, reading below the equivalent of a 6th grade level. That is 130 million people in the US cannot read above a 6th grade level. So sometimes when we make what we call like overall, umeita nini Joe? There's a word you used, remarks. You umeita overall ama umeita nini? There's a good word you used. I think Kenyans are very smart. I think Kenyans are very educated, and you know, for the sensitivity of it, that statement about comparing the CBC with the other side, I think that was a bit uncalled for. But I'll leave that there. Just like you said, everybody has their own opinion. And Julia, you have your right of reply.
Yes, thank you for correcting that. I wanted to correct Ashley about literacy levels in Kenya. She used again the word illiterate. Kenyans are not close to the word illiterate. In fact, majority of Kenyans are now past Form 4, and I think we have so many degree holders in Kenya. We have in excess degree holders in Kenya. And then Ashley, I also want you, I think you're in the US, I want you to really study the education system in the US. They don't have special schools, they have inclusivity. They have inclusive schools. Those schools have all the children.
Julia, I talked about Singapore.
Okay,
no, I talked about Singapore, not the US.
Okay, allow me to finish. Whether Singapore or US, the world is going inclusivity. And even this thing that Kenya took on the deaf and dumb, the world is not going that, because sometimes there's a feeling that those children are discriminated in one way or the other, because they are segregated, they are kept in a solitary place where they are made to feel they are handicapped. So the world is going inclusivity. I teach in a classroom where I have a deaf child, I have physically handicapped, I have children who are struggling academically, and have the gifted. And what the US is doing, they provide special teachers for those situations. And even the teachers like me, we are now being trained to provide accommodations for those children. So I attend to my children in what we call differentiated instruction. Now, you talked about technology. Technology is a mode of instruction. Technology, yes, is a career, but technology is actually a mode of instruction. So I appreciate your contribution, but what maybe we should now encourage our Kenyan government is to integrate technology in instruction. Okay, technology like computer science is one of the careers that Kenyans can learn, but not all children can go for computer science. Now, what the CBC I think is going for is trying to bring in some population who can do what we call blue-collar jobs. Not white-collar jobs, blue-collar jobs. And so that people can do what we call hands-on, can work in the hands-on industries, so that we don't have all to be waiting to be employed in the white-collar jobs. So I think still CBC is a good idea. That's my take, Ashley. You have your views too. If well implemented and well facilitated, it cannot be dismissed. Because like I said before, CBC is a mixture of the American system and the British system. And really, we can't say that these two countries are failing. We can, even if tukisema ati hawa watu wajasoma sana, there's a way they bridge that gap, because they go for the skills they need. I mean, there's a way you see their children can do what our children cannot do, even though watoto wetu wameenda mpaka university. Watoto wao unaona wamefika form 4, but there are a lot of things they can do. There are a lot of stuff they can do. So my take is, we cannot dismiss CBC in the name of just saying that that it is just the facilitation, it is just the resources. I think what we are lacking so much in Kenya is the resources and even the planning. So if we look at that again and provide the resources, I think Kenya will go places. That is my take, Makiadi.
Okay, asante Julia. Wacha niongee kwa Kiswahili hapa. I think mimi nimepata nafasi ya kuinteract na hao watu wenye Julia anasema, na I can tell you for real, Kenyans wako sawa. Mimi hiyo ndio kitu ninaweza sema. Mimi nimekaa na watu hata nikafikiria vile wana reason, yani they are reasoning. Na kuna mtu hapa ananiambia ati but they can speak good English. They are not educated but they can speak good English. Ni kama kuniambia mtu hajasoma Kenya na anajua kuongea lugha yake. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but I'll leave that there. Wacha nipatie Frederick dakika moja ndio tuende kwa hawa wenye wameingia saa hii.
Well, thanks again, Julia. Much respect. I've been watching your arguments all this time, and good stuff. But when it comes to CBC, I think I'm on the other side to you. I personally am against CBC with very simple reasons. My reasons are really not anything technical, anything into the class stuff. My reason for being against CBC is CBC is not our thing. When I say our thing, I mean Kenya. This is why. I always base my argument, I always take myself back because, we all come from villages down there in Kenya. I think of these Maasai guys, and I'm not picking, this is not personal. If you're there and I call you tribe or you native, it doesn't mean nothing. It's just an example. So no hard feelings. I go to my village, like I said, I'm Luo, back there next to the lake, and I go to a school where the classrooms are made of mud and they're falling off, and when it rains, the whole place floods and bridges are washed away. Then I look at CBC. I look at a cabinet secretary telling parents that do your homework through your phone, get data, and download this and that. Then I go back and be realistic and say, is it practical? And my answer is no. How many of us down there in our villages can afford that, can do that? The answer is the majority. But why don't we see that? Again, because most of us live, we have been privileged. So the people who make decisions in Kenya are people who live in air-conditioned buildings and offices. The people who come up with all these ideas, forget where they come from. The education system in Kenya just needs to start from what it was. We start by building infrastructure. We don't have classes everywhere. We don't have enough teachers to support our poor education system that we had. So why should we put more burden in a system that cannot support itself? Why don't we just go simple? Why don't we just build classes everywhere? Why don't we make education accessible first? Why don't we make every kid be able to walk to a school and study and get food? Kids are going to school even without food. They're walking without shoes. Why don't we build schools first? Why don't we pay our teachers well so that the privileged like me don't have to think of taking my kid to a private school?
Okay, Frederick, did you go through the 844 system?
Yes.
And when the 844 systems was introduced, did we have enough classes? Did we have enough teachers? Is it something that we gave?
Answer you.
Is it something that we gave a priority?
Makiadi, I'll answer you. We didn't have enough. Was it right? Answer me. Was it right?
So
We didn't
you're
have a
coming.
nurse. Was it
You're
right?
no. Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
this is my reason. Please
Hold
listen.
on.
This is my
Because
reason.
I don't want us to waste a lot of time there. But I want to say.
All right,
I want to say
let
this.
me brush over it real quick. When we moved to 844, we didn't have enough classrooms. We should have learned from that. That was a mistake we did. Why don't we go the right way now? Why don't we make education accessible first? Have enough classrooms. Have enough teachers well paid. Then after we achieve that, then we go to CBC. I went through 844. I'm a student of I went to Kisumu Boys. And when in Kisumu Boys we had woodwork being taught. We had wood laboratories. We had workshops. It was had all the fancy machines there. We had metal work being taught. And we had drawing and design being taught. We had art being taught in 844. Why did we kill those? Why didn't we just improve on those? Because to me, that looks like CBC, for lack of a better word now. What happened? Why did we have to change? Why didn't we just make it accessible? Once it's accessible and we are sure every kid, my kid in my village can access a good school with all these amenities.
Okay. Let me stop you there so that we move forward. But I want to tell you this: we have stakeholders in the education system. So some of these things that the government does, it does not just wake up one day and do them. You can ask us: was there a need to change the currency? You know, the previous government, was there any need? So si ati ni kitu watu wanaamka tu siku moja na wanaamua wacha tufanye. I believe there are processes. Maybe the consultation was not enough. That one is something we can discuss, but I believe there are processes that people go through, and the majority of the stakeholders will be involved before a decision like that is made. I need us to move forward. Julia, in 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds. Frederick, what you are saying is good, and you saying we need facilities and all that. And I need to tell you that the government, as we talk now, with political will, the government can provide free education without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation on education if all children are asked to walk to the nearest school. That is one, because as we talk now, the government pays teachers, the government buys textbooks, the government provides stationery, things like notebooks and all that. So now you know that the government can do all that. So I think that the only thing that I want you to know, CBC may be a target to create to employees who can work in blue collar jobs. So the government can do the two things: provide free education, because like I've told you, they don't need to increase any budgetary allocation in education. They don't need to. They can provide free education and at the same time implement the system with, Frederick, political will. The problem is akunanga political will. Asante, nimemaliza, wacha nimalizie hapo.
Aya, ngoja Frederick
Magedi with all respect. Magedi with all respect.
Frederick usiunmute kabla nikupatie nafasi. Kuna watu wamekaa hapa sana. 30 seconds kwa Ashley. 30 seconds,
Okay.
Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. What I was talking about educational illiteracy is about civil education, and I talk about the people I interact with. What I find is that they do not understand that the government is there to work for them, as opposed to people like where I live, where they understand the government is there to work for them. That is the education that I'm talking about, not the education that is offered in the classroom.
All right, thank you. Black.
Halo, mjambo kila mtu kwenye panel na watu wote mahali popote mlipo. Kama kawaida, I love you all. Kazi ni kazi. Nice to see you, Bwana Mise, my long lost brother. You took a lot of attacks, but it's okay. I know you're foolproof. Anyhow, in my view, like hapo umetupatia menu, like you always say, you pick what you want to eat. So I would like to go for the Waiguru versus Ole Lenku. C.OG election for the chairmanship or the chairperson. In my view, I believe Waiguru will take the day. As it is right now, Kenya Kwanza, as it is, has 22 governors. That is excluding the the two independents and UDM, as well as Azimio. They have 22 governors. Now, 22 governors of Azimio, that is Wiper, Jubilee, and ODM, and UPM, I don't know, is it UPA? And then 22 of Kenya Kwanza, that is UDA and ANC. Already we know that UDM, or is it UDM or UPM, had signed a working relationship with Kenya Kwanza. So that itself will take Kenya Kwanza's numbers from 22 plus this one to be 23 versus the 22 purely of Azimio. Then we have the two independents, one from Meru, the lady governor, and the other one is from Taita Taveta. Now, that being the case, I'm looking forward for the Meru independent governor to be somehow convinced to get into the fold of Kenya Kwanza through our adversaries like Kiraitu Murungi, who have just joined us, and the likes of Linturi and the rest of other Mount Kenya leaders, taking our numbers now from 22 to 24. Now, even if the Taita Taveta governor, because Taita Taveta has been originally our more Wiper ODM zone. So I would believe that they would line or rather lean towards Azimio, One Kenya Alliance. So I would give that one independent governor from Taita Taveta to Azimio, in my view. That taking the number to being 24 against 23 of Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Now Waiguru taking the day on that. Now, in other matters, I believe we should try and sway towards now progressive discussion in regards to how and what our government should do for our people so as the country to get better than it is right now. Because government is you, government is me. Those are just administrators which we put up there to work for us. So in essence, we are the boss. We need some things for ourselves. So why don't we discuss about the things that we believe would be best? Now, for example, I would wish that the government which we have put in place to work for us would somehow also borrow some few ideas maybe from Azimio. Like there's one which I liked about the prior learning certification. Because you had spoken about education, and as you were discussing that here, that rang through my mind. That idea of prior learning certification, which I had as part of Azimio's manifesto, is a good idea. And I hope that if there's anyone out there that is listening that works for the government, the elected government, as it is right now, perhaps they should look at that. Because there are some people who may have learned on the job through experience. Unaweza pata kama kuna fundi wa magari hajasomea ufundi wa magari, but by kufanya tu ile polepole within a garage over time, he or she has learned the skills of being a mechanic. but did not necessarily go through a college. Now, such a person perhaps could be given this prior learning certificate. So I wish, or rather it is my prayer, that perhaps in our conversation right now, we should try and move forward for the good of Kenya, to give us kupatiana serikali yale maoni of what we believe would best suit our people. That is my view. Thank you.
Okay, let me move to Collins haraka.
Good evening. I see Mise carrying up his hand, so I don't know, Chair. I can leave for him to, maybe he's having a burning question for the other guys or what.
Mise, is it a question? Mise, is it a question?
Yeah, it was actually, or maybe I can wait. Let me wait.
Thank you. Collins.
Thank you, panelists, for every time I be here. I always get here late, but at least we still get time. Today, there are a lot of things. Wanasema masaa ni maneno ni mengi, lakini masaa ndiyo machache. But I will try to run through something. Election was done. Whether it was free, fair, and verifiable or not, we already have the president. Now, we should now look onto how to make our country move forward. Moving forward means we must also get the right direction. You can move forward with no direction. Or you can go round, still you're moving forward. I was in Form 1 some 20 years ago when I was in Form 1, and we were being told something like the world is, the earth is spherical, and you had to prove it, that you can go one direction and still end up where you are. If Missy comes and starts giving a lot of blanket histories and blanket allegations, then it wakens up some of the things that we had already left. One thing that I want to make sure we have to put, somebody is called Ruto in the, it's called Geoffrey Ruto, is in the comment section, is telling people like, the way you are talking, kama uko na, if you are brave enough, go back to Kenya, you think Ruto is Uhuru. My friends, we are not here to be threatened, and nobody will threaten us. There is something called freedom of speech, and that is in the Constitution. Whatever you say, you can substantiate it, and then as long as it's the truth. And one of the truth is this, Mise, silence is not a weakness. And silence is the worst weapon in a country that is negatively charged. Anybody underestimating Raila Odinga's power, in 30 minutes, that country can be turned upside down. I said it last year. If anybody played wrongly with Ruto in the last year, Uhuru's government could be turned upside down in 30 minutes. Because it only needed Ruto to say, hatutakubali hii na tutoke. Watu wangetoka na ingekuwa mbaya. As at now, Raila is much more hurting until he took his family out of the country. People are silent and nobody's talking about anything. You are comparing America election with the Kenyan election. Ours was an election that is called one-tier election. America does its midterm elections. And if you see how the election in America was, I've been here in America for the 2 elections. They have gotten me all of them here. You will realize that American election, apart from the population election, what is called the population vote, there is also something called the delegates, the collegiate, where the other time ulipata Obama alishinda na hiyo college lakini alishindwa na population vote. Even this time round you realize Trump alishindwa na population vote lakini alishinda na collegiate votes. So it's kind of saying, like, if we were electing our government, we could have said that whoever gets the highest number of governors and senators combined becomes the president, whether upate 7 or 10 million. So you must be careful when you're comparing these two things. So when you tell us that watu wamechoka, my friend, the co-wife of your mother may be silent in her house wakati mama yako mnapika nyama kwenu, haimaanishi hana njaa, na akitoka na hiyo njaa yake mnaweza ona mawingu. So understand it. If tomorrow Raila says, there's a song always that was saying Raila miwa plan B. If that plan B tomorrow Raila says we are going to march 1 million of us into Uhuru Park, haitakuwa Wajaluo. Today the fuel prices are high because of subsidies being removed. It is a directive from the World Bank. We should make people understand that it's a directive from the World Bank. It is not that the other government misbehaved. It is a directive from the World Bank that the subsidies have to be reduced. But that shows our stupidity as a country, because the other time we pretended that we were exporting oil from Turkana. How did we export oil for a week or for 2 weeks na hatuna mafuta nyumbani? It's the same thing that somebody wants to keep good plates na nyinyi mnakula kwa plastic, alafu wageni wakikuja, mtoto wa mgeni anakuja kuvunja sahani ya mama yako na ametoa kwa kabati nani ya glass. That is, I'm giving a very specific examples. The education levels you're talking about. I'm in a class where we are doing a doctorate, a degree. Kuna vitu tulifanya tukiwa high school, functions and parts of the heart, the pulmonary artery, pulmonary veins. Sisi tulizisoma class 6, class 7, na class 8. We are meeting with the people who have masters and 2 master's degrees in the same class. They have never seen what is called a pulmonary artery. They are meeting it for the first time. Those things called pacemakers you see in the heart. We have reached a point where we are now explaining them to them and they have masters. So American system and the Kenyan system is a very different thing. It's only that it's more expensive to the parents of Kenya because wanaambiwa piga picha na saa hiyo mama yako na baba yako hawana nini. So these things, some of them are not the way we call them. You can go to a school, because here you find that in America people have system. When you wamesema ni walimu hapa, you'll find that the teachers have their own system yenye wanafunza, and when you reach there's called a second degree. When somebody is doing a second degree, hiyo sio kitu alifanya kwa basic yake, so he followed a different level. When he's now coming to the different subject, everything is different, meaning there is something called specialization. Mahali mtu alispecialize nayo, alienda na hiyo. Hapa mtu anafanya nursing, because I saw people doing nursing as a second degree. From Kenya alifanya BCom, alifanya something like, you're now told you're doing a second bachelor's. That person is doing a second degree, but hizo vitu za anatomy, physiology hakuwa ameonana nazo because he left them in high school. Somebody did not do biology in high school. But a child coming from Kenya, when you're brought over here, you find the things are easier than they were in Kenya. Because in Kenya tunasoma. Hapa wanasoma subjects. I think there are not many subjects. I don't know their system, but it seems like there are not many subjects, but there are a few. Another thing that I would say in this, when a country is highly charged politically on its tribal and ethnic backgrounds, do not underestimate these big leaders. Adika, what I'm saying is this, because I know you've said it, like it's not true that Ruto could turn. Ruto could turn when he was in that government. He could really destabilize Uhuru's government because he was the deputy president. And the law allows him only to resign or being fired from that government, which was not easy for Uhuru to fire him. If Uhuru could fire Ruto from the government na weke Moi venye walikuwa wanataka at the first time, it could have caused a lot of mess and and constitution problems. And that would have caused a very bad kind of move with this hustler, they are called hustler dynasty narrative. A car was burnt in Kisumu next to Ketia's supermarket because iligonga pikipiki. There was a car that was burnt in front of Ketia's supermarket, sometimes I think early last year, na iligonga pikipiki. Alafu walikuwa wanasema ati huyo mtu ni dynasty. That kind of war, if it was allowed to go on, it could have ruined our country. Even today, these are things that we should know. Sio Wajaluo na sio watu wamechoka, ni watu wamenyamaza na watu wametulia. I think I can leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Collins. Let me say this. I think I can, start taking your closing remarks. I think we've been here for a while now. And so I'll start with you, Joshua Mark, within 2 minutes. Make your closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makiadi. I just want to not echoing, but I want to water down what Black is saying. Sometimes I wonder why these UDA guys they're bragging with the numbers. Even his council of governor, what will it help and common Mwananchi being whether Waiguru or Ole Lenku? Sometimes I wonder you come with a topic and we have numbers 22. We have sometimes when you come to discussion, even there's sometime ODM had numbers, but they're not bragging. Even being a speaker is coming from UDA, or speakers coming from UDA. That's not important. So sometimes when you come here, you brag that even this council of governor chairperson will be Waiguru because UDA has numbers. So sometimes when you're coming to a channel like this, wachana mambo ya politics and anything you want to make politics, chama, numbers, it doesn't make sense. And then secondly, to Mise, I wanted to tell you, sometimes when you make some utterances, you ought to do these utterances while you're in Kenya. But you waiting until you're back to US, and then you're telling us that watu wamechoka. Watu wamechoka because now they're quiet, wamechoka. There's no one amechoka. Watu wamenyamaza. The way Collins said, people are just quiet. But this thing really hurted so many people. Many people are really hurted with this election. And if you continue like this, I'm telling you, 2027, no one will vote. People will vote, but not that huge number. So, and I was telling you that sometimes, especially when you are somebody who is informed, don't brag issue of community in your discussion, mentioning a tribe that Luos or Mechoka. It doesn't sound well if somebody is a Luo, because when you tells a Luo, yet you're not a Luo, it doesn't come out well. So especially when we're in such forum, kindly let us try to refrain from using tribes and community, because we are in a public forum. We need to embrace each and every community. Don't segregate that this is a Luo, these are Kisii, these are Masai. We need to have a dialogue, a discussion that is very constructive and not destructive. Thank you very much, Makiadi.
Asante Joshua for being brief. Let me go to Mise.
Thank you very much, everyone. Black, I think when we started this journey, we were labeled and we were actually, every time we made a comment concerning UDA and the strength of William Samoei Ruto, people were very emotional, and I still continue seeing people becoming motivational speakers. And I just wanted to, because they are mistaking tiredness, fatigue for silence. silence is golden, and silence does not wait for defeat for people to be silent. I just want to tell Joshua Mark, tribalism is not a bad thing. In matter of fact, our country is beautiful because of the diversity in the communities that we have and where we come from. I think what is wrong is the motive behind the motive behind tribalism. If you want to use your tribe to oppress another tribe, then that is a bad thing. But if you want to mention what is wrong for me to say I'm a Kisi, when Matiang'i performed, the Kisis were so proud and they impressed him and Akasema mtu wetu. So there was nothing wrong about it. It's identity. And we all identify with that tribe where we come from. But the motive, the rationale behind our actions is what will determine whether it's good or bad. But let me go to the education that was mentioned. I want to echo what Ashley was saying. Kenya has not embraced what is called science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And actually, Black, if I might join what you said, the right term is apprenticeship, where you learn on the job. And many countries, despite the fact that you have not highly, you don't have very many, you're not talented in class, but you start learning on the job, number of X hours, and you're given a diploma at the end, just like someone who went to class the X number of hours. So at the end of the day, you start from work and then you go to class some hours so that you can know either documentation and all that. So it's very important that we also impress that, and we move away from, this impressing this thing that you must have a degree. And of course, what Collins you said about having a second degree. In North America, I think, some professions, you can't go to certain professions with just an undergraduate. Law, pharmacy, medicine, nursing practitioner. You must have an undergraduate for you to proceed to the second, to that area of line of specialization. So it's important that you mention that. And that gives you a different, for example, my undergraduate is electrical and electronics engineering, which when I was going to another degree, it helped me to see a different area and how things are done, and area of study. That's why in university you have generals and electives and core courses, core or main courses. So lastly, I want to talk about what Makiadi you say. You talked about policy that in Kenya, before they do something, they are stakeholders, and they do something before they get to do something. They have sat down and they have thought well about it. It is true. The problem is in policy making, there is something called policy cycle, and the first stage of that is called identification. The second is information, or gathering that information of what you want to do. For example, if it's education, like the CBC, they identified the problem. After that, they gathered the information, they put the budget, and then they considered whether this is the right decision, and they passed the bill, and they made that decision. And the last one is implementation. Not the last one, but the fourth stage is implementation. And then after implementation, they have to sit back and evaluate and say, is it really working? If it's not working, they can either terminate it or renew it. So I just wanted to say that the problem with Kenya is that they have very good policies, very good ideas. The problem is implementation and execution and evaluation. That is the problem. A policy is not working, yet we keep it, and we keep pumping money here and there. And lastly, there is nothing personal here. When I single out, when I said my brother Joe, I was in Kenya. I've always said these things, and that's why you said there's freedom of expression, freedom of speech. That's why our country is free to criticize. Even the president Uhuru Kenyatta was abused and ridiculed at a certain point, but he respected the freedom of speech and expression. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mesa. Let me move to Joe. 2 minutes closing remarks. Joe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Makiadi. I've always admired what we discuss in this forum, especially at the late hours when the people from the foreign countries, Europe and the US, come and speak. They are more actually, they're more eloquent. If you come here around Satatu and Sambili, people talk about maybe things they don't know, but late hours, people talk about things they actually believe and they know. And I always enjoy the forum at the late hours or towards the morning here in Kenya. Mise is a double speaker, I want to say. Freedom of speech does not mean you abuse and misuse the speech. So it's not right to say if you have a freedom of speech, you can say anything. Secondly, the use of tribe, as you said, it should not be used negatively. You used it negatively in your first presentation, saying the Luos are tired of Raila. That's negative. That is actually profiling. Raila was not voted with the Luos. We had a delayed elections in Kakamega and Mombasa. I think he's got followers there. Raila could have got maybe over 7,000 votes, 7 million votes. Luos only have maybe less than 2,000, slightly less than 2,000. So when you say Luos are tired with Raila, you see, you're actually like profiling it. It's a Luo thing with Raila. He got 7 million votes or thereabout. So when you say we should not use tribal negatively, you are the first one to use it negatively by saying the Luos are tired with Raila, as if it's only the Luos that vote for Raila. And now you're coming back, double speaking, and saying we should not choose it that way, and you're the first one to use it that way. So please show us some understanding, like the people you're staying with in Canada. They are open-minded. So please, let's be open-minded and let's stop this double speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. I want to move to Ashley. Closing remarks in 2 minutes.
My closing remarks is let us agree to disagree in an agreeable way. So more times than not, we do not agree with one another because sometimes we don't understand what someone is saying, or it doesn't sit well with us, or we have an opposing view. So what I've learned, or what I'm learning, is to disagree in a disagreeable manner, and to know that what we really want is a better Kenya. So let us work together and fight back and rebuild our country together. Because as they always say, a house divided against itself will not stand. We do want Kenya to stand, so we can all be proud of it. Heshima ipatikane kote nchini, so that we can be proud of our country. So let us remember what is our core aim. It is to promote our country and to make sure that it runs the way it should. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Black.
Thanks again for this chance. I'll not take long. First, before I proceed, Bwana Joshua Mark Ndugu, sometimes it is good to listen, and at times it's also used to think before you speak. Because if you listened, you'd have realized that what I spoke about is part of the topics that is written there, C.OG Waiguru vs. Ole Lenku. And if you thought well, would have realized that whatever I spoke about was in actual relation to that, and as to why I believe the outcome would be as it was, backed up with my theory of how it would go down. That's why I would say it would be best to listen and think before you speak, to be best. Beyond that, I have not heard you speak anything of sense or of substance to anyone because as I've heard Collins, he's spoken about education, which was great. I've heard Frederick, he's spoken about education as well. It was great. Joe did the same. Ashley did the same. Julia did the same. I had zero from you. Yes, true. This platform, especially this session, is one whereby we exchange great ideas. We debate with ideas that would be beneficial to whoever is watching or listening to us. Now, moving forward, because I don't want to waste my time so as to sound like you, I'll just urge everyone out there to have a great day or night, wherever you are, and always ever happy to be a part of you. Thank you.
Makiadi, Black should withdraw his last statement. It's demeaning to my brother Joshua.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll give Joshua 1 minute to respond to that, and then I can go to Frederick. Joshua, within 1 minute, right of reply. Kabla Black atoke.
Yes, I think Black came late. I've been here since so I don't know what you wanted me to say. Black, you came late. You are doing closing remark. You came just some few minutes ago. Me, I've been here from 4 in the morning, almost 4 hours ago. So when you came here, what I mean to now repeat what I've been saying. So I don't think that your statement is right. But unfortunately, that's how you think. No problem.
Aya, asante Joshua. Wacha niende kwa Frederick. Closing remarks, 2 minutes.
Well, thanks again, guys. Me say again, no hard feelings. You know, we all Kenyans, and like I said, I get so disturbed when I see informed people out here taking things lightly. You know, that's why I'm like, most of us are living in other people's country. We love it here, you know. The streets are clean, you know, you're respected, you know, everything looks organized. Then when you go back home, what do you meet? You meet garbage on the streets. You know, how does that make you feel? When you go to the markets where our sisters or mothers or grandmothers go and it's all dirt and looks like that. And you're here for your holiday, you look like you have all this money to spend. How does that make you feel? When you're here in a country where corruption is something you never meet anywhere, then you're driving your car down the road back at home and, you know, one tail light or headlamp is not working properly and the officers are telling you, you know how we work here. How do you feel? Does that affect you because you're in Azimio and you lost? And because you're in UDA now, all the police officers know you and you're good? When you go to the market, is the mangoes or the oranges you're buying written ODM or UDA? So that's why when we're in this platform, it's a time when we need to, we the informed, need to face facts. Black, I get your point. You are UDA, and it's exciting when you see like Waiguru would get it. Does it ever bother you that Waiguru had some issues with money that were never explained? Think about it, man. Let's not cover things. Let's just be real. It's Kenya. It could be out here, you know, when everything crumbles, where will you go back to? I'll talk education. I love progress, but I want us to be factual. Education in Kenya is not free. It's free on paper. I get bills every day. I'm told we need this, we need that. We all know that. Why do we pretend? It's on paper, yeah, it's free. When they take podiums, they tell you it's free. But none of you guys ever pay something. The teacher want this, we need that. Let's be real, guys. Let's just face facts. What we can't afford, we say we can't afford. CBC could be a good idea in a wrong time. So let's not sugarcoat things because we want to be like the US. Again, I have a 4-year-old daughter. She goes to school. I've never bought a single thing. She goes to school. School buses are free. They pick your kid at your door. They drop your kid at your door. Your kid gets food at school. Everything, for the most part, that's what free should be. You go to the school, they have a laboratory, they have a library that has books, all kind of books. They have a computer room that has computers. So why are we here trying to justify something that shouldn't be justified? Is CBC a right thing? At the wrong time. That's all we need to say. The stakeholders sat down and agreed. Yes, they would have sat where, but in my village, I'm not seeing that. Are you seeing that in your village when you go back home? Let's just face it, guys. Let's not try to believe this. Let's not try to have our good lives and we're driving and you're living in beautiful houses in someone else's country to forget what's going on back at home. And if you're at home, you know it's happening. Any of you guys who think I'm lying, just lift your hands up. I'll see it right there. If you think I'm lying, if what I'm saying is not true, how many of you can do that? So the day we Kenyans will start doing things the Kenyan way, learn from people who have walked before us, like the 200-year-old states and governments and like the Singapores. Let's pick the positive that they've worked, but let's make sure whatever we pick can practically work for us. If it can't, no matter how good it is and it's not practical, it's a waste of time, a waste of resources, and a waste of our kids' time. Imagine if this CBC thing doesn't work. Man, we've messed our kids. Kids just close school. Some are closing on Thursday and they're going back on Monday. You guys don't think it's a bad idea? You think these kids have computer brains where they just study? Let's be real, man. You guys are parents. We are overloading our kids. And these are kids. You guys went to school. I went to school in the 90s. We could play the whole month, and then back then it was Moy's time. And when it's school about to open, Moy would be like, no, give them an extra week. Did we fail education? Are we all dumb? Did we, or you've just told me, Makiadi, that our literacy level is higher than the US with all those things we went through. So why are we messing ourselves now by pushing our kids as if we are bulldozing through life? Man, life will be here. Losing a year or two, I mean, what will happen? Will they die? So when you say that people have sat down, have done whatever, Misa explained all those whatever criteria they use, like that's on paper, man. Let's be real, guys. It's our kids, it's our country, it's our home. Eventually, that's where we'll all end up. So Let's love it first. Whether you're UDA, whether you're Azimio, whether you're celebrating now or black, but with the cost of fuel now, you're suffering the same. So Waiguru, no Waiguru, it's Kenya first, guys. Peace, guys. Love all the time, man.
Okay, Safi Frederick, and welcome to the show. I think Collins ndio ulikuwa last but not least, and then we can do the necessary ritual.
I hope you mute me already. First of all, I would like to correct something. I did not compare Ruto with Raila in terms of who can flip the country upside down. Raila has the highest capacity of, if he says even tomorrow, then in 30 minutes it can work in flipping the country. So it should not be done anything, and nobody should undermine it, and nobody should underestimate it. That one should be clear. I think Christine Adika, I'm now okay with Euphemia Adams. I'm good. The next thing I would say is William Ruto is leaving the country, I think on Saturday night or Sunday. And with the kind of deputy president we have, the way he talks, especially what he talked today in Mombasa, I can say yesterday, if anything to go by, if that is the person we are remaining with, I pray that Ruto can take even a week outside Kenya. Then he will come back and find a new government in place. Because Rigathi Gachagua left with us in Kenya for only 2 days. There will be a new country. The way he talks with the security officers is not the same way as a person who wants to work with them. It's like he's not ready to work with the police and the security details of the country. So if Rigathi Gachagua wants to remain in the country, Ruto is coming to America, I think, on Monday. He will be in New York for the UN meeting, and he will also be going for the funeral. Before all that, he has not given his cabinet. We are seeing people being proposed in that cabinet with people like Moses Kuria, Ababu Namwamba, Awa ni vichwa. But I'm happy for Ababu Namwamba. I wish him well. He's a good guy. I like him. So on my closing remarks, Kenya is still our country. Whether the fuel is 200, whether it is 180, we are good. We are only requesting Kenyans that this is the government we have. Whether ulipigia kura, whether haukupigia kura, if there is a suffering that is coming from that government, it is for all of you. If there is a profit that is coming and a gift that is coming from that government, it is for all of you. Embrace it. Do not see your neighbor as with his tribe, as music can say that the Luos are happy, the Luos are tired, the Luos are now saved, are liberated. Do not think of all that, because some of us have lived in countries where we have never met our tribes. I lived in a country, in a college of 4,000 students, and I was the only Kenyan for a whole semester until the next semester. My closest brothers were Nigerians. So if we go through all that way, then wengine wetu tutapoteza kabila zetu. So let us be firm with ourselves, tupende neighbors wetu, and let us not inflict any tribal thing. Somebody called Geoffrey Ruto. You are still my friend. I can still be your friend. Your tribe has not achieved the presidency. It is William Ruto that has achieved the presidency. Our tribe has not lost the presidency. It's Raila Odinga that lost the presidency. So if you think that because Raila lost, all Luo sasa wamepoteza, because Ngilu lost, all Wakamba wote wamepoteza, because Mudavadi got, now all Luyas wamepata. My friends, you may be in for a rude shock. Hata brother yake ya nyumbani maybe yako na shida na hajawahi saidia. So let us not vilify some tribes, because if you try to do that, it will be a mess on the space. Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear me. I think I had lost
Now
connection.
we can hear you, Makiadi.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, when you're the moderator, you want to say something, Mise? Just
Yeah,
briefly,
yeah, yeah.
30
Really
seconds.
quick, really,
Yeah.
really quick. Collins, I like what you said. That is really, really interesting, and I hope that all of us would really embrace that and understand the intensity in your statement. But at the same time, I also wanted to say life is not always about winning. It's also about losing, and even at the place you lose, the what you have achieved within that time is something that goes down to the history. And so Raila's achievement for the our country is something that is in history, and is something that we recognize and embrace. Um, in rendering a decision, the court had to look and make certain considerations. So I just wanted to say life is not about fairness. Law is not fair. Law has two things, the spirit and the letter. Sometimes the letter can go against the spirit can go against the letter. And in making a decision, the judges are to look at the security of our country. They are to look at the economy. They have to look, will the decision affect our economy? Will the decision affect our security? And looking and judging at the mood of the country then, it was settled and people seemed like they were ready to move on. And so it could have been that there was unfairness, but sometimes it is about the best interest for our country. Life is not always fair, and I wish the right honorable the very best. And there is much that we ask that they work together as leaders of our country and put their self-interest aside and know that our country is greater than themselves, and work together the ideas, the plans, and everything that they have. And I think if they bring together and work in harmony, find a way to work together, our country can achieve or go greater heights. Thank you. Makiadi, we can't hear you if you are talking.
Mise, unajua wewe tulitoka na wewe Freda Misi live.
Mbali Collins.
And that was 2019. Eh?
Yeah, we were the first people to start these live sessions.
Yeah,
and
tulikuwa na wewe Freda Misi live.
Okay, poleni sana, kuna connection issues, but it's good. Thank you, Mr. Good to see you back. I just want to make closing remarks on my side because I think I did not have an opportunity to speak. I tried to limit myself so that at least you guys can have time to make your contributions. Number one, Mise, there's something you said about me, or I don't know, generally as a me or people not liking deputy president. I just want to say this. I don't think it's very important right now whether we like William Ruto or not. William Ruto ran for public office. The most important thing is that he delivers. So when you run for public office, there are people who will not like you for just one thing. Maybe the shape of your head, maybe the way you speak, maybe the way you talk, maybe the way you laugh. But that should not be a distraction for you to deliver on the promises that you promised Mwananchi when you're campaigning. That's number one. Number two, it's about the judiciary. I think, Misa, you brought up the issue of Raila Odinga questioning the decision by the judiciary to uphold the election. I want to say this, that accepting a judicial decision does not mean that you always have to agree with it. You are not obligated to agree with every decision that the judiciary gives, but you are required to accept it if it's the final verdict. For Raila Odinga's case in the Supreme Court, nothing else can change the judicial decision that was passed regarding the election. And so, as much as he accepted it, it doesn't mean that he agreed with it. And so, most of us also fall in that category. Now, I think I want to dismiss something you said here, that you opened the server from your vehicle. Maybe that was a slip of the tongue, because if the IBC, if it took the IBC a directive from the Supreme Court for them to allow agents just to access a little bit of their their whole system, then I believe maybe that was a slip of the tongue. But I'll leave that there. The server
I
was
meant
not
the portal. I actually meant the portal.
Yeah, the portal is something different from the server. Maybe that's why
I
I'm
know.
saying maybe it was a slip of the tongue. Now,
Yeah.
Sakaja, there's an issue ambayo imenikasirisha sana na Sakaja. Sakaja has appointed the likes of Oliver Mugenda, Professor, and Masi Mwangangi to a commission. I don't know what we call that. Is it a commission or what, Collins? What do we call that here, amechagua? So he has appointed a tribunal, I think the tribunal ama ni nini, to sit down and investigate why there are no medicines in Nairobi, in Nairobi City, Nairobi Metropolitan or whatever hospitals. I think that's retrogressive. I would have expected something new from Sakaja, but then you also have to remember that the more things change, the more they look the same, and it looks like we are back to default settings. This, I told you guys, this is just another Sonko who dresses properly. Finally, my final remarks. I was looking at something that Cliff Umbeta posted, and Cliff Umbeta is a diehard fan of William Ruto. So he posted a list on Twitter, and he said that when you look at this list, you get really, really tired. And the list is here. It says that the alleged names eyeing for slots are, so these are cabinet slots, former Migori Governor Okoth Obado and UDA's Kisii gubernatorial candidate Ezekiel Machogu, both of whom are from Nyanza region but stood with Ruto during his campaigns. Others are Musalia Mudavadi as the chief CS, Ababu Namwamba, former National Assembly Speaker Justin Muturi, former Machakos Governor Alfred Mutua, former Kwale Governor Salim Vuria, former Mombasa Senator Hassan Omar, former Malindi MP Aisha Jumwa, former Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria, and former Tharaka Nithi Senator Kithure Kindiki. And to add on that list, I want to remind you that Sonko also was promised a CS position. So, Mise, as much as you come here and tell us that we have a new government, most of us are looking at these names and we are like, really? Really? Maybe we are the only ones who are doubting this regime, but let's give them a chance, as you have said, and probably they'll perform. Unless there's somebody who wants just to make a remark in 30 seconds. Yes, just 30 seconds, Collins.
That list you're talking about included Nduale is going to be a minister and is going to resign. Kipchumba Murkomen is also going to resign from his position. And then there is a recycling of either Chelugui or Balala. So expect those people, they're coming back. Tumebadilisha tu kidogo, but the government is still the same almost.
Yeah, okay, and you also
and Ruto told them today, I think yesterday, that he told them the people who are already elected as MPs and senators who want to express interest in being in the cabinet, they should also look into, do we have money for re-elections, the by-elections?
Okay, thank you. Fred, 30 seconds.
Thank you again. when I look at that list, man, it's heartbreaking, man. It's just heartbreaking. Like somebody like Obado, like this guy hit the headlines for all the wrong reasons, man. Even if our court or our justice system is one of those that is, you're innocent until proven guilty. But, some of these things just is one of those things that if you are a leader, there are people you just don't touch, whether it's true or false, man, you just don't touch, you know? So I feel bad for Kenya. And as much as I'm hopeful, really, man, it comes to a point. I personally was thinking of coming back home to invest and do my stuff at home. But again, after this election, I'm beginning to think otherwise, you know. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, because I mean, you look at some of these things, they're heartbreaking. Other than that, it's been it's been a good show. It's been nice talking to you guys. And Collins, much respect, man. Let's talk what Kenya needs, man. It just needs the truth. It doesn't need us to pick a side. Mise, man, wherever you are, man, let's just pick Kenya, man. It doesn't hurt to speak Kenya.
Oh, okay.
One love, guys.
Safi, asante sana. Collins, unaondoka, tutaonana. Okay, so Mise, I don't think you have anything to add.
I just wanted to tell Cole, my brother Frederick should consider being a motivational speaker. Your encouragement and patriotism about Kenya is amazing, and we all embrace Kenya. The fact, you cannot marry a wife and in 2 days you want to expect to learn a character in entirety, or you cannot allow the government. They are there. Let us not create doubts, too much of doubts. I doubt it will do. And so what that means in your head, you keep telling yourself like that. They make one slightest mistake, unasema nilijua hawatawahi fanya, and you can never support them. For now, let us have positivity. Let us have a positive mind. And if we love our country, regardless of who we have supported, we should start embracing them. Wakikosa, they are less than even 10 days in office since they were sworn in. So since when hawajapata time wafanye kazi? Kwa nini mnaanza kusema ati I doubt nini, when we told you at the beginning that this Sakaja will
you're making another
Sakaja will be elected. You said, Sakaja will not, Igade. Now see, Sakaja is. When we said Ruto will be elected, you said, he won't. Now that they are in power, let us allow them and give them time and pray for our country that they deliver. That if they had evil intentions, that those evil intentions turn around and make our country prosperous. But let us not be pessimistic about this government. Let us think about them. Let us give them time. And the time is a master healer. Thank you.
Aya, asante sana Mise Frederick, asante sana. Msiniondoke hapa nibaki peke yangu. Acha nisalimie watu wetu wa comments. I think Frederick, unajua watu nasalimia watu kwa comment section. So ukiwa pale kwa comment section, naona George unataka kuingia kwa studio lakini tunafunga, tafadhali kuja kesho. Joe Ndinda, asante sana. Judy Beeri, asante sana. Telin Mcute, asante sana. Brian Richards, na kuona hapo. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. Kwa wale wote ambao mlikuwa mnataka kusalimiwa, piga tuka blue hapo nikutaje jina alafu nifunge show. Thank you very much for being together with us here. I can see we have almost 240 people watching right now. And so, Mise, it's good to see you back. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Now, uko tayari ku criticize now that you're part of the government. We will do this every day for the next 5 years if your government sees the 5 years through. Mise Eugene Adams anakuambia you are giving us hot air. Hii yako ni hot air chasing after inaitangwa nini after wild goose chase taking us.
It's called typhoon. catching wind.
Brian Richards, asante sana kwa kupiga blue. Nani mwingine unataka usalimiwe na utuambie unatutazama kutoka wapi kabla tufunge show in the next 2-3 minutes so that we meet here together again. Nico Dhiambo na kuona hapo unasema nice to see you. Nico Dhiambo, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Quality Writers anasema accept and move on, na matusi ingine hapo tusha accept and tume move on hata ukitutusi ni sawa tu. Tuko hapa ku criticize the government, that is our job. When they do something good, we will always applaud. When they fail, we will always tell them that this is wrong. Maria Okachi anasema yeah, baba is back again. Biriana anasema kutoka Taita Hills, asante sana. Hiyo jina huwa inanisumbua sana hii. Ali Samson anasema good morning to you. Danny Darius, for the Danny Darius, asante sana. Moving on to where? Misa unauliza to accept to move and ndio mnasema to move on. Collins, asante sana, nimekuona umedrop ukaingia comment section. It's good to see you always here. James Kidome, asante sana. Blue, asante. Nani mwingine hapo? Someone said Ruto akienda nje sijui nini. Who is this ambaye ako na mambo mingi namna hii? Quality Writers, umekuja umeamka na hasira sana. Kazi yangu niko kupatia break, lakini sawa. Megi Odengo, asante sana kusema blue. Nani mwingine? Eugene, nimekuona na nimekutaja. Good job. Steven Egesa anasema good job, good morning, anatutazama kutoka Voi. Asante sana Steven Egesa. Mwingine ambaye anataka kutajwa jina na utuambie unatazama kutoka wapi. Tumepata Misi amerudi kutoka Kenya hapa. Alikuwa ameenda kusimamia uchaguzi. Ama Misi wewe ndio Kamago ule tulikuwa tunasikia. Megi Odengo, asante sana. Unajua Misi umepotea hapa wakati wa uchaguzi na mimi najua ni mtu ya kompyuta hii. Naomba baba ajengewe sanamu Voi. Mpo? Hiyo hali sio ni ngumu. Ongea na governor wako. Tuone kama governor wa Taita Taveta atakubali hiyo. John Dinda anasema mtazama kutoka Masaku. Asante sana. Unani sumbua. Sikia jina Mise. Inaitwa unani sumbua. Haya, Hadija.
Unanisumbua, nauliza ile suti yako ya blue kwa kiuno, hatukuwa tunajua ilienda wapi.
Suti yangu bwana ilikuwa na risiti hapa, ukiwa na nguo yako mpya within 30 days unaweza rudisha. Sijatupa risiti, naweza fikiria kurudisha, lakini itavaa tu. Suti bado iko tayari. Haya, Eugene anasema weke blue. Eugene nimekuona na nimekutaja. Asante. Nani mwingine huyu? Anasema thanks Makiadi, ni Megi. Asante Megi. Nani? Simba Omar Said. Hizo ishara sijui zinamaanisha nini, lakini asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Na kwa wale wengine ambao mnatutazama, ninasema ni asante. Kumbuka kusubscribe kwa Mutembei TV. Enda kwa YouTube or whatever device unatumia, ukaweze click on subscribe na hit notification button, ndio wakati ambapo show inaenda live utakuwa notified. Kenyan time saa 7:30 mchana show itaanza. Watu ambao mko nchi zingine sijui unatazama kutoka wapi, lakini kama una relate na Kenyan time saa 7:30 mchana show yetu inaanza saa hiyo. Betty, asante sana kwa kuchapa blue. Naona mimi ni unanisumbua, umeniambia mara mingi, ninajua. I have no doubt. Hadij Smith, nimekuona sana. Abel Obiri anasema we must be honest to save Kenya. We opposed to wazungu and gained independence. We must do something about tribalism. We must be equal as Kenyans. Na mimi pia nakubaliana na wewe. Asante sana. Heidelberg, Simba Omar kutoka Heidelberg, na kuona hapo. Simon Ndongo anasema inafaa kuwa 10 million. Hiyo sijui ni gani hiyo 10 million. Haya, Brian Richards anasema nini? Nimekuona hiyo, nimeona. Haya, Miriam M, asante sana kupiga blue. Anita Bobo, nimekuona hapo, asante sana. Oh, son in law. Okay, Brian, nimeelewa kenye unasema sasa. Ya, nilimuona wamepiga picha na son in law hapo nje ya State House. Niliona hiyo. Mise. Imekuwa siku hizi ni photographs umeona. Lakini sawa tu. Hiyo yote kwa hayo yote ninajua kwamba yeye ndio mwenyeji sasa, ana uhuru wa kufanya kitu chochote ambacho anataka pale, mradi tu iwe katika katiba. Nani wanasema baada ya miaka 10 wakate miti? Sijui ni akina nani wanakata miti. Ni sawa. Okay. So, Mise, thank you. Frederick, Sunday, thank you so much. I hope to see you guys also tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thank you for your contribution, guys. And Frederick, you're so welcome. Mise, always good to see you. Mungu awabariki, and I wish you a good night. For those ambao mko Western countries, Mise ninajua kwako saa hii ni saa 6:30. Na Frederick sijui kwako ni saa ngapi saa hii. But I wish you a good night, guys. And for those who are watching us from Kenya, Awino Rapemo nimekuona, asante sana. Na Balkis Mohamed nimekuona pia. Hassan Mwasamani Hassan, asante sana. Nimewaona nyote. I wish you guys a good day. Those of you in Kenya, Baumko Ugaibuni, good night, and may God bless you.